in. Andrew, give everybody the name of your book, your latest book here.
The latest book is American Crusade, How the Supreme Court is Weaponizing Religious Freedom. It is all about the push to turn our First Amendment and that hallowed protection of freedom of religion into a weapon, a tool to impose conservative Christianity on the entire country. And it's pretty damn alarming, I gotta say.
Yeah, so any of you who have questions on separation of religion and government, church-state separation issues, things like that, get your calls in. The phones are live now, and we have calls that are ready to go here. Oh, I lost the one that I was going to take. Doesn't matter. Dustin in Texas, pronouns are he, him. Welcome, Dustin. How are you, sir?
Matt, hi. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Excellent. And Andrew, hi. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you, Dustin?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
What have you got for us today?
Well, first, before I get to the topic, Matt, real quick, I saw you in person in Washington, D.C. area in 2018 at your Skeptics show.
Yeah.
And I think I owe you an apology.
Well,
I told you when I got to meet you at the end of the show, keep doing what you're doing. And I just think that's not the right thing to say, because who am I to tell you what to do or not to do? So instead, I want to say thank you for what you're doing.
Mic off.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. No apology necessary. Let's get on with the show. We can have a drink sometime and argue semantics on how to say thanks, but I appreciate being appreciated, and thanks for saying so.
Excellent, and I would love that sometime. Okay, to the topic. I've been an agnostic for quite a while, and I've actually heard you talk about agnostics a lot and about how you really can't be one, and I kind of get it now. So I absolutely have no proof for God or no proof against God. I know I don't know. But in the past 2.5 years or so, I've actually come to the idea that I choose to believe in God. And in doing so, I feel like my life has gotten better. And just wanted to see what you had to say about that.
So first of all, I don't know what you think you've heard me say about agnostics, but depending on the definitions and usage, I am agnostic. So it's not an issue if I can't be one.
Right.
But when you say you just choose to believe in God, really? Mm-hmm. I'm not convinced I can do that. I'm not convinced anybody can do that. Because when you believe something, that means you accept that it's true. And that's the result of becoming convinced. You can't just say, I choose to believe that the sky is on fire, unless there's some reason for it.
But
you can choose to act like you believe.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you can act like you believe there is no God when there is one. We don't know, right?
But what I'm saying is that I don't see belief as a choice. Can you choose to believe that you have $23 billion in a savings account?
But I know, as the truth is, that I don't have 20.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I ask specific questions for a reason. Can you choose to believe? What if I told you that I had set up an account for you with this guy I know, and he set it up for you, and he put $23 billion in there? Can you just choose to believe that?
Well, what I would do, like every human, I would say, okay, show me and prove it. And then that would be either it's there or it's not.
Okay, so back to the question that I've asked. Can you just choose to believe it?
If I absolutely don't know it and can't prove it, yes, absolutely I can choose to believe it.
I completely disagree. I do not see belief in that. I don't see how it's possible. You can choose to act like you believe, but belief means you are convinced, not just you're going to pretend to be convinced, or you're going to act like you're convinced, or you wish you were convinced, or you're going to pretend. Belief is the result of being convinced. Where are you at, Andrew?
I mean, I think I'm in the same place as you, Matt. I mean, Dustin, I'm trying to envision the actual moment where you said this to yourself, and I can't picture it. You know what I mean? Like you agree there's no evidence, but you think you know you can't know, so you just say, okay, I believe there's a God. Like how did that actually play that out for me in do a real replay for me?
Real replay. So
yeah,
there's no proof for, but there is absolutely no proof against either. Zero proof against whether or not there's a God. We all.
I get your setup, but like, how did that actually work in your brain?
In my brain, it hit me that what if God created us not to know on purpose? And
Okay, what if he didn't?
But exactly, what if he didn't? But you get to choose to believe if he did or didn't.
You don't get to choose. I mean, you're free to choose, but choosing, you can choose to say that you're convinced. You can choose to act like you're convinced, but that doesn't mean you're convinced. Becoming convinced of something isn't an act of volition. You have absolutely no control over what you are convinced about.
But what I'm hearing, I think, from Dustin, and Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm sensing where you were going with that is a little bit of reverse engineering, which is a term I use for the Supreme Court when they have a conclusion that they want to get to, and then they reverse engineer the rationale. And it sounds to me like that is what I just heard you say you did. Like you wanted to get to, okay, this is now a reason I can believe in God. Is that incorrect?
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's correct. It is.
Okay.
It's I've always wanted there to be God, but never had a reason to actually believe, especially in some of the religions today. I'm not going to even go there.
How do you know?
I don't believe in them.
How do you know that you're not engaged in self-deception then? Because you admit that you wanted there to be a God. You don't have evidence for it. You're convinced there's not evidence against it. So now you're just saying that you choose to believe. But that's not belief.
Right.
That's choosing to act as if you believe. That's choosing to say, I really want this to be. How many other things in your life do you want to be true? And then you just say, okay, I'm going to believe it. I want to believe that I have 25 people who love me and owe me money. I want to believe that this guy is red.
You're giving all these other reasons. I'm just talking about God. You know?
And I'm talking about epistemology. This is the part here. I don't care that you're just talking about God. The point is, move it away from God, because the issue here is, what is belief? How do you become convinced? And you don't get to claim that there's a special set of convincing for God and not for other things. So when you dismiss that and say, I'm only talking about God, not these other things, what you're doing is lying about what you are convinced of. Because epistemology doesn't care what the subject is. Your brain it doesn't matter if it's a God claim or a money claim or whatever else. You are either convinced by evidence or you're not. Why are you trying to engage in special pleading to pretend like the thing you want to be true is believable when it's not?
That's the phrase I was going to use too, actually. Special pleading. That's exactly what it sounds like. That hypothesis ought to be treated no differently than any other you have. So why, Dustin, are you treating it differently? At least in your own head.
Okay, so you guys are saying it's being treated differently. But why do you think it's any different from an atheist choosing not to believe in God?
Atheists don't choose to believe in God. I didn't choose to not believe. I am not convinced. Just like I didn't choose to not believe that I'm a billionaire. I didn't choose to not believe that that I'm the best looking person on the planet. I didn't choose to not believe any of those things. I'm just not convinced of the claim. Propositional logic relies on a claim. And it's not just a question of, oh, it could be this or this, I'll just pick either one. It is an assertion that X is true, and you either accept that X is true, or you don't accept that X is true. And for the claim, some God exists, I don't accept that it's true. I am not convinced.
But
Dustin, why did you want to believe that there is a God?
Oh, well, to want to believe there is a God, it's like the idea of if there is a God, then that means there's more than just nothingness. Like there's like something more behind the scenes. There's more than just what it seems on the surface. And believing in God, it can kind of give a lot more life to this life.
That makes no sense to me. That that is the most sophistry nonsense thing I've ever heard. It gives more life to this life
backwards. Thing. I think that's backwards.
Yeah.
No, I think that's backwards. Look, being human is hard, but it's also an adventure. And to say that there is an end to my existence is to concentrate the sweetness of everything, every moment that we do have here. Because that which is rare is valuable, and that which is eternal is banal. We're on this tiny outpost, the mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam, for that fleeting moment, for barely a blink. And it's up to us to endow that time with meaning and purpose. It's up to you, Dustin. To say that there's no God, as I do, is not to say that there's no meaning. It's to say that we give life meaning and purpose. You can try to do good and to practice empathy and to lead the world a better place. Facing reality, embracing reality isn't a necessary first step, but it's a damn good place to start, my friend.
Yeah, and attached to that, and I'll let you continue here in just a second, Dustin. Attached to that is that when you say you want there to be a God because it adds more life to life, what you're also saying is all of us who don't believe in God are somehow deficient in life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that life could be
Then
better.
prove it. Then prove it. I know you've chosen to believe that all the rest of us are deficient in life, but I don't buy that bullshit. So prove that I am deficient in life.
It's not that your life is bad, or I'm just saying it could be better. I'm saying
prove it. Why is it that I keep asking very specific questions and you avoid them? Prove that my life could be better.
By being grateful without God. You don't need God in this. By being grateful doesn't make your life better.
I didn't say anything about. I have no opposition to being grateful. Are you going to argue honestly, or are you just going to keep coming up with irrelevant things? Do you think for a second that I'm not grateful, that I don't appreciate things?
I mean, Dustin, look, it's comforting sometimes to think there's an all-powerful, all-knowing God that has a plan. It's comforting to think there's a God that loves you, that loves us, except that you have, but think about what you have to ignore. Think about what you have to ignore to have that, to ignore the suffering and childhood cancer and hunger. God's plan's comforting, but people pray it away and try to change his mind. It's comforting, except that if you're in the wrong sect, you're going to go to hell for eternal torture. It's comforting to be certain, except that you're not. And you've essentially said that a couple times. Not really, right? You've got doubts. You don't know. And you just ignore them as God ignores those kids who are dying of hunger, right? Those doubts are the truth knocking at your brain, saying, why are you pretending to be sure about this thing for which you have no evidence and doesn't actually make sense to us? Is it just because other people told you to? So, look, certainty is not truth, and comfort is not truth. And it's scarier to think that the universe doesn't care about what happens to you. It doesn't, but other people do. We give life meaning.
So yeah, I don't believe any of those things that you said about the suffering and the doubt. I created my own God. I don't believe in Christianity or any of those other gods.
Okay, so you have a God that you're the only person in the world that believes in?
Probably.
Okay, so you have a God that you're the only person on the planet who believes in it, and you acknowledge that you can't demonstrate the truth of it, and you're just going around asserting that you wanted it to be true, and that you like the idea that you think you have a more valuable life than those of us who don't believe that. I have zero interest in anything else from you, because basically what you're saying is, I made some shit up because it makes me feel better, and it makes me feel like I'm better than you. Well, why would I want to talk to somebody who thinks like that?
Oh, I never think I'm better than you.
You said that God adds to your life and that my life could be better. And when I asked you to prove that my life would be better, you ran away. Can my life be better or not, and can you prove it?
Yes.
Prove it.
Absolutely. I tried to
prove it.
I tried to talk to you.
Prove it.
Being grateful to things makes your life better.
Listen, jackass, if you bring up grateful again, I'm going to hang up on you, because I have no objection to being grateful. I have objection to a God.
What is your objection to God?
I don't have any reason to believe that a God exists. I have a reason to believe that gratitude is good and useful. I engage in it, as do the people around me. Why are you talking about is your God just gratitude?
My God consists of gratitude and forgiveness and love. Yeah.
That's not a God. Those are things that we do. We engage in gratitude, we engage in forgiveness, we engage in love. None of those things require a thinking agent or anything that would be qualified as a God under any normative definition.
They do not acquire.
No, wait, and those are things that we do for and to each other as well, Dustin.
Yep.
That's our shared humanity that you're talking about.
If every human being existed, there would be no gratitude or love, or if every thinking being in the universe existed, there'd be no gratitude, love, or whatever.
Oh, why not? Prove that.
Because there's no thinking minds for that. All of those things require a thinking mind.
Okay. see what you're saying.
Well, and Dustin, the point that I'm trying to make when I say that that's our shared humanity is that I think you're denigrating that shared humanity a little bit by attributing those very human instincts and emotions to something divine that is specific to you. And I'd encourage you to really dig down and rethink that and really do some self-examination on that particular belief.
But also the God that you're advocating for, if it's only you, congrats. That's a useless God proposition that has no, it's not even worth wasting time talking about.
Well, obviously I don't want it to be for me. That's the whole reason I'm calling in.
Well, then prove that it's real, and it might be for somebody else. But until then, it's just for people who are gullible and confused.
And people who want it, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys have a good one.
Yep.
Bye.
All right. I'm in the building here at the Atheist Community of Austin Free Thought Library. Andrew is not in the building.
I'm not.
He just had to be somewhere else. Here at the building, we won't be in the building every single week, but we will be back in the building October 30th, and actually slightly before then, because on the 27th, we'll be live for Secular Sexuality on that Thursday. On the 28th, it'll be Truth Wanted. And then on the 30th, it'll be Talk Heathen and Atheist Experience. If you are in the Austin area or plan to be in the Austin area on the weekend of October 30th, consider making plans to join us at the Free Thought Library. Doors open at noon on Sunday for Talk Heathen at 1 and AXP at 4:30. Parking is wherever you can find a legal spot after the building lot is filled up. And if you can't make it on October 30th, we'll continue of the current plan right now. Their schedule is for the last Sunday of each month. Keep watching our shows and the Atheist Community of Austin website for more information about that. If you're watching us right now, I can't see. Normally I'm at home and I have like a YouTube thing up and I can't watch chat. They've almost got me handcuffed here. I'm stuck. But no, if you're watching here, we really appreciate you guys watching, and there is merch available. If you want to contribute, there's a contribute button below there, but you can also go to tiny.cc/merch ACA to find that merchandise as well. And if you are someone who shops on Amazon, you can support the Atheist Community of Austin at no cost to yourself. Simply go to tiny.cc/Amazon Smile. I mistyped it as Amaxon, so I added an X in there. Amazon Smile, and designate the Atheist Community of Austin as your selected charity, and Amazon will donate a portion of their profits to the ACA. You can also become a member of the organization on YouTube, which gets you out of slow mode and a number of other things. There's also patreon.com/The Atheist Experience. And if you like having conversations, or if you want to try out your conversations on atheists before you jump in and are potentially under fire on a show, there's a number of unofficial forums that we've been promoting here, including the Atheist Experience fan group and the Atheist Experience private fan group. They're tiny.cc/FBAXPPR there for the last one. And then there's the Atheist Community of Austin website, www.atheist-community.org. You can go there for news, information, updates, and any of your feedback, questions, concerns, criticisms, etc. can go to tv@atheist-community.org. I'm told that we have an audience question here ready to go, so welcome. Who we got?
I'm Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
I'm here in
Hi, Jamie.
England, but I'm now. Quick bit of background. I used to call myself an agnostic. I'm now an atheist, and part of that came from an experience I had at a comedy show where the comedian asked the audience, "Who here is agnostic?" I put my hand up, and he called me a fence-sitting bisexual bastard.
Wait, he called you a fence-sitting bisexual bastard.
Which hurt
Isn't
me.
that like the definition of fence-setting, to be bisexual?
Yeah, because he was conveying to me that he felt that agnosticism was sitting on the fence, not having a strong position.
Yeah.
And while I was hurt and offended by it, it was one step of the journey for me to crystallize and become more certain in my position as an atheist, which I'm very staunch now. So my questions are, one, do you think that was a good thing for him to do or a good experience to have? And two, do you believe that people who believe in irrational things like a god or spirits or nymphs or jinn is offence, getting over offence and dealing with offence, something that they have a necessity to get through, they have to go through?
Andrew, what do you think? Was it a good thing for them to call him a fence-sitting bisexual bastard?
I think Jin is very real, but I think you were saying
DJINN.
Yes. Other than that, this. I mean, I don't know the context, and it's a comedy show, and maybe he mocked every audience member. I'm generally not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of making fun of people for their beliefs or singling somebody out in a crowd. I mean, I've dedicated my whole career to standing up to bullies wielding power in ways that I'm not a fan of. So no, I mean that's certainly not my cup of tea, and I don't know that it is. I know that it's not necessary to offend people to drive them out of their current belief system. I mean that's ludicrous to me. That idea. There have been so many. I mean, I'm hesitating because I don't have any data. That's all anecdotal. But I know so many people who have deconstructed their faith and have done so often after long, thoughtful nights and trips to the library and armfuls of books and reading that didn't require mocking to drive them away. So no, I'm not a fan of that. Whether or not they need to overcome offense. I maybe I think a lot of people are hurt by the fact that they feel lied to when they are deconstructing their faith. They have been lied to, and in kind of awful ways, often as they were children, by people who they trusted. So I don't know if it's necessarily offense or if it's more betrayal. But I do think there can certainly be a lot of emotions tied up with deconstructing one's faith. And let me say, too, I've never had to do that. I was fortunate enough to not be raised in a very strict anything household. My mom encouraged me to go out and go to temple with my Jewish friends and Mass with my Catholic friends. Apparently, after my first bar mitzvah, I came home and said I wanted to be Jewish because it was the best party that I'd ever been to. And for me, it became very clear early on that the truth claims were mutually exclusive, and the more likely thing was that nobody had it right. And I truly am astounded, and I truly mean this, by people who have the intellectual honesty and fortitude to question those deeply held beliefs. Then they've been told by the people they trust and love that these are true, and they are the most important beliefs you can ever have. And if you don't think they're true, you're gonna be in serious trouble for all eternity. I think it is remarkable that people have the intellectual courage and fortitude to look at those beliefs and deconstruct them and come out the other side non-believing. That to me is just absolutely amazing, and I stand in awe of anybody who has done that. You have my amazement and my total empathy.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't mind if, like, in a comedy setting, somebody good-natured jabs. If it turned out that it kind of prompted you to go down a path that was ultimately positive, then I'm not too worried about it. I agree with Andrew. This is not necessary to offend in all cases, but it may be necessary to shock some people. Like, I remember plenty of people we've talked to over the years, and even me in the past. If you aren't presented with the notion that disbelief is a thing or an identity, or that you have the ability to evaluate these things and say, oh yes, I'm an atheist or whatever, shocking people into being aware of those possibilities is probably a good thing. But I, despite the fact that I know I offend mountains of people, my goal is not to offend people. But if you're offended by someone telling you the truth, well, then I'm not your cup of tea, because I'm always going to tell you what I think. It's just that I don't think that people who are agnostic are actually fence sitters, because I don't see agnosticism as some halfway point where you can tip. To me, theism and atheism are about belief. Gnosticism and agnosticism are about knowledge. Knowledge is a subset of belief. A billion times I've probably said that now. But it's not a fence-sitting thing. I do find that there are a number of people who smugly identify as agnostic as a way of avoiding either identifying as a theist or as an atheist, and they'll be like, oh, it's the ones that are like both sides are, you know, just as bad. You're just as bad as a fundamentalist. Really? I don't have any dogma. I'm not trying to tell other people how to live their life. I'm just exposing lies and fallacious arguments.
Can I just interject one thing there too, Matt?
Sure.
Because that's prizing balance over truth. And that is one of the biggest problems that we have with our media today, is they prize balance over truth. And instead of, you know, calling fascism, they react and clutch their pearls when somebody does do that. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. You can continue. I apologize.
Yeah, it's fine. On that note, we're going to move on. We got another caller. We actually have bunches of callers waiting, but this one's special. Thomas is calling in from Kentucky, pronouns are he, him, and wants to ask you, Andrew, in what way does the Supreme Court weaponize religious freedom? But I'll let him ask that. So welcome, Thomas.
Okay.
Hi, Matt. Hi, Andy.
How you doing?
Hi.
So, I'm doing good. First, I just want to say, Matt, it was actually you and Jeff D from an old YouTube video on the Atheist Experience that deconverted me from Christianity, and I became an atheist after watching one of those videos. So,
thank you so much for saying so.
Thank you. No problem. Anyways, yeah, I seen there was a topic that was in the live chat. It was a question that says, do you think the Supreme Court is weaponizing religious freedoms? And I'm unfamiliar. In what way are they weaponizing religious freedoms?
Thomas, I'm so glad you asked that. Yeah, I mean, so I have a new book out called American Crusade, How the Supreme Court is Weaponizing Religious Freedom. And religious freedom has long been a shield, right? It has been this hallowed protection, something that guards all of us against government overreach. It often protects the minority from the tyranny of the majority. And it's a right that we possess equally, and which helps ensure that equality that we believe should be one of America's founding principles and have been fighting to realize for a couple centuries now. Right? So religious freedom embodies those words that are etched into the edifice of the Supreme Court: equal justice under law. And it is supported by a strong separation of church and state. In fact, you cannot have religious freedom without a separation of church and state. But not anymore. None of that is true anymore. And that's because there is a well-funded, powerful network of Christian nationalist organizations and judges, a billion-dollar shadow network that has been working to weaponize the First Amendment, to turn the protection of religious freedom that's enjoyed by all into a weapon of privilege for the few. And this network of faithful and well-funded activist groups, we're going to call them crusaders, that's what I call them in the book, together with conservative justices on the Supreme Court, launched this crusade to weaponize religious freedom. And it really is a war of conquest, not of land. The crusaders are looking to conquer our Constitution and to remake it in their image. They are setting out to make America a Christian nation and warping religious freedom as an attempt to bring us all under their yoke, their rule. So if you look at some of the religious freedom challenges that have been brought before this court recently, they are superficially about coaches or Christian crosses and veterans or playgrounds and skinned knees or private school vouchers or bakeries and gay weddings. But really, they're about religious privilege. Literally about privileging religion over non-religion and the right kind of conservative Christian privilege. The goal is literally to elevate conservative Christianity above the law, to exempt conservative Christians from the law while disfavoring non-religious and non-Christian citizens who are then required to follow the law. They want a weapon to codify their privilege and supremacy, and that weapon is religious freedom. Okay, wow. I think I convinced Thomas. I can keep going.
Thomas is stunned and doesn't even have the book yet.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it sounds like what you were saying is a lot of things that the Satanic Temple is fighting against. Well, they're advocating women's rights and religious freedoms, and there's a lot of hypocrisy done by the conservative right in terms of not being fair to everybody with religious freedoms. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with when the Ten Commandments statue was erected in, I think, Arkansas. And I believe there was a Republican senator there that said there will never be a satanic Baphomet that's going to be erected right next to that. I mean, they're favoring one religion, and they're basically saying to hell with the rest. I mean, that's not really fair and equal, in my opinion.
No, it's absolutely not. And I helped craft a lawsuit against that Ten Commandments monument that Jason Raper put up in Arkansas, and a couple others as well, in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. So, I mean, but that is the goal, right? The goal is to elevate conservative Christianity above the law. And it really is, the weapon that they're creating out of religious freedom really is exclusive, right? Again, we think of it as something that enshrines equality. That's what you're talking about. The Satanic Temple can come in and it can put up its own monument. No, because this is their weapon, not ours. You only get to wield the weapon if you are the right kind of religion. Again, right in scare quotes. If you're a conservative Christian. And the point is to reclaim the privilege that this dwindling minority had in the face of equality and demographic change. Right, so that this is the story that I tell in American Crusade, how the Supreme Court is weaponizing religious freedom, this decades-long campaign. And I genuinely do not think you can understand what is happening in this country right now, from our politics to our culture to our law and our courts, without understanding this attack. This is why I wrote American Crusade. So what I actually do in the book is tell the stories behind the Supreme Court cases that make up this attack. I draw back the curtain on the assault because, sometimes we legal professionals get buried under legalese and civil procedure and judicial philosophies and levels of scrutiny and precedents, and sometimes we hide behind those things. It's often better to just cut through all of that bullshit that lawyers and judges build up around their profession. And American Crusade does just that. I wrote this for everybody so that you can pick this book up and understand what a very serious threat we face right now.
I agree, and
you agree you're going to pick up a copy, Thomas? That sounds like a good idea.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to pick up a copy. If he was here right now, I'd pick up one right now and have him sign it. Thanks so much for the call, Thomas. I appreciate it. And for everybody else who's out there, not only can you pick up Andrew's book, but we're going to talk a little bit in between some other calls as people get questions. When people ask me, what can we do? What can we do to fight back against this, this crusade, the Supreme Court and everything else? And I'm as involved as I can be. And apart from, vote, speak up, vote, speak up, vote, speak up. I run out of things. Are there more practical solutions that you're advocating in the book and elsewhere, apart from just voting and speaking up?
There are quite a few things. And I think one thing I always tell people is you have to temper your expectations. And I've had to say this, I think, in every public appearance I've made since the Supreme Court's absurd term ended in June. You have to temper everybody wants this silver bullet where we can fix everything like that, and that does not exist right now. There's something that's close, but it's still going to take a while. Temper your expectations on what it is going to take to undo the damage that has already been done by this crusade, and how we're going to then also repair the damage that's been done, right? There's a lot of work to do here, and it is not simply a matter of voting. I think we often think we treat voting like it is, Stacey Abrams likes to say, like a magic wand. And it's not, it's medicine. You have to take it all the time. That's her line. I like to say that voting is literally the least you can do. Voting is literally the least you can do. If you are not doing a lot more than that, you should not expect to see a change. Voting gives us a chance to possibly, maybe, make a change. It is not the be-all, end-all. And in a world of immediate gratification, we put way too much stock in it. You have to vote. It's a duty. It's literally the least you can do. I also would encourage everybody to go out and join the groups that have been on the forefront of fighting for this. We need absolutely all the help you can get. Join Americans United for Separation of Church and State. That's who I work for. It's a nonpartisan, non-profit, educational advocacy organization. It brings together people of all religions and of none to protect the right of everybody to believe as they want, and to stop, and this is the important part, anyone from using their beliefs to harm others. And AU's been fighting in the courts, in the legislatures, and in the public square for freedom without favor and equality without exception for 75 years. It's doing some really amazing work on the long game, that long-term fight that we have, and I really believe that they are on the forefront of this. So that's a couple things. Join some of the other groups too, American Atheist, American Humanist Association, all doing amazing work. Of course, you can buy the book. And listen, I actually signed a bunch of these today at my local bookstore. If anybody wants a signed copy, go to bit.ly/signedac. My local bookstore will handle the order, and then I go in and I sign the books, and I was in there today. And whatever you do, don't do this, but somebody did. Somebody bought a copy for Greg Locke. I know you know who he is, Matt.
Yeah.
In Tennessee.
Is he ready to burn it?
I think that was what this kind-hearted person did. They bought a copy for Greg Locke and told me to sign it however I saw fit. So Greg Locke is getting a copy of my new book, courtesy of an admirer. So whatever you do not do that, though.
Yeah.
I much prefer you read it rather than him burn it.
It's really interesting because, while I know who Locke is, and he's a terrible hate-mongering preacher guy, I think more people know about who he is because he burned your book as a stunt than anything he's said or done actually about Jesus.
I think that's probably true. And then he started capitalizing on COVID and then Roger Stone and all that fun stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, it is wild watching a lot of this stuff. By the way, for all of you who are tuning in, if you like to engage in discussions, there's the Atheist versus Theist Debates group, which will appear up on the screen right there. You can go there, and that's a good place to start on some of these things so that you can get your A game put together. But, if you're a theist calling in, but also if you're an atheist, if you're not familiar with the various arguments that are out there, and there's people who can help out with that. You can also, I know Talk Heathen was live earlier here in the building today, and we're here for Atheist Experience, but in the gap between there's a new episode of Nonprofits that airs at 3 p.m. Yes, Johnny, Nonprofits, the flagship show of the atheist community of Austin. It's like I lost a bet every time I have to say that. But you can also go to tiny.cc/AEN podcasts. That is your one-stop shop for audio versions of all of the ACA shows. Secular Sexuality, Truth Wanted, Talk Heathen, Atheist Experience. You can get it all there. And it's time to thank our wonderful crew. Please put yourselves up on the screen and wave. Yeah. Look at him back there in the studio, so well trained, pushing those buttons to make things work in ways I'll never understand. But and in addition to the people that you saw, there are also moderators. There are people who are screening calls, taking notes, and putting up timestamps so that future clips are viewed by everybody. So, I had a question, but you know what? We're going to go on to another call real quick because I've got Pedro in Ireland, who is certain that he has enough evidence to demonstrate that God exists. So, how you doing, Pedro?
Oh, good.
Hey, how good. Thank you for having me.
What do you got evidence-wise?
Right. So let's go this carefully now. I've met your show a couple of weeks ago. I haven't seen many of the videos. I've listened to the last 3 or 4 calls now. So I'm not sure if what I'm going to say has been discussed before, but it seems...
Well, I've been doing this for 17 and a half years, and I'm willing to bet every dollar in my wallet that I've addressed it at least 10 times. But go, because it might be new.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Every time I discuss this subject, I feel that we are putting terms in wrong places, because the matter for me is that God is more like an evidence evidence in the Latin sense, which is it's something that's undeniable, so it's a problem itself, than something that you believe in or not. So my problem is, how can I deny God? And then you come with the opposite, which is like, how can I even start believing this? So the first question for us, just to start, is what's the definition of God for you then?
It doesn't matter, and I promise I'm trying to avoid it. There's a normative classical definition of God, which is that there's a thinking agent that is responsible for creating everything, and then there's discussions about how powerful it is or how good it is or anything else. None of that matters, because what matters is, what God are you talking about? Because you might have a different God. For example, the person who called in earlier had a God that they thought was gratitude and all these other things. So you define the God that you believe in, and then we can tell you whether or not we're convinced that that God exists. But I can tell you that all the normative gods, all the ones that are identified as a foundation for Christianity or anything like that, I don't believe that any of those exist. So what's your definition of God?
So that's the thing. I don't believe in the literal religious God, but I'd say every religion, they vent out in the only possible definition of God, which if you go into, you mentioned epistemology, and if you go into the origins of epistemology, you have ontology, that with the Greeks, and even other religions before that, they vent out the thing, which is God as the necessary unity. So for me, God is the ultimate concept. It is the necessary simplicity and the necessary whole of everything. And then from this very simple principle, which is also the first principle of logic, which is the principle of identity, which is everything is. So the being, just being itself, which is common for every single thing in the universe, which is be. From this point of simplicity, we can then make different assertions. If it's intelligent, if it's good, if you have to be grateful, if it creates the world, all of these things unfold from this principle. And then
I'm confused though, Pedro.
It gets complicated. Go on.
I'm confused though, because you're defining a God, and you're starting with definitions that are like, God is the necessary unity. Well, I don't know that there is a necessary unity. God is the necessary simplicity. I don't know that there is a necessary simplicity. But the following from that is that you also claim that God is undeniable. Is your God a thinking being?
That's complicated. I wouldn't jump in there before making the first definition.
Okay, I can tell you this, Pedro, and I don't mean this to be rude. I have zero interest in people who have defined gods as abstractions. You may believe in a God. It's like the person earlier who said that their God was gratitude and stuff. Okay, cool story, bro. Fire up a bong. Because when you say that you don't know whether or not the God you believe in is a thinking agent or not, you are now in a category that you're not Christian, Catholic, Protestant. You are not Hindu. You don't qualify as any of these things, and it's fine. You may be right about what there is. I just don't know what the justification for saying that something that you don't even know if it's a thinking agent qualifies as a God, because that's outside the classical definitions. I appreciate the fact that it's still yours. I have no way of saying that your God doesn't exist.
It's Parmenides' definition from Greece, which is the ontology, which is the foundation of...
No, I'm sorry, Pedro, but definitions are not ontology. Ontology gets to what something is. Definitions are how we describe it. So it doesn't matter. You can go back to ancient Greek definitions of God or whatever else. That's irrelevant. That is trying to be descriptive, prescriptive with language, to say that, oh, God must mean this. No, God can mean any number of things. And if you have a God that is just an abstract concept, cool, I have no interest in it. But if you have a God that you think is a being with desires, I have an interest in that.
So that's the thing, it is a being, but that's the point. When we say being, for example, let's take plants for example, so we can have concrete evidence. If you see a cat, and then you see the specimen in front of you, and you say, well, it's a feline, so it has a certain species, and it belongs to a certain genus. And then you have this biological categorization, which is taxonomy, which is, each animal belongs to a species and belongs to a category, and belongs to a family, to a kingdom, to a domain, and then there is groups that go enlarging it, and different sets of beings go in different categories, but then you have categories above of them that encompasses all of them.
I'm going to rein you back in, Pedro, because I find this to be a completely irrelevant distraction. I asked you if the God was a thinking agent, and you said that's complicated, but then you asserted that the God was a being. How could you have a being that is not a thinking agent? I understand that there could be being, like existence, but how could you have a being that isn't a thinking agent?
Well, so that's the perfect answer for me as well, because
That's not a perfect answer. That's the question. The question is never the perfect answer.
no, I understand. Just I would tap into this question to show that for me, God is in fact intelligent, because me as a being of
Then why? No. Then why did, when I asked if your God was intelligent, did you duck?
because I don't want you to see this from a mundane perspective of different gods and different perspectives of God, when we have to start with the necessary simplicity, which is something is, and this is the unity of everything. So that
Okay, so I don't know what the unity of everything is. Andrew, do you want to?
I mean, this sounds like this is. I was trying to think of Daniel Dennett's word for it, and this is just deepity after deepity is what it is. I mean, it's the fact that we exist, I think, is what Pedro is trying to boil God down to. The other thing that keeps running through my head is Tim Minchin's 9-minute beat poem, Storm. Yeah. Anyway, Pedro, I am less than convinced about anything you are saying or the coherence of what you are attempting to say.
I really like, before we end this or get all the distractions, I'd like to see if maybe we can get one single point of clarity between us. What do you mean, Pedro, by necessary unity? Let's just start with that. I was going to say necessary unity or simplicity, but what do you mean by necessary unity?
Right. So that's the thing. If you see any object in the world, they are different in absolute. They are absolutely different from each other. So there's not in the entire universe a single object that's equal to another. So there's a multiplicity, and we live in the multiplicity. So that's science, and we use logic to move through this multiplicity. That's fine, correct?
Well, I don't necessarily know that. Yes, we can use logical reasoning to move through that multiplicity. Just like I have a dollar and another dollar. One could argue that there's a context in which they're the same, but they are definitely different and distinct, and we can reason about them. Yes. What does that have to do with necessary unity?
Because when we say the $2 bills are the same, we are equiparating them in a category, which is money. And then we can say also that dollars and euros are also money. And then you can say there is different categories that goes into encompassing more and more different.
I don't understand what this has to do with necessary unity. I have two $1 bills in my wallet. There is a context in which it would be fair to say that they are the same, provided we define same as equal in value. But to say that they are the same with regard to logical identity is never true. Never, ever, 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 ever true. They are two distinct things. That's what the law of identity is. How does that relate to necessary unity?
Because at the same time, they are different and it's perfectly not comparable in any way possible. At the same time, they...
No. As soon as you say they're not comparable in any way possible, you're just wrong. You can compare anything to anything in some fashion. What I'm saying is, yes, we have two $1 bills. They are distinct from the standpoint of logical identity. What does this have to do, for the last time, with necessary unity?
Because you have the structure of reality, which is multiplicity in one side and the unity on the other. But this distinction is just for us to understand.
What is unity that you're... I'm not trying to be difficult, Pedro, but we're wasting a bunch of time here. For the final time, define necessary unity.
It's the unity of being. Everything.
That is a nonsense statement. That you can't define something by saying necessary unity is the unity of being. That doesn't edify anyone. It doesn't explain anything. It is absolutely a waste of words.
if you go into geometry, the point, how do you define the point? It has no dimension, it has no time, it has no space, it's just the point.
Pedro, what the hell does that have to do with are you going to define, I tell you what, this is the absolute last. I want you to define necessary unity. Please explain the concept in a sentence or two in such a way that everybody here will understand what the hell you're talking about. That's it. That's all I can do.
It's just because I'm speaking about something that it's Greek philosophy, to be honest. So it's a subject that it's known in certain circles. But I found when you talk with atheists,
okay, goodbye, Pedro. I gave you 15 chances, and instead of actually defining it, you decided to do some meta thing explaining why you can't define it. Please think about it. Call back another time.
You know, Matt, so Pedro and Dustin are inadvertently proving like a big point that I'm trying to make in American Crusade, how the Supreme Court is weaponizing religious freedom. You know, one of the things that I'm trying to show in this book is that legal questions of religious freedom are not always simple, but really they're actually pretty easy to answer. Most of the time when we think of them as complicated, they're just emotionally fraught. Crusaders have done a magnificent job of confusing us, but really the questions are for the most part like pretty easy to answer. And I lay out these 3 lines in the book about how we sift and sort through religious freedom questions. But one also I talk about in the book, I try to get people to think about religious freedom and separation of church and state in different ways. And one of the ways I talk about it is as 2 different spheres of law. So one would be religious law and one civil law. So religious law would be voluntary and civil law would be mandatory. And, you know, a lot of these cases are at the intersection of religion. And one of the things that I try to explain to people is that believers have to find the courage of their conviction, right? They have to freely burden themselves when it comes to religious freedom. So civil law, we all have to follow. Religious law, people can adopt or not. The 2 systems are separate, but again, they're bound to apply. So if voluntary religion can always exempt a person from the mandatory civil law, then that mandatory civil law ceases to exist, and it's been replaced by religious law. And this is actually what the Crusaders are arguing for. And the Supreme Court actually looked at this back in 1878, and they said, to permit this would be to make the professed doctrines of religious liberty superior to the law of the land, and in effect permit every citizen to become a law unto himself. Government could only exist in name under such circumstances. And I mean, like Pedro and Dustin are just like proving the point of that so clearly. Like imagine them saying, well, I have a religious freedom right to not pay taxes or to not adhere to a civil rights statute. And why? Because gratitude, or because necessary singularity, whatever, etc. Right? People can add rules for their personal behavior if they so desire, but they still have to follow that baseline, that civil law. If your religion demands more of you, and that additional burden doesn't conflict with the law, you may do more. If your religion demands more of you and it does conflict with the law, you still have to follow the law.
Right.
And you know, as these 2 gentlemen are trying to describe what their personal religious beliefs are, I'm sitting there imagining them arguing this in court as a way to exempt themselves from mandatory civil laws in a way that conservative Christians and the Crusaders have successfully done over the last decade, and it's risible.
Yeah, there's a lot of different cases that have come up over the years, and I was so excited because I genuinely thought we were going to make more progress, but I'm not going to sit here and waste everybody's time going in circles over, I don't know what you mean by necessary unity, and you can't describe it, and when you dig in and you're like, well, you can't, can you describe that? You're like, well, can you define a point in geometry? Well, it's an abstract identity of a location on a line. Oh, well, how do we define that? You might as well get down to the point where you're like, yes, you define point, but can you define the letter P that you use to do the point? Let's get down further and further into this. The fact that something may not be robustly defined that has nothing to do with whether something else is something that you can define. And all I was trying to do is find out, okay, if you say necessary unity, what the hell does that mean? And so think about it some more, come up with a way to package it, call us back. We're taking calls on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, Talk Heathen was on earlier today. There's been shows for weeks. And if you missed any of the things that have been happening on the shows in the ACA, boy, have I got something to show you.
Essentially, a bunch of white, cis, hetero dudes, most of them Christian evangelicals, planted their ideological and religious flags inside the uteruses of 2 million Oklahoma women.
But I also don't want to support or encourage anyone else to help Matt Walsh profit off of this thing. If you feel like keep watching it and you like to sail the 7 seas, then that might be up your alley. Yar.
And speaking on this, Naughty mentioned there was an at-conception abortion there. You wouldn't see these men proposing a pre-conception abortion ban. Because a pre-conception abortion ban would ban men from masturbating to climax.
And I don't have to constantly be shamed of my life and think that there's a God watching me masturbate. And I mean, that's a small example. But
that's not how you feel about that.
If you're God, what do you plan to do? You're in Kentucky, it says. Are you going to you have a big plan? I mean, the end of the world coming, what's the next step for you / God?
And we're back, and we have Mark from Alabama, pronouns are he, him, with a possible explanation for the problem of divine hiddenness. So welcome, Mark. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. I want to get your view on this right here. I think I recall reading years ago, probably from a guy you're not very popular or very fond of, Augustine, right? He postulated, I think, I'm going to have to confirm this, but I think he postulated that the problem of divine hiddenness stems from the fact that, primordial history, human history, way back when, that are turning away from God, the original sin, whatever it was, so heinous, so bad, and he was so disgusted with our ungratefulness that he just said, okay, the hell with you guys, you're on your own, I'll give you a couple of years to live, a decade maybe, after that you're dead, that's it, man. That's, in plain English, that I believe is what he said, and I'm just wondering, what is your view on that? Is this not even productive to the conversation? Probably not, I guess. So I just want to know, what is your view on that? Because I think this is brought up quite a bit about, God plays the best game of hide and seek in the whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think, again, very quickly, I'm going to have to confirm that, but I believe that was Augustine's explanation for the problem of divine hiddenness, that we were such rotten.
Well, I don't care. I don't care if it's Augustine or anybody else. That is nothing but an ad hoc explanation for divine hiddenness. Maybe God decided to just piss off for a while. Well, cool. How do you tell the difference between a universe in which a God has decided to piss off for a while and a God which is otherwise hidden for whatever reason? That's the issue of divine hiddenness. It's not a response. When we say, why don't we see God, or actions that we would think were God in the universe, you can't just say, well, maybe God doesn't want to. Well, thanks for giving me absolutely nothing. But,
yeah.
Mark, I appreciate the call. I got to move on because we got audience calls from people live. But yeah, I'm not going to be impressed by any. Oh well, maybe God did this. No, you have to make an actual case of it, backed by evidence and everything else. So welcome. We have live audience here, and now we have questions from the audience.
Hi there. I'm Seth. I'm from Austin. I'm an atheist. I have a question in regards to separation of church and state in Texas. Recently, there's been the Senate Bill 797, which requires grade schools and educational institutions to display signs that show our nation's motto, "In God We Trust." And it has some requirements on creative liberties that you can take for those signs. Some students have tried to combat this by donating certain signs with said creative freedoms being written in a different language, so in Arabic, or written in LGBTQIA plus representative colors. There's been a court case recently in which these signs were refused under the excuse that the states or the schools had met their quota of these signs and they didn't need any more. how do you feel, or what do you, as far as I can tell, there's no limit on the amount of signs.
So I'm gonna have Andrew chime in after I'm done with this, because I have countered this many times, and people keep telling me, Matt, you're just wrong. Matt, you're just wrong. So now that there's a lawyer here, I'm actually looking at the text of the law. It doesn't matter what Representative Hughes or anybody else wrote in a letter to clarify what they meant when they wrote the bill itself. His original intent doesn't matter with respect to what's codified there. But what it specifically says is that, and it's in two parts, a public elementary or secondary school or an institution of higher education as defined by section 61.003 must, not may, must display in a conspicuous place in each building of the school or institution a durable poster or framed copy of the United States national motto, comma, quote, "In God We Trust," period, quote. If the poster or framed copy of message meets the requirements of subsection B and is 1, donated for display by the school or institution, 2, purchased from private donations or made available to the school. That's where it has to come from. But with regard to what it can say, the language, the national motto, it quotes there, "In God We Trust," and I'm hearing somebody's secondary audio here. But a poster of the framed copy of the national motto must contain a representation of the United States flag, centered under the national motto, and a representation of the state flag, and number 2, may not depict any words, images, or other information other than the representation listed in that subdivision, which, while it doesn't say it has to be in English, it has the U.S. national motto in quotes, and so it can only be those actual words, a U.S. flag and a Texas flag. You can't put a gay pride flag on it. You can't add your stars for your logo. You can't put donated by blah, 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 blah. None of that would be permissible, and neither would putting it in Arabic or Spanish or French or whatever else. What do you think of that assessment, Andrew? Am I wrong?
I don't think it was a court case, or I didn't think there was a court case on this yet.
I haven't seen one yet.
I mean, and I am fairly certain I know what way a Texas state court judge would go. I think I would agree with Matt on this. That said, I am all for challenging this. I mean, look, this is Christian nationalism. And for those of you who don't know the history of In God We Trust, I tell that in my first book, Founding Myths Why Christian Nationalism is Un-American. I mean, I think it's really important that we understand the history and we call this out exactly for what it is. This is I wrote about this actually for Religion Dispatches. The same guy who proposed this law is one of the primary drivers of SB 8. This is an attempt to impose conservative Christianity on all of us. And this goes back to, well, actually, I just want to say, all of the relics from Christian nationalism date to periods of American history where this country was in times of great strife and division. 1950s, the Civil War. So, and In God We Trust really dates, at least on our coins, to the Civil War. It goes back to 1863. There's this preacher named Mark Watkinson, and he writes a letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, a guy named Salmon Chase, proposing godly language on American coins. He said something like, we need some recognition of Almighty God on our coinage. And Watkinson didn't actually know Chase personally, but he begins his letter, "You're probably a Christian." And I mean, Watkinson himself is a preacher. He wanted to remove the heathen, the goddess Liberty, and put on this new motto, which would relieve us of the ignominy of heathenism, is I believe how he put it. And so Chase took that suggestion from the preacher and sent it to James Pollock, who ran the Mint. And this guy was as kind of as Christian nationalist as they could come. He actually worked to alter the preamble of the U.S. Constitution from "We the People," etc., to "We the People recognizing the supremacy of Lord Jesus Christ," something along those lines. The whole point was to get Jesus Christ into that was what he did. And they're talking about showing literally that the United States is, quote, a Christian nation. But in this is the original form of Christian nationalism. The three men backdoor it, get it onto the coins without the rest of the country knowing, and then Congress is kind of left with this fait accompli, and they have to ratify it. And I don't know how familiar you are with the history, but 1863 is like the middle of the Civil War. The country is literally tearing itself apart. Brothers are killing brothers. Some of the bloodiest battles are fought then. And it was during that time when these three guys thought it propitious to get that money, to get that language on our money. So they took advantage of this time of national fear and crisis to impose their God on everyone. And this is what we have seen throughout American history when it comes to Christian nationalism, because the wave of Christian nationalism that we're facing right now is a new wave, but it's not the first wave. We've seen these previous waves, and each wave leaves behind artifacts, like In God We Trust, like One Nation Under God, like the National Day of Prayer, that the next generations of Christian nationalists can point to and say, see, we really are a Christian nation. And they validate their identity, which is based on lies and myths, using those artifacts from the previous waves of Christian nationalism. And if you're curious to learn a little bit more about that sort of cycle of validation, I submitted testimony to the January 6th committee, where I talked pretty extensively about that, and you can find that on my website, andrewlseidel.com, under the Publications tab.
Awesome. We have more callers here, and by the way, before we get into this next caller, if you have questions and we can't answer them, there are other shows and there are other hosts right here on the Atheist Experience Network that you can call into. If you didn't like what I said or what Andrew said or whatever, there's other options. But we have Peter calling in from Canada, pronouns are he, him, who wants to talk about evidence for God from the geological column. So welcome, Peter. How are you?
Hey, how you doing there, guys?
Not bad.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so I actually wanted to talk about the flood, Noah's flood. I think there's some good evidence for it. And I actually have one thing that I think is kind of the nail in the coffin that I don't think you're going to be able to refute, but I kind of just want to lay a little foundation, if that's okay.
Well, so I'm curious because I'm really interested, and when you say that you've got something that I'm not going to be able to refute, you know what I can't refute? Unfalsifiable assertions. Nobody can, nobody has to. They don't stand on their own just because something that's not refuted. So you've got a burden of proof. It's not up to me to debunk it. You got to make a case.
Yeah, no, I'll make my case.
Cool.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to just touch on the geological evidence. So they find there's a ton of geological, hours and hours I went through of it, of land animals mixed with sea creatures all over the planet. On mountains, they found hundreds of jellyfish in pristine condition. Mount St. Helen eruptions, we watched fossils created in hours.
Mount St. Helen erupted in the 80s. Is that the eruption you're talking about?
Yep. And that's where we saw fossils. You can go look it all up. We saw fossils created within hours. There's a mini Grand Canyon was carved from a mudslide within 9 hours. We have trees laid in volcanic rock, like a lot of our sites where we figure are millions of years old. The flood explains how fossil fuels were laid. The Russians dug an 8-mile hole. It's the deepest hole on Earth, and scientists were shocked to find water down there. The oxidization of the planet. So we know that there was 35% more oxygen on our planet one time. We know this basically because of the insects and the size that they grew to. The flood describes complete vegetation wipeout, which would explain perfectly how our oxidization went down, as well as the lifespan of humans. We know from hyperbaric chambers that humans can rejuvenate, and actually our cells actually tend to go backwards. So, and then after the flood, the age started to decline. They estimate, and I've done a lot of research on this, the scholars and the historians estimate the flood would have been somewhere between 4,500 to 7,000 years ago. And if you look at the pyramids and the Sphinx, 4,500 years old. The oldest human script we have, Sumerians, 5,000 years old. Oldest mummified corpse we have, 5,000 years old. Oldest clothing item, 5,000 years old. The oldest holy site we found is 8,000 years old, but it was rapidly buried. And the nail in the coffin is the oldest tree on Earth, 5,000 years old. How do you explain the oldest tree on Earth is 5,000 years old from an evolutionary standpoint? They estimate trees to be 80,000 plus in age, and the oldest one we have on Earth is 5,000 years old.
Cool.
How do you refute that, Matt?
I don't need to refute it. You haven't demonstrated a single thing.
You can't.
You haven't demonstrated a single thing. Nothing you said demonstrates the proof of a god or a flood.
No, It does a flood.
Not a global flood.
Aren't you an evolutionist?
Not a global flood. You know what refutes a global flood? Mathematics. There isn't enough water.
That's one of my favorite articles I've ever written, actually. I wrote that for Medium. How much water would be needed for Noah's flood to happen? It's 80 million. No, I can't remember. I have to go look it up. It's insane. Also, do you know how we measure floods, Peter? With time, you know? It's a 10-year flood, it's a 100-year flood. So that's because they are so frequent throughout human history. Every culture that we know of has flood stories because floods are a constant throughout human history. So the fact that other cultures, that every single one we know of mentions a flood at some point in their history does not indicate, as Matt is saying, that it is the same worldwide global flood. You understand that, right?
Yeah, all those stories actually you're leaving out, they all indicate a global flood, and these people are on opposite ends of the world at that.
Peter, they also didn't know what the globe was. For them, their world was their little geographic area, right? They didn't have satellites. They didn't know, Asia and North America weren't in constant contact except when the land bridge was up. You understand that, correct?
Yeah, but you understand that they traveled, right? They weren't little people in a little isolated area. They traveled and discussed these things, right? They weren't little isolated populations. These people got around.
No, they were little isolated populations. But in any case, the Earth is about, 4.5 billion years old, and you think that it's a few thousand years old?
I never said that it's a few thousand. What I said is
I asked a question. Why are you so hostile? I let you talk and drone on with a whole bunch of shit that you clearly don't understand and don't know anything about for ages, and all I did was say the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, and you think it's a few thousand years old? Question mark.
And I never said it was a few thousand years old.
That's why I'm asking, how fucking old is the Earth in your opinion?
I don't know.
Good.
I don't think we can know. How could we know? Just because they say it's 14 billion years old, what does that mean?
No, the Earth is not 14 billion years old. It's 4.5 billion years old. And we know that because we've actually done science on it. So here's my question. If you don't know how old the Earth is, what difference does it make if the oldest tree is 4,500 years old?
Because trees don't stop growing, Matt. So if a tree is only 5
trees stop growing. I've got dead trees. I've got dead trees in my yard right now. Why don't you come down and tell them that they don't stop growing?
See, you're contorting, though, right? You know
I'm not contorting. I'm not contorting. I'm pointing out flawed reasoning from you. I will mute you if you don't stop. But what I asked was, what difference does it make if you find a tree that's 4,500 years old? How does that demonstrate that there was a flood just prior to that? How does it demonstrate anything about a flood or the age of the Earth? How is that tree relevant?
Because that tree is dated to the exact period that a flood was supposedly said to have wiped out.
You're not listening. You are not listening. What does that tree's existence demonstrate?
It demonstrates either A, that the Earth is not nearly as old as you think it is, or B, that some catastrophe happened worldwide to extinguish all trees.
I'm sorry, but you're absolutely wrong. You don't understand what the existence of that tree demonstrates. What the existence of that tree demonstrates is that that tree exists. Nothing more. There needs to be more to say this tree exists and is the oldest because everything before it was wiped out by a global flood. You haven't made that case. You haven't provided evidence for that. You haven't. And by the way, you just mentioned that which I'm sorry, but it's going to make you a big fat liar, is that you said it demonstrates that the Earth isn't as old as I think it is. You just said you don't know how old the Earth is. You weren't willing to say that it was thousands of years old. But when I push back on you to expose your fallacies, you trip up, and then you go on to say that the tree proves the Earth isn't as old as I say it is. Well, you're wrong, and when you go file the paperwork to get your Nobel Prize, I will be laughing.
I just pulled up my old article too.
Yeah.
And so this is back of the envelope math, but there's about 332 million cubic miles of water on Earth. That's what we have if you add all the water up on Earth. And the math for Noah's flood is 813 million cubic miles that you need. just does not work out.
Yeah,
at all.
I try not to dig into it, and I don't have it all memorized and everything else, but I will give everybody a resource, and it'd be a good resource for the previous caller as well. If you go to talkorigins.org, or just Google Index to Creationist Claims, you will find an exhaustive list of claims that real scientists have investigated, typed up responses to, provided links to evidence, shown how and why these things are not arguments for the claim. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you think about what just happened, here's somebody who calls in to say, there's this and this and this and this and this and this. It's very clear what happened. What happened is not this individual studied the science and learned what the science says about the age of the earth and these things. All they did was listen to a creationist propaganda merchant to say this and this and this and this and this, which is why it's so easy to poke holes in this, and why there's an entire website that exhaustively goes through these claims that they've been trudging out for years. Everything from how much dust there is on the moon. Just in the geology section alone, let me scroll up here a little bit. The questions that are there that get answered just on geology. Wow, I'm still scrolling just to get back to the beginning of it. It's too much. Go search. I don't need to read it to you. You can find the website. It's talkorigins.org. And if you think you have a defeater for the age of the Earth, if you think you have a massive amount of evidence that demonstrates that the Earth is young or that there was a global flood 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, do not call the Atheist Experience show. That is not how science is done, my friend. If you think you can debunk what actual scientists are saying about the age of the Earth in order to demonstrate the truth of the proposition that you are this special creation of a God that flooded and killed everybody in a monstrous act, every baby except for a family of 8, cool, you can do that, but don't call me. What happens if you convince me and Andrew? Hey, Andrew, now we're convinced that there was a global flood 10,000 years ago. Doesn't mean it's the one listed in the Bible. Doesn't mean that Yahweh is God. Doesn't mean that Jesus is Lord. Doesn't mean anything. A flood is an actual event that might have occurred at some point in history. We know of countless floods. Most of them are incredibly small, regional, but as Andrew was pointing out, those people didn't know much about the world around them. When everything in your valley floods, that's the whole world to you. But if you've got something to prove, you better be coming with actual science and not just a bunch of stuff you read from creationists. You can take that stuff and go talk to the actual scientists. It's really easy. Well, assuming they'll talk to you. Some of them
get that Nobel
won't waste much time on it anymore. We have Patrick in New York with a question. How you doing, Patrick?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I figured I'd just let you read your question rather than reading it for you.
Oh yeah, I said, how do you know that there is no God?
I don't.
Yeah, neither do I.
Well, I don't know that there's one either and stuff, but I had some answered prayers and,
How do you know you had answered prayers? How do you know you had an answered prayer?
Because, it came out exactly for what I prayed for.
That doesn't mean anything. If I pray that this show ends at 6:32 and it happens, that doesn't mean it was answered prayer. Right? You're basically saying you wanted something and it happened and therefore it was answered prayer. And I'm saying, okay, it's cool. There's lots of things I've wanted and wished for and prayed for, and some of them have happened. How do you know whether or not it happens as a result of coincidence or as a result of human action or the result of a God answering prayer? How do you tell the difference?
Well, because it was the exact names of
It doesn't matter if it's exact. It doesn't matter if it's exact. How do you know that it's answered prayer is what I'm asking. Are you saying that if anybody asks for something and exactly that happens, that is always answered prayer?
Well, the Bible says though, like God.
The Bible is irrelevant to my question, Patrick. Are you saying that if anybody prays for something and exactly that prayer happens, that it was always 100% answered prayer?
No.
Okay, so that means that there are sometimes when people pray for something and they get it exactly. Sometimes they pray for something and they don't get it exactly. But just take two people who prayed for something and got it exactly. How do you tell which one was answered prayer?
Well, I don't think like you can. But I think like the fact that I had like a couple that was like exactly on the spot made me like convinced that there's could be a God, but I don't really think that there is, of like the Bible's God because of the scientific errors and like problems in the Bible, and no moral God would allow slavery. But
yeah, I don't know how to answer this because it seems like you've just reversed your position. So if two people pray for something and they both get exactly what they prayed for, how do you tell which one was answered prayer and which one wasn't? And if you answered that, I believe, by saying you don't know how to tell which one's answered prayer. And so if you can't tell, how do you know that any of them are answered prayer?
because it came out like how I wanted it to.
I just asked the question that if it comes out exactly as you want it to, does that mean it's answered prayer? And you said no. And now you're saying that, it was answered prayer because it came out like you wanted to. You are in a logically contradictory position. And I'm just going to move on, Patrick, but do some more thinking about it. Try and figure out how you can tell the difference between answered prayer and a coincidence or whatever else. Because, you've contradicted yourself already, and I don't know that that's going to do us much good trying to dig in further. Andrew, before we get to the last caller or two of the day, you and I we've known each other for years. We've done a bunch of shows together. I'm always excited whenever you're going to be on, but I'm also excited whenever I hear you've got a new book coming out. And I'm excited about this. We've talked a little bit about what they can do. Of course, look at the book, and vote is the bare minimum that you can do. Participate. I want to try. Is there good news? Because after multiple years of dealing with politicians who are, let's just say, the exact opposite of pretty much everything I would want, and the Supreme Court being basically taken over by Christian dominionists to overturn Roe and target everything else. We've got the governor of Texas is targeting the family of trans kids if they're supportive at all. Every day, every election is the most important election in the world. Every debate and conference and January 6th hearing and everything is the most important it's ever been. And there's all this stuff going on. And all of it is about us and politics. We're not even focused on things like climate change, so we could fix this only to still lose the world anyway. Is there any good news?
I think there is. I sympathize, and I certainly understand your frustration. And when you're fighting authoritarianism, every election is the most important. So let me start off. I want to say two things. First, the Crusaders are cowards. They lack the courage of their loudly professed religious conviction. The conservative American Christians' own religion tells them to expect trials and tribulations, not the government and the law bending to their every whim and fancy, right? Impending persecution, back me up here if I get or correct me if I'm wrong, rather, Matt. Impending persecution is like one of the few points on which all four gospels agree. And American, especially the conservative Christians, they preach and they expect and they yearn for that persecution. You can see it in, the fabricated war on Christmas, the God's Not Dead movies, which, by the way, have financial ties to the Crusaders. The Left Behind books, Fox News really feeds this persecution complex. You know, and there's about half the country and 3/4 of Republicans that think Christians in America face persecution. And white evangelicals are the only major religious group who say that Christians, the only major religious group where a majority of the group says that Christians face a lot of discrimination. And they even think that American Christians face more discrimination than Muslims in this country, which is simply not true. I mean, I'd be the first to stand beside them if that were true, but it's not. So first, conservative Christians in this country need to find the courage to bear the costs of their beliefs, especially when those beliefs are bigoted. And that they can't do that. And their cowardice and their need for political power is actually feeding their demographic decline. And that demographic decline is what is feeding this crusade. There's this strange feedback that's coming. But that feedback loop is also feeding our side. Their wins in the abortion case, in the coach imposing his prayer on other people's children case, in the case of the Maine taxpayers who are forced to fund religious indoctrination at Christian schools, those wins swell our ranks. When a public school district in Louisiana tricks parents into sending its kids to a career fair so that it can proselytize the kids and split them into boys and girls, and pick on any of the LGBTQ kids and tell the girls that they have to forgive their rapists. This happened last week in Louisiana. Americans United is already on it, sent a letter. Right? They're creating this feedback. And the whole reason for this crusade, and I explain this at great length in the book, is demographics. The whole reason they are latching on and trying to weaponize the First Amendment is to codify their shrinking privilege, their once dominant status. They're raging against the dying of their privilege. So our opponents, white Christian nationalists, are working to privilege the chosen few. So every victory they have alienates more people. It wakes more people up to the danger, and it drives more people into our arms. So their power-hungry aggression is growing our movement. And there are other solutions to this, and I do get into some of them in the book. Again, none of them are quick and easy. I mean, this crusade was a long game. They captured the highest. Yeah, they captured the highest court in the land, and they are drunk on that power now. And right now, the Supreme Court remains just completely unchecked. So for us, I mean, it's going to be a long fight. We have to win a lot of hearts and a lot of minds. We have to do a lot of convincing. That is what American Crusade aims to do. That's what I'm doing every day at Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and what we're going to be doing for at least the next 50 years, it looks like.
Yeah, I looked at it, and I know we talked about this before. I kind of teed one up because I love hearing your answer. There's that old adage of be careful what you wish for you might get it. And when you spend 50 years centering your ideology around overturning Roe, and you're dealing with people like me 10 years ago who thought this was impossible, this could never happen, and everybody gets kind of lackadaisical about things. Now people are awake. They've awakened the people who are like, oh, that could never happen. I mean, you know, the right wing's a little quirky about their religious beliefs, but they can't actually take away our rights. Yes, they can. They have. Congratulations. All of us were wrong for too long. Not all of us were wrong to the same degree and in the same way. But now that it's happened, what is their issue? What is their main issue? Where does their wedge issue that they drive in now that they've got, oh, I know what it is. They're going to keep pushing on this, which is why you've got Lindsey Graham and others trying to flat out outlaw it, across the board, or he wants some exceptions, so he's pissed off his own party as well. On that note, I want to get to the last caller for today that has a question that I think we can handle fairly quickly, but Trent in Ohio has been waiting very patiently for 2 hours, so thank you so much for waiting, Trent. We're going to take your question last. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my question. Hello to both of you.
Well, hi, Trent.
Yes, hello. Yeah, so my question is it fair to consider death denial a major function of religion? just a real quick background as to why I asked that question. I was raised a Christian and was a Christian for most of my life, up until the age about 45. And I'm now 65, so that was 20 years ago I became an atheist. But one of the things that led to that, and as you can imagine, there were many, many things that led to that change. But one of them was that facing death, or death itself, is an existential reality. It causes many humans fear and anxiety. And of course, one of the solutions for that is some religious beliefs about an afterlife.
Right.
So whether that be heaven and hell, or paradise, or reincarnation. So I could see, I guess there's two sides of it. That caused me to re-examine the claims about Christianity and God more specifically, and I realized they just didn't hold up.
Yeah. I think the answer to your question, and you know, I guess we could have done this earlier. My answer is yes. That death denial is a major part of most religions. You can't say all of them, because you know somebody's religion is gratitude. But for most normative religions that are dealing with the human condition, those that have built up a following, it is quite often about making people comfortable with their own mortality and providing a claim about an afterlife, so that, you know, death isn't the end and your loved ones aren't gone and you'll meet them again someday and we'll all be there in the, you know, the family circle, and we'll sing at the feet of Jesus and it'll all be wonderful. It is absolutely a fantasy that attempts to deny the harsh reality of mortality, and without absolutely echoing everything that Andrew said an hour and a half ago, it is the ending of life that gives it more meaning. That is where the value comes from. The fact that you might get a few years to maybe around a century if you're lucky, to explore and learn and love and laugh, that is what makes it valuable. Do you want to laugh every minute for 5 billion years? Because in eternity, you could laugh for 5 billion years and then start doing something else for 5 billion years. It is absolutely a core aspect of this, and one of the things that keeps people in it. Religions exploit our fears, and when they can't exploit the fears that we already have, like a fear of our own mortality, they invent additional fears so that they can be the only ones that provide the solution. It's not enough to be afraid of what happens after I die. Is there anything after this? No. They're going to come in and answer it, and their answer is, yes, there is absolutely something to be terrified of, because this place, you're just here for a short period of time, but your afterlife is forever. Well, hang on. Even with that fantasy, why wouldn't there be an afterlife for the afterlife for the afterlife for the afterlife? It is all about our fears, and they'll exploit every one they can, and when they can't exploit the ones that exist satisfactorily, they will amplify those fears and they will add to them in many ways. So yeah, I think you're right on the money.
And I guess a further thought on that, and I agree, by the way, immensely that you know, this life now is what we know we have, so it's quite an amazing gift to have that. But the follow-up question is, I personally have no belief in an afterlife, but I can't prove that there is not one.
Right.
So does this idea still hold up as a valid argument, and maybe that's too strong of a statement, but a valid argument against theism and religion?
No. The mere fact that they're exploiting our fear doesn't mean that they're wrong. You haven't falsified religion just because you're convinced and I'm convinced that they're making up a story for that. It's not enough on its own. If it was, we would have cracked this monster ages ago. But it is a good place to start, in much the same way that I'm not a big fan of the problem of evil as a response to certain religious doctrines. It is still a very useful place to start, and it led a lot of people, sometimes on its own, but along with other things in many cases, to give up their religious beliefs. So pointing out the problems in religion, there is no defeater. No absolute defeater, because the religions that we have now are the ones that manage to duck and dodge around all the other defeaters and wiggle through and make themselves just vague enough and just malleable enough that it's really hard to pin them down. They're slippery little fuckers. But on that note, Trent, I thank you for the call. I got to wrap this show up. Much thanks to you for your patience. Andrew, where can everybody see you?
I am Andrew L. Seidel on all the socials. I would very much love for people to pick up a copy of American Crusade, How the Supreme Court's Weaponizing Religious Freedom. It's out on Tuesday. If you want that signed copy, it's bit.ly/signac. And please, please, please join Americans United for Separation of Church and State, AU.org. We're in the fight of our lives right now. We're looking for all the support we can get. So we'd very much like you to be a member and a member.
Thank you so much for agreeing to come on here. I wish you all the luck with your book tour and book sales. I look forward to the next time we're in the same place. I know there's a handful of conventions that there's actually people starting to reach out for me for conventions next August. So I love when people are planning, like a year.
Very exciting. Yeah.
In the meantime, this program, The Atheist Experience, is one of many produced as part of the Atheist Experience Network by the atheist community of Austin. As I announced earlier, we are doing shows in the building on the last Sunday of the month, and in October there's a special week starting with that Thursday to do secular sexuality that Thursday, Truth Wanted that Friday. I don't know what we're going to do in the gap on Saturday, but there's going to be people around, so we'll probably have some fun. We greatly appreciate everybody's support. All of you who are watching live, please take care of yourself. Remember that while our president has announced that the pandemic is over, there's still an epidemic going on and still caution to be exercised. Follow the guidelines in your health, stay healthy and safe so that you can come down to Austin and visit us here at the building, and that we can come visit you where you are, wherever Andrew's signing books. Until then, take care.
It's time to get sexy, so watch Secular Sexuality live Thursdays at 7 p.m. Central. Visit tiny.cc/YTSS and call into the show at 512-991-9242, or connect to the show online at tiny.cc/callsex.
We want the truth, so watch Truth Wanted live Fridays at 7 p.m. Central. Visit tiny.cc/YTTW and call into the show at 512-991-9242, or connect to the show online at tiny.cc/calltw.
So you think that you can tell us how to live our lives, never questioning the source from which your moral code derives. You think that suffering is part of some great plan that's been devised. I wonder, what will it take for you to start opening your eyes? I wonder.
Hello!
Hello!
Everybody, and welcome to the Atheist Experience. It is Sunday, September 18th, I think, 2022. And I'm here today with Who are you? Dave. I'm here with Dave
Why
Warnock.
am I here? That's what everyone wants to know. Hey, Shannon. Good to see you.
Functionally useless. We'll do our best.
Good to be here. Welcome, everyone.
How you doing?
We've never done the show. We've never done the show together.
That's
It may
true,
never
isn't
be.
it?
It may never be the same again.
They've
But-
managed to keep us apart this long.
What a big mistake letting us on together. Oh my God. We'll have fun if
We'll see what
anything
happens.
else. We'll see what happens. It was.
Well,
yeah,
I've
it
seen
was.
some of the calls.
Yeah. I've seen some too.
Fun's
Yeah.
relative. Fun's relative. Are you ready to start talking to people?
Let's
I
talk
am.
to people.
We got lots of calls in the queue. The queue's not completely full yet, so if you guys want to call in, now's a good time, but it is getting close. So first we are going to talk to Philip from Canada. Hello, Philip. You're on the Atheist Experience. What would you like to talk about today?
Yeah, hey, how you doing? I was looking at your guys' question online, and you, good. And you guys have, is the Holy Spirit outside of the brain, right? So I thought I'd talk about that. So, I mean, the Holy Spirit, when Jesus was baptized, it says the Holy Spirit descended upon him like in the form of a dove, right? So that's the point of the Holy Spirit, is its patterns in nature, as well as certain divine aspects that the Christians see in life, right? So I know you guys are always asking for proof, and Christians all have their own divine proof, right? That's why we stay Christians, because we've seen God interact in our lives with the Holy Spirit, right? So when people explain patterns that they see in life, or people come out of certain situations that were otherwise dangerous, things like that we attribute to the Holy Spirit working in our lives, right?
You keep saying right as though we're agreeing with you, and don't mistake our silence for agreement. Okay. Yeah,
That is
because I'm not familiar with that Canadian language, so Shannon's going to have
It's like
to
the same as
interpret.
saying, you understand what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
So,
Exactly.
yeah. Right? Right, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm Canadian. I can translate for us.
Yeah, translate.
Okay.
So the point of the poll question is that the Holy Spirit, some people conceive the Holy Spirit as like acting through them, right? So people see the Holy Spirit as something that is interacting with them directly and has given them inspiration, and that inspiration has, filled their hearts, given them burning in the bosom, and led them to Christ. So that's different, I think, than what you're describing. You're basically saying the Holy Spirit is what, just like everything? People see outside of them in the world?
It's like a guidance, right? Like, it's a guidance and proof, right? And as a Christian, you talking to Christians, and every Christian has their stories of coincidences and things that they feel has been divine intervention in their life, right? Like when Jesus says he's gonna go, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna send the Holy Spirit to you, right? So he's talking to people that already believed in him, right? So perhaps the Holy Spirit leads one to Christ, but it also guides the believers through their journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people
as
have
I see you
find-
say, as I see you saying it, your interpretation of these things, and I know the scriptures you're referring to. I used to be a Christian, and I know the Bible pretty well. But it makes no difference to me because I don't believe the Bible was an inspired book. It wasn't written by the Holy Spirit. It's written by man. That's my belief. But I guess what I'm hearing you saying is that when good things happen and when our life is going well and it's being led and guided and we're making good choices and good things are happening, then we attribute that to the power of the Holy Spirit in our lives. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in a sense, right, you can attribute, there's always patterns in natures and good things that are going to come our way, right? But there's a point where it crosses the line from something that's normal in nature to something that's divine and cannot be explained by nature, right? And when things cross those lines, it usually... Well, everybody has their own stories. Do you want me to give you an example of something that's happened to me? Would you like that?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. All right, this is kind of a deep one, but so I was a drug addict for a lot of years. I was addicted to heroin. And when I came out of it, a few years after I went on my journey with Christ and I went through it, a few years into it, I had a relapse, right? And I went and I bought a whole bunch of drugs, way too many drugs. It was a relapse after years. and I did these drugs for 3 days in a row, and it should have killed me. Like, they should have killed me, the amount of drugs that I did. And on the third day, my heart was pounding. I just knew it was over. Like, I did way too much. And I prayed to God, and I said, I'm sorry. I apologize. And I went to sleep. I woke up the next day. I was alive, right? I went to the bathroom. I did an injection. And in my injection, there's something called splatter pattern. Are you guys familiar with that?
No.
So when you inject sometimes, I don't know if it's because you miss or how it works, but you get these white bubbles that will appear all over the injection site. And right on the injection site appeared a perfect cross. What are the chances of something like that happening? Can you explain that with nature?
There's multiple ways that I could explain that.
Multiple ways that can be explained besides the Holy Spirit. But go ahead.
Yeah. So to me,
you can explain a Christian on his complete last road, praying to God, waking up the next morning alive, injecting his last injection because it changed my direction, and a perfect cross appearing. If you've ever seen splatter pattern, that is 1 in a billion that something like that could appear. There's never any method to it.
Did anybody else see the cross on you? Did anybody else see the cross on you?
I have a picture. I ran to the bathroom. Yeah, I ran to my room and grabbed my camera. You want to see the picture? I'll link it in the chat. 100%.
I believe you. You're getting a little bit worked up. I think probably because you're anticipating that you think. I believe that this is an experience you had, but I think that there are very clear natural explanations for something like that occurring. I think that we attribute, it sounds to me like you had an experience and you were primed to attribute it to God, so you did. That's what it sounds like to me.
I see
it's just like someone recently,
crosses could appear. Sorry, crosses could appear on your hand. I agree. I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is the mathematical possibility of that scenario leading to that conclusion is just not likely. Like, why would it be? The probability of it happening is 1 if it did.
So, the
possibility of it happening at all is.
Well, it did happen, so obviously it's probable that it happened.
But here's my bigger
I can
question.
understand why you would attribute it. I get what you're saying. I get where your head was at, and I understand why you attributed it to it. But that doesn't seem like the Holy Spirit working to me. It seems like a coincidence that you attributed it to something because you were primed to do so. That's all that it seems like.
That's what the Holy Spirit is. It works in patterns of nature and divine situations that change your direction due to an intervention from God, right? If that had happened to anybody else, they would have moved on with life, probably not even noticed it, right? And it happened on my last injection. My plan was to go get more, right? It changed my entire direction.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm glad your direction changed, that you got clean. But secondly, you didn't do that. I mean, the Holy Spirit didn't do that. Look, you did that. You just attribute something to the Holy Spirit.
How can you prove that?
How can you know the Holy Spirit did it? I can't prove what I just said any more than you can. Are you a mathematician? Are you? First of all, you're interrupting me. Stop, please. We've let you talk. Now, I want to say some things. I thought you Canadians were nice, by the way, so you need to not interrupt me.
We try to be.
Okay. Philip, you are attributing something that happened coincidentally to the Holy Spirit. My bigger question to you is, why does the Holy Spirit need to do parlor tricks to get your attention? Why can't God just intervene? Why do you need to be on your last breath? You said you were a Christian before. Obviously, the Holy Spirit was in your life before. If you were a Christian, why didn't the power of the Holy Spirit keep you from doing those drugs again? And you went and did them again, and the only way the Holy Spirit can get your attention is to do a party trick for you, like leaving a cross at the 9/11 site where the towers fell down and people get all excited because 2 of the beams land in a cross symbol, and that somehow the Holy Spirit's involved in that. The same people say that. What are the odds? What are the odds? How could this just happen? God's here. God's here. People say that all the time. A tornado wipes out a city and kills thousands of people and destroys a church, but the cross is still there. And people get all excited because they want to see some symbol from God instead of just God taking care of them. God wasn't taking care of you, Philip. I mean, that's the truth.
So there's
I'm sorry.
a spiritual war going on, right? The devil tempts us, and God allows it because we're in this world to succeed spiritually. The reason why God doesn't just say I'm here is because we have free will. If God showed up tomorrow and said I'm here,
free will.
Even all you atheists say I wouldn't agree, but I guarantee you'd bow. And that's the point. That's not free will, right? So we have free will, therefore God cannot intervene, therefore we live the lives we do.
Right.
But he can guide us.
Philip, 1 second, because you're going off the rails. So I've got a couple questions for you pertaining to your experience. So, do you think that you are the only person who is a drug addict that has prayed?
Of course not. No.
Right. Do you think that there are other instances where people were drug addicts and they prayed and they didn't receive a sign?
So I've seen it, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So they didn't receive a sign, right? So and they kept being drug addicts. So what gets me about things like this is I think that people don't see how self-serving these attitudes are.
Yeah.
It's functionally what you're saying is that there's something specifically special about me and my relationship with God, that God chose me specifically when he leaves others out, right? So is it more likely that the God you believe in, if the God you believe in is the type of God that wants everybody to be saved and wants to work in everybody's lives, if that is the God you believe in, is it more likely that you just attributed a coincidence, or that he's abandoned most everybody else and just specifically chose you?
No, I see what you're saying. Like my brother died of an overdose, and it was the same. I found some of his prison notes that were to God. I understand it, right? But the thing is we all live these lives, and this life is this turn is my life to either win or lose. We all get recycled, just like John the Baptist was recycled from Elijah. Just like all the ancient religions talk about recycle. So just because we don't get it this life doesn't mean we're not going to get it another life. This is my life to get. Either I'm going to sink or swim. That's the way religion works, right?
Can you understand why we don't believe it though? Like, can you see why it makes more sense that this is a coincidence that you misattributed to something, to somebody like me, and to most other people, especially other people who are like you? Like, could you imagine if you were sitting at home right now, and this is where I think some of this stuff is damaging, and you were a drug addict who's consistently prayed to God, and you're listening right now, and you hear Philip saying, well, you saved me, and this was the proof, but you don't get that answer. So you're setting people up by saying, okay, well, this is the type of thing that God does. Here's the evidence that God did it for me. How is somebody else who doesn't get that supposed to feel?
Well, you got.
Do you think that could potentially be something that is damaging?
No, the thing is, it's not like I was special. You got to stay consistent. I was in almost a decade.
You're saying you got a special sign. Well, you got a special sign though, right? You said that he put a cross specifically. There's a 1 in a billion chance on your arm. Happened to coordinate with when you prayed and you thought you were going to die. That's not a unique circumstance. Other people have that circumstance or are in the same mental space and have the same sort of belief systems, and undeniably you know for a fact are not going to get that sign that you feel like you got. So saying that that is the type of thing that the Holy Spirit does is setting those people up to severe disappointment and potential downward spiraling. Should it be an instance where they don't get a sign like that, which is the norm?
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That's what I needed. God knows what we need, the Bible says, right?
And he doesn't know what the rest of those people needed?
But the drug addicts, the other drug addicts who also prayed and didn't get clean and died, you don't think they needed that too? They needed to stay alive too.
At the moment, no. God's far more intelligent than us. He knows what all. No, none of us are more special. Jesus said that. There is no respect for person.
God was okay with that other. God was okay with that other person dying, but not you. You're that special.
I just explained that. I just explained why we have our lives, and some of us it's this time, some of us it's next time, right? It doesn't mean they won't have another shot.
God's picking and choosing. God's saying you suffer, Philip doesn't.
So you believe in reincarnation then? Sounds like.
Sounds like it, yeah. The Bible certainly appears to insinuate it, and all the ancient.
No. The Bible says, Philip. The Bible says clear. Bible. I'm going to quote you the Bible if you'll shut up for a minute. The Bible specifically says it is appointed unto man once to die, after that the judgment. You don't die multiple times, Philip. Read your Bible. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Paul, why don't you quote Jesus? Why don't you quote Jesus?
Oh my God, it's
Elijah.
the same Bible.
Elijah is John the Baptist. And the Old
No,
Testament
he's not.
prophesied that John the Baptist would come before the Messiah.
You don't think Paul is in the Bible? Paul created Christianity. You didn't do some research.
Jesus created Christianity. See, that's why
No,
you're
he
not
didn't.
Christian anymore, because you worship Paul. you were part of religions that worship Paul. That's your problem.
Philip, you are escalating.
Woo!
Right now, we're going
We
to.
are
I think
out of the
that-
gate strong. We are out of the gate strong.
We're gonna let you go. Why don't you call
Philip, it
back
was
some
fun.
other time and we can talk
Glad you're
about
clean, but
Paul's
read-
interaction with Christianity. I am like Dave said, we are very glad you're clean.
Read your Bible, buddy. Read your Bible.
Thank you
That's
for
all
calling.
I can say.
Have a lovely day. Enjoy
As
beautiful Canadian fall.
As it says in Anchorman, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, wow, jeez. You were never a real Christian anyway, Dave.
I've been told that.
That's
I've
all I
been
heard.
told that before. Yeah, that's not the
You
first
didn't
time
read the
I've-
Bible the way that I did, so.
Oh my God! Don't read
That.
Paul. Read Jesus. Wow! Wow!
Yikes! Also,
Oh,
like,
let's go. Where do we go from that?
well, we have an announcement. We have
Oh,
an
that's
announcement.
right.
I have an announcement. I have an announcement to make. If you like what we do and would like to support us, here are some of the ways that you can support the Atheist Experience and the ACA generally. You can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. You just click the join button that is down below this video, and that'll give you access to special chat emojis. There's pictures of Dave and I in there. They're delightful. You can spam Dave and I in the chat if you become a member. That's one of your special privileges. The Atheist Experience is also just one of the shows that's put on by the ACA, so make sure that you check out our other shows as well. There's Secular Sexuality on Thursdays starting at 7 p.m. Central. Truth Wanted airs live on Fridays at 7 p.m. Central. And then we have all of our Sunday shows. There's Talk Heathen, which airs at 1 p.m. Central. The Nonprofits, which I've heard is the flagship show for the ACA, which is on right before our show at 3 p.m. Central. You can also support us on Patreon at tiny.cc/Patreon AXP. Support us. It's delightful work learning about how we read the Bible wrong. No, it always blows my mind.
The Bible. Paul is not the Bible. Paul wrote more of the Bible. Jesus never wrote any of the Bible, by the way, and Jesus never intended for Christianity to become a thing. I don't know. This guy doesn't know shit about what he's talking. If you're still
Paul's
watching,
also the
I'm
only
talking to you.
known author we have in the New
Exactly.
Testament of the Bible, right?
Yes.
So if
Oh,
anything,
that
you think you'd have the most authority, like the Gospels are all anonymous. But hopefully he calls back to have a conversation about that, because we did not have time. There's way too many people waiting.
Yeah, we couldn't do that.
Unfortunately.
There's some juicy
Call back,
calls here.
Paul. There are. All right, we'll talk to Michael next.
Okay.
Hello, Michael. You are on the Atheist Experience. What would you like to discuss today?
The existence of God, I have proof.
Oh, neat.
Finally.
Perfect.
Lay it on us.
Waiting. Michael's here, everybody. He's finally got it.
Lay it on us, Michael. What do you got?
Well, I'll say it like this. If you're familiar with 2 Corinthians 6:16, it says, God will put his spirit within them. He will walk among them. He will be their God, and they will be his people. That's me. I'm the chosen one, the Messiah. I changed my name actually to Yahweh, our righteousness. And like I said, I have proof. I have a book coming out.
No, we're not promoting your book here, Michael. Yahweh, our righteousness, whatever. We're not promoting your book. Nope. We're not promoting your book today.
It doesn't matter what kind of book you've written. What is your proof? I mean, there's been so many people down through history who've said they're God and Jesus.
Yeah.
Why are you different, Michael? Why are you special?
That's only 393-year-old name. That's Jesus' name. That's what was praying in. That's what caused my confusion. Okay. Well, the word of God is being plagiarized, and it's my word. As Yeshua told Peter, I give you the keys to the kingdom. And in that study, it's as if he became the author of the word of God. And in 2011, I had given up on God. I've been searching for him since I was 11. And I could tell you a little bit story about a Baptist.
I thought you said you are God. Aren't you God? Aren't you God?
I'd given up on God about then too.
Did you just like turn around in circles in your living room looking at, like, aren't you? I thought
How do you
said
give
that
up?
you were God.
So you gave up on yourself.
I gave up on God in 2011. I told him, I said, if you are real, you're just as big a liar as I am. And I said another thing, if you're not everything that you said you are in your word, you're absolutely nothing, a zero. And I pleaded with him, and I cried out to him one Saturday, and he answered me in a burning bush candle experience. I mean, it was unexpected, but I cried out to him with every fiber of my being. And
Okay, so you had a religious
that was
experience. Like, Michael,
2000
where's your proof of God, though, Michael? Like, where is your proof of God? So far, we've established that you had an experience when you were young, when you were looking for God. Also, you are God somehow. But I'm waiting for the proof of God. That's what you said you were going to call. You were going to give us proof. Where's the proof?
Well, I can tell you about it, but I can't show you over the phone. But it's the Word of God again.
Well, if you're God, you should be able to do stuff like that, right? So.
Listen to me. If you're going to let me talk, let me talk. For instance, the Book of Eli, the movie. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
No.
Denzel Washington.
Okay. Well, it's a movie. There's tons of movies that do this. But if you're familiar with the Strong's Concordance numbering system of the Bible, what they do is they script out the script, wording it at specific points in the timing of the movie, and you can listen to what they're saying through the Bible. They're making people look, they're mocking them and making them disparaged by using the Word of God while feeding the people in any religion is a bunch of man-made stuff. It's
Okay,
all
Michael, we got to cut to the chase here.
Yeah.
You said you gave up on God in 2011. So did I, by the way. But then you're also God, and so I guess Shannon and I asked you, what makes you think you're God, and how did that come about? Besides just a movie, we don't want to talk about that.
Well, that's the evidence I've got. You just don't.
The movie, the Book of Eli.
You do.
No, tell it to me like I'm 6. Explain it to me like I'm 6, because I'm not getting it.
Okay.
The evidence that you say you have.
All the man-made religions has got people looking at God other than what he truly is. What he says in his word is what he is. And he says, you don't add to or take from my word. And that's all man has done since then. So when I cried out to God, my son, my little 6-year-old boy, he actually answered me, and he told me to start learning things, numbers in 2011. And he did, and I did, and he started showing me these things, like all these musicians back when I was growing up, like the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, and all kinds of them was just using the Word of God, scripting their songs and such through the Word of God. It's like the RCDO message.
Okay, Michael, this sounds like some conspiracy theory.
Yeah, if you're God, what do you plan to do? You're in Kentucky, it says. Are you going to you have a big plan? I mean, the end of the world coming, what's the next step for you/God?
To open people's eyes that I was on the ship of fools, okay? I was on the ship of fools just like everyone else, but I had just given up on God, and I just didn't.
What's your methodology for opening up people's eyes? Are you making big announcements? I mean, besides coming on atheist shows and talking, what is your big plan to open the eyes of humanity to what they're missing? I mean, you should have a big plan if you're God. I mean, other than calling into shows like this.
I'm trying to explain to you. I could come to you, and I would anywhere you want to, and sit down. I'll show you how this method works. It's my Word of God.
You're gonna get out to all of humanity one by one. You're gonna meet with people one by one, all over the world, to explain to them the truth of God. It's gonna take a while. I mean, I would think you would have a bigger plan than that.
No, I've got a book coming out. I ain't trying to promote it. I just told you I wrote a book about it. Jordan B.
All right, Shannon. I don't know where to go from here.
No, I don't know where to go either, because you haven't
There's
actually
no
given
proof.
any proof. Like, I would
Nothing.
love for you to be able to recognize that you haven't actually provided any proof. You just gave an anecdote about a personal experience and said that something about numbers and the Rolling
movies and numbers
Stones,
and the Rolling
just used
Stones
the word,
and the Beatles,
like,
and
that's really
there's a lot of
disconnected,
words.
pointed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no proof.
If you
no
are
evidence.
God, I think that you should be able to maybe take a course on communication to articulate things better.
Not doing so
that
well,
you
Mike.
can deliver your message in a way that should
Yahweh
be
or Michael or
received.
whoever you are, you're not doing too well at communicating this message. Sorry.
Right. Like one would imagine that if somebody was God, they would be able to succinctly articulate that to people in a way that would be received and immediately understood, as opposed to whatever this is. So perhaps get your argument a little bit more succinct.
Yep.
And
Good luck
then
with your
give us
book.
a call back once you
Maybe
can
it'll
present it
change
to
the
us in a way
world.
that makes some sense.
All
Sound
right.
good? All right.
Thanks, Michael.
Bye, Michael. That was an experience.
Oh my God. But you know what? He sounded sincere, so it must be true.
Was this our Damascus Road experience? Do you think? Is that what just happened for us, dude?
It was at least that. Okay.
Do you feel like you're about to turn? I don't know. I don't know if I am.
We're either 0 for 2 or 2 for 2. I can't tell.
I know. I don't know. It depends on how the score system is. I don't know. I think 0 for 2.
Oh my God.
All right. I have an additional announcement. If you shop at Amazon, then you can support the ACA at no cost to you. Simply visit tiny.cc/Amazon Smile ACA and designate the Atheist Community of Austin as your selected charity, and Amazon will donate a portion of their profit directly to the ACA. We also now have a channel that houses all of the ACA shows in audio podcast format. You can visit tiny.cc/AEN podcast. There you can listen to all of our latest shows from The Atheist Experience, Doc Heathen, Truth Wanted, Secular Sexuality, The Nonprofits, and others on the channel. We also have 3 Facebook groups that are run by the fans, for the fans, that you can interact with. The first is the Atheist Experience fan group at tiny.cc/FDAXP. There's also the Atheist Experience private fan group where you can interact with others without having those interactions appear on any public feed, and that's tiny.cc/FDAXPPR. And we have a new group, the Atheist Experience fan group, Atheist versus Theist Debates, where you can try out some of your arguments on theists and atheists alike, and you can find that at tiny.cc/AXP fan debates. Nailed it.
You are so good at that. I suck at that.
I hate you so much right now. But a secret, I tried to make Dave do the announcement, but he's a jerk. So
I'm just no good at it.
He's like,
you.
I just don't know how to do the announcement.
It's a lot of words for me. A lot of words.
So many words. So many words. All right.
Let's talk to Steven. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Steven next. Hello, Steven.
Hey, guys.
Experience. Hey, what should we talk with
Hey, Steven.
Hi. First, I want to say I have no book to promote.
Good.
Are you God? We need to establish that right off.
Religion or the Bible, I promise.
Okay, good.
So what I wanted to talk about today has to do with death and how easy it is to kind of get the feeling that you want to be pulled back to religion. I've been an atheist for 30 plus years. I know my voice sounds terribly young, but it really has been that long. And I also have the unique experience of having had a near-death experience after a heart attack. And so I've talked about my own experiences with death, and as most people who go through this did a lot of reading about what the brain does when you're in mortal danger and all that good stuff, beyond your life flashing before your eyes. What an NDE actually is or could be. And when I've been asked to talk about it, I've said, this was my personal experience. I can't say it will be the same for you. But I've also had, I won't say arguments, but we'll say spirited discussions with evangelicals in my life who told me I didn't really die because I didn't see Jesus. And apparently the paramedics didn't know that and tried to revive me anyway. So anyway, won't go there. But my question really is, I know how I have dealt with trying to not get pulled back in, because it's very easy to be attracted to the comforting idea of an afterlife. And as an atheist and in my own beliefs, I don't know if there is one. And losing my mother, it's been 3 years. She died just before the pandemic hit. which I'm grateful for because that would have been a bigger mess. But I don't know if I'll ever see her again. And it is comforting to think that maybe somehow I will. But that, for me, personally, hasn't been enough to pull me back into being Catholic in my case. Because it's just been too long and religion falls apart for me. So I wondered what your thoughts were on this topic for other people who are struggling going through the pandemic. We've lost so many people. Some of us have lost personally a lot of people, and it's really easy to kind of want to get pulled back in. And what strategies would you suggest to not only in having discussions with each other, but in not necessarily shoring ourselves up, because I know that's not what we're all about. You know, it's about your own personal feelings and journey and how you feel about things, but not getting, I guess, tricked into it is kind of how I feel about it. There were a lot of people I felt around me who felt like I was vulnerable, and suddenly I got hit with a lot of religion all at once, and that was kind of annoying and insulting. So I just wondered what your thoughts were.
You picked two good people
Sorry
to
to
call. No, you're fine.
It's
You're
okay.
totally fine. You picked two good people to have discussion with about this. Dave speaks about this quite frequently, and I lost my father last October and have delved into
I'm sorry.
how atheists deal with. Thank you, I appreciate that. But have spent some time delving into and making public discussions about grief as an atheist and how to interact with it. So I will throw it to Dave first because we may have different perspectives on things.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I was diagnosed with a terminal disease a little over 3.5 years ago, ALS. So I've been living with that as an atheist and the knowledge that it's the thing that's going to kill me. Mine is a slow progression form, so I've been around longer than I even thought I would when I got the diagnosis, and so I get to annoy people a lot longer than they thought I was going to.
Hooray for all of us!
Yes, but I do talk about this a lot because people do come at me with a lot of questions about how do you deal with the prospect of your impending death. And as I used to be an evangelical Christian, and I looked at death as just a comma, a stopping off point before you get to eternity. Now I look at death as the final. It's it. When I close my eyes the final time, I don't wake up, and I'm not aware that I didn't wake up. And so the idea that you're talking about is this comforting idea that we could see our loved ones again that we might miss. And I have people that I've lost through my life that I would love to see again and have a chat with again. It's a very comforting feeling, but being a comforting feeling is not enough to supplant the notion that it's just not logical for that to be true, and that once we turn off the lights, that's it. And I counter with the idea of eternity and seeing loved ones again with talking about the fact that this life is wonderful enough, and if we get to live, hopefully, if you're lucky and get to live a good long life and a full life and do the things you want to do and live the life you want to live, then we should be okay with saying, you know what, I had a good run and it's over and I'm okay with that. Obviously, a lot of people's lives get cut short and they get ended sooner than they want them to be, and I'm kind of in that category. I wasn't ready to hang up the curtains, but it is what it is. And so my only response to that is make the most of the one life you know you have. Then you can be settled and at peace with saying that, okay, when this comes to an end, I'm gonna feel like I gave it my best shot. I wrote the story I wanted to write. I lived the life I wanted to live, and I'm ready to say goodbye. As far as seeing the people that we might miss, my only thing is do the best you can with them while you got them here. And the people who've already gone, like your mom and Shannon's dad and Bevan's mom, who she lost last year, and other people that I've lost, I just cling to the memories I have of them and focus on the good things that I can take from that and try to make that motivate me to make the most of the lives that I had still with me. I hope that makes sense, and I kind of rambled through several ideas there, but that's kind of my overall take on death and dying as an atheist.
Yeah, and I have a similar but different take specifically pertaining to the idea of an afterlife that I have come to over the course of the past years I've gone through my grief journey. And it's actually something that my boyfriend Paul said that really, and I don't even know if he knows this, so he might be finding this out now, that really clicked with me, because I think that, like Dave said, and like you feel, and all of us have felt, it's comforting to feel as though this life will be a continuation afterwards, and things will just kind of carry on as they were before. But the reality, when you hold the conceptualizations of the afterlife, especially like Christian conceptualizations of scrutiny, and you see the nuance, it actually isn't even what's proposed. So that idea that we have in our head about it isn't the reality of what's proposed in the scriptures, because that eternal life is about worship. You will be separated from people that that didn't make the cut also. So how can you be happy if you know that there are people that you are in fact separated from? That's one thing.
As well as the
for
people
me.
you might get stuck with.
Right, right, exactly.
There's that.
And on top of that, like the idea of eternity is something that humans can't really even wrap their head around the concept of. And I don't feel as though that is something that I would want for myself or for anybody else to go on for an eternity, because it won't be just a continuation of this life. It will be something different. It will be about worshiping and being with God, is what's proposed in the scriptures. It's not that we just get to carry on as we had prior. Like a lot of the best things about my interactions with people are things that aren't, specifically Christian type things. Like they're joking around, they're sharing our experiences with one another, they're sharing our pains and sharing our joys. If we don't have that, like what do relationships look like if you're just in a state of like eternal ethereal happiness? Like what do we even have to contribute to the word and grow from together? And that's the meat of it, right? Like that's the best part of the human interaction, the human experience, the connection. And that, like over the course of eternity, in a state where you're evidently just perpetually made to be happy for no reason other than you just are because you're supposed to be, because that's the way it is there. It doesn't sound like I would be me. The people that I love and want to see would still be them. And the best parts of who we were to each other would no longer be available to us. And I don't want that for eternity. I would rather just enjoy who they are now and like and reminisce about that and make the best of the experience. Now I don't want that forever. I'd rather just be annihilated, truthfully.
Yeah, and I've said to people, are you allowed to be snarky in heaven?
Right.
Because it would seem to your point that you can't, like, I can't imagine any sense of humor in heaven. You're just
I'm a
kind of
sarcastic
blissed out
bitch. Do I get to do that in
constantly.
heaven?
Yeah.
You have to watch your language, and you can't drop the F-bomb. So what fun is that?
Yeah, the best aspect of the human experience is no longer available.
The thing about heaven that people miss, I think, and I know I dealt with that idea for my whole life, and people still come at me with that as an atheist. And when I die, I'm going to go to hell and not go to heaven. The reality is, the people who say they believe in heaven, don't really have a clear understanding of what it is, because there is no clear explanation of what it is. As Shannon alluded to, sitting around the throne for God and humanity to be worshipped. I don't know if people really realize that's what they're wanting to spend the rest of eternity doing. I don't think they've thought that through. I think they're somehow imagining it 24/7 birthday parties and golf and fishing and whatever it is they enjoyed the most on this earth. They think that somehow they're going to be transported to some other place, some other realm, fourth degree or something, and they're going to be the best version of themselves, the peak physical specimen, whatever year that was, and they're going to be there for eternity doing all the things they love. Where do they get that idea? There's nowhere in the Bible that hints at that. So these folks that just want to, and like you said, you're going to be, you want to spend eternity with that relative, Uncle John or whatever, but really, was he that much fun to be around all the time? You want that 24/7 for eternity? No, I don't think you do. So these concepts are very, very flimsy to begin with. It's just a comforting feeling. That's all.
Yeah, because I can't wrap my head around how you can derive joy without deprivation or anticipation. Because joy is usually you're anticipating something that has then been fulfilled that you have previously, been without to look forward to. If you're in a state that there is no, like you have no expectation that it's not already fulfilled, and there is no such thing as deprivation, like I don't even know what joy would mean or look like in that environment, or if it's even a concept that makes sense.
And
I don't know who I would be.
You don't get to miss the people that aren't there that didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
So one thing, even if you get challenged by people around death experiences, and I would say, challenge the Christians who are talking to you about eternity in action. Give me a good, solid definition and explanation of what you think eternity looks like on both sides of the equation, heaven and hell. What do you think you're going to be doing specifically for eternity? Give me a glimpse into that. Just have them explain it, and then, you know what? That's got a wonderful point to the scriptures that explain that. I'd love to do that. I missed that. The 55 times I read the Bible. I missed that.
Yeah, because I mean, like, think about it this way too. That my father was a Christian, right? He's passed away, so one would imagine that if he got what was promised to him, that he's in heaven. I'm an atheist. I don't think that's going to change. Certainly, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, that's not where I'm going. So that means that my father is in heaven, knowing that I'm never going to be there ever. Yeah. But I'm supposed to somehow believe that he's also happy. Just can't, like, I have a kid, I couldn't conceive of that. Like, that is an exceptionally messed up perception
and
to
if
have,
his,
but
and if his memory
scrutinized because we want it so badly, right?
Yeah, if his memory is wiped clean, which I think that's the magic wand they say happens, then he's not himself. If he magically doesn't remember his daughter Shannon who's not here and he's burning in hell, but he's able to be happy because the Bible says no tears, then his memory's been wiped clean and you just don't exist. He's not himself, he's not the person. So none of it makes sense. It's mind-boggling how much they cling to that, and yet it doesn't make sense.
But it's the carrot that's on the stick for most people.
Oh
too,
yeah,
right?
and the fear of hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fear of hell and the desire.
And to the point that you made about deprivation, I mean, if you look back at when all of this stuff was originally written down and people were making up concepts of an afterlife, they lived in a very deprived life by comparison to how we live now. I mean, there's always first world problems, as we say, but way back, they were struggling to survive all the time. I mean, they didn't have indoor plumbing, let alone a lot of other things that we take for granted, and how easy it was to be sick and all of these different things. So that idea of deprivation really resonates. And I will say for myself, my own death experience, I kind of keep in my back pocket as a last resort to shut down people, just because I didn't suffer. I've been an atheist for the majority of my life, and I'm with you, Shannon. We'll be partying in hell, as far as what the definitions are. So, but I didn't have a bad experience, and the best thing to come out of it is I'm not afraid of dying now. The way I was before, just because it was an unknown, and now it's not so unknown that I'm hopefully not going to pass soon, but and it's made it hard in the years since when I've known people with terminal illnesses like yourself, Dave, and we talk about it. It's hard because I've had, I don't want to say a positive experience dying, but it was very relaxing. It wasn't painful. I was very fortunate in what I experienced, and a lot of it had to do with luck, not divine intervention. It just was what it was. But it wasn't scary, and it was a good thing. And, with friends of mine and family members who are suffering, I really do hold on to the idea that they're no longer suffering, that they've been relieved of what was ailing them, one way or the other, however you want to look at it, whether they went to heaven, hell, or somewhere else. I know for certain they're absolutely not suffering. And like I said, having been dead myself for a few minutes, that does tend to shut people down. And they go, well, when you die, God will do this. And I'm like, well, I already did. And he didn't do anything. And so I'm not really worried about that right now. And they don't know where to go when I say that. But thank you very much for taking my call and giving me your thoughts on it. It is very helpful. Because I still run into this a lot. And I thought it would get easier as the years have gone by, but in some ways it's gotten more difficult. And I think it's just because of the pandemic, it comes up so much more frequently.
Well, we're
so
glad
again,
we can
thank
help.
you. Big fan of you both and your work. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Don't
calling,
let them pull
Steven.
you back in. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. Have a good day. See you. Bye.
Take care. You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's such an important topic to discuss too.
It is, always.
Dealing with grief. It's something we don't talk about enough. I mean, I wish somebody would go and talk at conferences and stuff about mortality. We should really see if we can draft somebody into the community that can do a good
I
job
don't
of
know.
that.
We could call it dying out loud or some weird name like that.
That's a good name.
That's
Somebody should do
yeah,
that.
maybe I'll try that.
Hey, I have an announcement. I have an
Oh,
announcement,
boy.
everybody. I have an announcement. Do you like what we're doing here? Are you enjoying this show? Would you like to see what has been going on throughout the rest of the ACA? Huh? Well, you're about to. Enjoy.
I'm stuck on this image of Jason emerging from his bedroom after discovering gay porn for the first time, letting himself watch it with a forearm like Popeye and like an avalanche of Kleenex coming out from behind.
Like I said, based on this list, you are currently
I'm
experiencing oppression.
I am super demonically oppressed. Step in the right direction. Step in the right direction, baby. Step in the right direction. Oh, step, step, step in the right direction.
There's that, Dilla Huzza something, that guy. He's talked about this before. I've heard him where he says, if I order a steak at a restaurant and then they bring me the steak, that's not a prophecy.
If you ask any reasonable person, is there ever a time when it's okay to own a person's property, and their answer is anything other than absolutely no, why the you ask me something like that? That person is an immoral piece of and they need to reevaluate their life.
I like to give rope. Have some rope. I like to push rope.
Can I interest you all in a special announcement? We have a special announcement. This is a very important special announcement. First of all, this holiday season, the host of your favorite ACA shows will be going head-to-head in a team contest that will have you in stitches, but we need help from the community. Last year, Kenneth destroyed me, so I have a vendetta. So I need everybody to participate because I have a vendetta that I need to work out, and also apparently problems with being competitive. But you can visit tiny.cc/ACA Holiday Survey 2022 and answer as many questions as you can, and then you're part of the mayhem. We need your participation, so there's going to be a special reward for helping out. We're going to select some of the respondents at random, and we're going to send them a special gift. So click the link and then get in on the action, and then you get to watch all of us fight amongst each other, and we're all very competitive. So it's very important to me that you participate so that when I win, you guys will have contributed to it. I know I talk big, it kind of beats me every time. All right, and also on September 25th, if you are in Austin, make plans to be or are making plans to be in Austin, you can consider joining us in the studio, the ACA Free Thought Library, for live broadcast of Talk Heathen at 1 p.m. and then the Atheist Experience at 4:30 p.m. The doors open at noon, and parking is wherever you can find a legal spot after the lot is full. If you can make it there this month, we will continue to broadcast from if you can't make it there this month, we'll continue to broadcast from the library the last Sunday of each month. So keep watching this show and our website, atheist/community.org, for news and information as we expand our in-studio offerings in the near future. I'm going to destroy everybody this Christmas.
It's fun in the studio. You're too competitive. I talked.
No, I'm not.
You know, Paul was on the
Exactly
show.
the right amount of competitive.
Paul was on my show Monday, and we talked about how competitive he was. But I saw you in the chat. You're even talking about how more competitive you are. So anyway.
Yes, I'm very competitive about how competitive I am.
Yeah, you are. No, it's fun in the studio. I've done a couple of the shows from the studio, and it's a lot of fun.
I haven't done AXP from the studio. I've done Talk Heathen from the studio live, but I've never done AXP from the studio. I live in Canada though, so I need to get down there.
To anything.
That's right. I live in an igloo in the middle of an iceberg that's floating in the ocean. That's where I live.
Choices. We all have choices. Let's get some calls.
All right, let's go. Let us talk to. Let's do it. Let's talk to Robin. Let's go, Robin. Let's go.
Hey guys.
Hi, Robin.
How's it going?
What would you like?
Hey, Robin.
Welcome to the Atheist Experience. What would you like to talk about today?
Yeah, just I know I've seen the preview for the show, and it said no one has shown this evidence for God in 25 seasons. So,
right.
But take a stab at it.
Cool.
Let her rip.
Yeah, so it's a very simple argument. I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with the transcendental argument. So it basically would go like, God is necessary for intelligibility, rationality. Rationality and intelligibility exist, therefore God exists.
Isn't that begging the question because you have God in the first premise and also the conclusion?
No, that wouldn't be begging the question.
Why not? You say God is required, which
What would be
presupposes
the- what would
God
be the-
exists in the premise, and then the conclusion is God exists. So wouldn't you need to not have God in any
Well, then
of the
modus
premises in order
ponens-
for the conclusion to actually follow?
No, what I'm saying is that something is like I'm saying that there is an implication. So if I say if P then Q, P then Q, that's essentially what I'm saying here. Now I could put it differently. So I could say if intelligibility exists and knowledge exists and rationality exists and God exists, premise 2, intelligibility, rationality, knowledge exists, therefore God exists. So that's not begging the question, right? Modus ponens is not begging the question.
So then you have to prove the first premise, if that's the case. So you would have to demonstrate to me that if intelligibility and logic exists, God exists is a premise that's supported, and not just an assertion.
Yeah, so like I would say something like God's revelation is demonstration enough. The Christian. By the way.
Okay, so then you're falling back on you have like a personal experience that supports the premise, right? So not logic, like a personal revelation is what supports the premise. Your individual experience.
No, it's not my individual experience that proves it, right?
What do you mean by when you say revelation?
If you ask, let me make sure. Like actually, let me make sure I'm clear. So, God's revelation is how I know to be the case, right? So I know innately, as does everyone else, that God exists.
But I don't know that, so
yeah,
you can't say everybody else knows.
I don't know that either. You're asserting that everyone knows innately that God exists, but how do you prove that? I don't feel like I know that.
Well, when I said that I'm saying you have like a direct acquaintance with the truth of the fact of the matter. So in this case,
That's just an assertion. I mean,
well, no, I'm defining it. It's not an assertion; it's a definition.
Okay, but you're asserting that something is required for knowledge or intelligibility, and you want to call that God, but you have no evidence for any of that.
Yes, because it sounds to me like what you're saying is that the support for premise 1 is that everybody knows the truth.
Are you saying I need to have some sort of empirical demonstration or deductive argument for premise 1?
You have to have something that if you're going to compel me other than, well, it's the reason that it's true is because everybody just knows it is.
Well, whether or not it compels you, is an issue that we talked about. But
well, that also doesn't support it though. Like I don't see how you think that it supports it. Like, so the reason that premise 1 is true is because of revelation. You defined revelation as, well, everybody just kind of innately knows that this is the case. We've said, well, not everybody innately knows that this is the case because we would contest that because we don't. And your counter to that was, well, it doesn't really matter if you contest it because I'm asserting that you do just as a matter of brute fact. So there is no contest there because I'm just asserting that everybody knows that it is the case. Nana, nana, nana. If you guys say that you don't, too bad. I know what you know better than you guys do, and that's my premise to support it. That doesn't seem strong to me.
we can do worldview comparisons, between my worldview.
I'm still like, you're
and
supporting the premise, though. Like,
but
it
doesn't
matter how many worldviews
the support
there
of the
are.
premise, but
It's an assertion.
I didn't say that. So, I didn't say that it's true in virtue of the falsity necessarily of other worldviews. I'm saying that we can use the truth of Christianity and show, as an instrument to show the absurdity of other worldviews. And we can have it, but
how can you say that you can prove the truth of Christianity and refute other worldviews? You haven't done that. No one has.
Yeah, so the falsity of other worldviews doesn't exist. Okay, so the falsity of other worldviews, the Christian worldview, if it was true, it would necessarily be true because of the nature of God being that which is metaphysically primary. But
you're using word salad again. Robin, you're just using word salad. You're saying the truth of Christianity would reveal itself because it's just obviously true, and since it's obviously true, all the other worldviews are false. So tell me what you said again.
That's not what I just said. No.
Okay, tell me what you just said.
Yes. So what I said was that if Christianity were to be true, it would be necessarily true because of the nature of
you're still having to start with if it's true. Now you're saying if it's true, then it would be necessarily true. I could say that about any worldview. If this is actually true, it would be necessarily true. So you still haven't proven that Christianity is true. So prove it.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding what your standard of proof is. Are you saying that you need an empirical demonstration to believe something to be true, or like an argument or something? What do you say?
Yeah, I need evidence. Evidence.
Something other than an assertion.
Something other than an assertion.
So everything you believe is on the basis of an argument or empirical.
It's on the basis of evidence, proof.
Okay, so like you believe presumably that causality is real, that there's a cause-and-effect relationship between things. What's your proof for that?
I didn't say I believe that. Why are you telling me what I believe? Do I believe what?
Presumably. Do you believe that causality is real?
Explain causality so that I understand what you're talking about. Do I believe that everything is caused by something else? I honestly don't know.
Do you believe?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. What does it matter?
Okay.
What does it matter in terms of whether Christianity is true or not? Why don't you're the one making the claim. Why don't you prove?
The reason I'm asking
Robin,
is you're levying against me a standard of proof that I don't think you.
I am. No, I'm not making a claim. You're making a claim that Christianity is true. We're asking you to show us evidence. That's that simple. You're going down rabbit trails that don't matter.
So the evidence, I've already presented the argument as the evidence to you. You don't accept the evidence, and so now I'm trying to figure out why you don't accept the evidence, and I'm trying to see if you're consistent with the standard of proof.
So I feel like I articulated to you that your evidence was an assertion.
Yeah.
So my standard of proof is like
all pieces of evidence are assertions.
Exceed just a bald assertion, which is what
all evidence
premise
is
was.
All evidence.
Well, evidence varies in degrees of veracity. You're not all evidence good evidence, right? I think you and I would probably agree that there's things that we could say are evidence towards supporting something that vary in degrees. So like there could be good evidence for something, and there could be, not as great evidence. You might still consider it evidence, right?
Would knowledge be good evidence?
When you say innate knowledge, so you mean that you're born with this knowledge. That it's just a matter of fact. No, I don't think that is something that is good evidence at all. Just innate knowledge is without any additional support, and also you would have to demonstrate that it was in fact the case that it's innate knowledge. And I don't think that you've gotten to that bar.
Whether or not you're demonstrating it is different. I asked, is innate knowledge in and of itself? The fact that
good evidence is what you asked, and I said no.
Yeah.
It's not good evidence.
Why not?
It could be considered evidence, but I don't think it's good evidence. No. Because you
there
would
are
be
people-
incorrect. Like the function of our
no,
our
it's
cognitive
probably-
function is such that we're consistently incorrect about our perceptions of the world.
Yes.
And we need constant
that's not what-
reinforcement
that's not what
for
innate
that
knowledge
to
would
be
be.
accurate.
What is innate knowledge?
I don't
Ethan?
think. Yeah, go ahead.
Innate
What is
knowledge would be that you know this about me, right? So it's a product of your
What if two people disagree on what they know? What if two people disagree on what they believe? What they believe is innate knowledge. One person says this is innate knowledge. The other person says no, I have this innate knowledge, and those two knowledges disagree with one another. Which one is true, Robin?
Well,
How do we determine which one is true?
You haven't given me any more information. But the bottom line here is when I asked Shannon and you if innate knowledge would be good evidence, you said no. And when I'm asking you clearly, how it is the case that that's not true, or how it would not.
I
be
have
good
I
evidence.
have innate evidence.
It's
I
not
have
true.
innate
How it wouldn't be
evidence.
good evidence because you would know.
Okay.
Or innate
No,
knowledge.
I can maybe elucidate. So when I say I don't think it's good evidence, one of the reasons that I don't think it's good evidence is because I don't actually think that innate knowledge is really a thing. Like innate knowledge of like you can feel as though you like innately know something, right? Like you can feel as though that is the case. But I would
Feeling is
need
different from
in order.
actually going.
But please allow me to finish the explanation, and then maybe we'll be on the same page. Maybe you'll understand what I'm attempting to say a little bit better if you allow me to finish. So, when you say that there is innate knowledge, I first would need you to demonstrate that it is the case, that it is universally the case, that so that everybody has this knowledge in space. Something other than an assertion regarding that. A defeater to that would be anybody who disagrees, I think, at all. And also, cognitively, I don't think innate knowledge is even really a thing. You can feel like innate knowledge that comports with reality and that we would define as truth. That is like demonstratable and provable and is in line with reality. Like, I don't think that's because I don't think we are born knowing God, especially specifically the Christian God, exists, which is what it seems to be you would need to have innate knowledge of, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying we have innate knowledge of. Like, what do you think we have innate knowledge of? Like, everybody's born universally, they know this to be the case.
Go ahead. You have innate knowledge of
We
what?
have innate of God, of the laws of logic, things like that. Like is a.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree that we have innate knowledge of God. How do you define God?
I said earlier. I said at the onset of the conversation. I'm a Christian, so I believe in a Christian God.
Okay, why do you assert that without evidence that we all have innate knowledge of this Christian God? Because you want it to be so.
Without evidence, because it would be the case that I do have knowledge of this because God furnished me with this knowledge. Right?
I have innate knowledge that Zeus is real. I have innate knowledge that Zeus is the true God and we should all worship him. I know this within me. How do you argue that?
Worldview compare. Yeah, so we could compare the two worldviews and see whether
worldviews have nothing to do with it. There are a whole group of people.
Well, can I finish? Because I'm almost done. Okay. It would matter because whenever you claim about something, so in this case it would be innate knowledge, you're going to have entailments, and those entailments are either going to be consistent with each other in this world, or they're not. So if you're going to tell me that you believe that Zeus, in the classic mythology, is who gave you this knowledge, you can look and see, okay, is this actually true? And if it's
Wouldn't
not,
the fact
then
that those
you don't have knowledge.
entailments are defeaters to the innate knowledge be evidence against your initial claim that innate knowledge was good evidence? Because you're saying that if we do a worldview comparison, at that point in time, we're doing a worldview comparison, and he's saying my innate knowledge is that Zeus exists. And you're saying, well, we do a worldview comparison, and I feel as though if we do a worldview comparison, my worldview is defeater to what you've asserted as innate knowledge. Therefore, your innate knowledge is not good evidence.
For anyone.
That means that you can't just say that the basis of the premise that I'm attempting to support is innate knowledge, because innate knowledge in and of itself is good evidence, because you've just admitted that you require more.
No. It's not what's happening here.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
The person who's claiming knowledge of Zeus doesn't actually know that Zeus exists.
By that same, I can say to you that you don't have evidence that your Jesus exists. You just don't. You don't have evidence that Christian God is real. Any more than I do that.
I already gave it, actually. I already gave my evidence. You didn't accept the evidence.
Transcendental argument.
I don't. You're right.
You're absolutely right. I do not accept your evidence. The evidence that you gave was the tag argument. The tag argument is like we're still on supporting premise one of the tag argument, but you're referring to that as your evidence for God as though that assertion was accurate. And we're saying we don't feel as though premise one of that argument is supported. You say, well, it is supported because innate knowledge is actually the evidence for it through revelation. That's how we know. And we said, well, explain to me how innate knowledge is evidence. What if I said that I have innate knowledge that Zeus is in fact the God? And you said, well, if we do a worldview comparison, that will be a defeater to your innate knowledge. But also somehow innate knowledge is the support that I require and is fine for me. And that is what supports premise one, which is my evidence for God. Do you feel now like I'm listening?
No, you are listening. I was just like the conclusion. Some of the conclusions you're drawing it's just a follow-up, right? Because in the case that the worldview of Zeus has been disproven, right? Because we're saying you're granting that we've done the worldview comparison, right? That's what you just said, and we've disproven Zeus, right? So in that scenario, the person who
you're missing the point
would not have actually the person who believed in Zeus would not have had innate knowledge of Zeus, okay? But furthermore, right? In this case, right, when I appeal to my innate knowledge and you say you need further demonstration, I'm curious as to whether or not you're consistent with that standard, right? Do you need an argument for everything you believe? I would hope, and if you're careful, you would say no. And maybe you think so, you do.
It would be my preference that I believe true things, and in order to believe true things, I think that they would be best supported by a high, like an knowledge that allows the incorporation of external evidence in order to make sure that the testing is valid. I think it's true. I will grant that very often these things that are incorrect, that our innate disposition, in fact, patterns correct. So I would say that there's a strong likelihood that I, like anybody else, probably have some beliefs that are false, but that I would hold them up to external evidence in order to test their veracity, and then change the schematics of what I believe in order to incorporate that new information.
I'm always willing to change my mind. In fact, I did. I used to believe that the Christian God was real. I used to believe that worldview was the only accurate one and every other one was wrong. But I came to the conclusion that I did not have enough evidence to support that, regardless of how much I innately knew that it was true. That's my point. Not enough to innately know it. So I don't see how you...
Maybe there's a disconnect between our definition of innate knowledge, but if we're taking, what Shannon said, right? It just seems to be, it seems like you're going to run into a problem if you're going to say that you need a deductive argument or an empirical demonstration for everything.
You're just saying that you don't need evidence.
So in principle, there's no problem with me presenting something to you that doesn't have, like, for example, when I say I know that God exists, in principle, there's nothing wrong with me not providing an empirical or deductive argument.
No, you can believe whatever you want. You're just not going to convince
also,
us.
I think
that's the problem. You're trying to convince other people.
Arbitrary.
Maybe I can more succinctly articulate
you'd be arbitrary
what I said prior, which was what I said prior is that what things that I believe could potentially be false, right? They could potentially be false, but that doesn't mean that I don't believe them. I didn't clearly I didn't require a deductive framework that has external evidence to have every belief that I have, but I think that the best way to test the veracity to ensure that what the things that you believe are true are to incorporate external evidence and and test them out to make sure that, you know, they are accurate. I can't think of another way aside from that to test their accuracy. Like you did a worldview comparison, for example, and I do understand that what you're like. So then you said, well, the person who asserted Zeus, because you refuted it, just doesn't have innate knowledge. So what you're saying is like, it seems to me as though like you've stuck your flag in innate knowledge, and you said, well, I've laid claim to innate knowledge. Like the Christian worldview is innate knowledge. All other worldviews don't pass the smell test for me. Therefore, I'm just saying mine is innate knowledge, and that means that it's evident. But
well, it would be evident.
But how you discounted the Zeus one though, like said that now you don't feel like the Zeus one is innate knowledge, was that you kind of tested that hypothesis and found it lacking. Like, wouldn't you think that Christianity, in order for it to raise to the level of innate knowledge, would have to do the same thing? Which is kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying that in order for something to rise to like a really high bar of truth and knowledge, that I feel like I can like really firmly stick a flag in it, the best way to do that is to do what you did with Zeus and what you should do with Christianity, and you know, find ways to test it out.
Between the Christian God, and the key differences and important differences between the Christian God and Zeus that I think both of us, all of us, even the ones who are listening, are aware of. Okay.
Oh yeah, Zeus is not a good example, right?
Yeah, right. But I mean, I get the. I mean, just say you want to do Christian God, for example.
This is irrelevant to the point that I was making, though, which is like the process that you went through to discount that. Yeah. It's the same process that I'm saying I and we all should go through in order to really firmly hold anything. It doesn't mean that is what you do. Like innately we do something different, like we acquire not the best possible practices, but we should have an eye towards. And if we are claiming things and asserting truth, they should hold up to scrutiny. We should just assert.
Well, you're doing the same thing. The thing is that you're doing the same thing, in that you are going to fundamentally question making against your entire system. That's what you do, and that's what the other hosts, you know, both hosts, you both do that. Okay, because you come just short of admitting that. You do.
Admitting what?
Are you just doing it? I know you are, but what am I in this instance? Because we're still on. No, I thought we were still on premise one, and I was trying to.
That. I'm not doing that. I accept the Christian. I accept that the Christian God's revelation is where it's going to bottom out. But it seems like you want something more.
Well, that's our difference then. Like you're saying this is where it bottoms out, and I'm saying, okay, well that's.
You don't need any empirical evidence to believe what you believe.
Which fine.
And I do. And so there are a lot of people who need more evidence than apparently you do. I'm wondering what it would take for you. Would there be anything that would come across your horizon, that would come through your life, that would convince you that you've been wrong about this Christian God? What would it take?
If I had innate knowledge, what would the answer to that question be?
No, you could come to the conclusion that your innate knowledge was incorrect, just like the person who thought he had innate knowledge.
It wasn't innate knowledge. Well,
it would come to be, you would come, then you would come to the conclusion that you didn't have innate knowledge and that you were mistaken.
No, but so then the problem you're doing, you're running an external critique. You're not actually running.
Could you ever be mistaken, Robin? Could you be mistaken? No, is it possible?
No.
Okay, then.
If Christianity was
thanks for
true,
calling.
It would not be, but like.
Thanks for calling. You proved God. You got us.
This has gone exceptionally long, so we do have a bunch more calls in the queue. This was one of the more calm presuppositional dialogues I've had. So thank you for that, Robin. Sometimes they escalate to a
problem with that, though.
I have a chance. Robin. Thank you.
Bye, Robin. You can't. There's nothing that can convince you that you were wrong. Then you are stuck in the circle, and there's really no point.
Like he was willing to grant that somebody could think that they have innate knowledge for every other instance,
but not him.
Yeah,
when he finally admitted that he could never be wrong under any circumstance because he has magical innate knowledge, then everyone else can be wrong about this. That's problematic.
then that's
Yeah,
good enough for you.
that's
but
problematic.
Not good enough for me, and I don't think that it should be accepted as good enough.
No, and that's where he's. Yeah.
like that.
Okay, enough about that. Let's move on.
Anywho, let's have. Do you want to pick, or am I picking?
Oh, where do we go? Where do we go?
Where do we go?
You pick. I don't.
I'm just going to Kelly.
God-based physics. Yeah. Kelly,
God-based
hey, Kelly.
physics. Hi, Kelly. Thank you for calling the Atheist Experience. What would you like to talk about today?
Hey, thanks so much for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. The first thing I want to do is, if I can, address Michael. Michael, I'm a theist. Please, Michael, don't come in and represent Christianity anymore. That was a mistake. You're not God.
Yeah.
Please,
Don't worry about Michael, though. Let's talk about what's up with you, Kelly.
What's on your mind?
Let's talk about that's fine. I just sat here and listened, but I thought, oh my goodness, what is that man doing? Okay, so anyway, I'm here to make the case for the existence of God, and it's going to be more of a, I don't know what you would call it, physical approach to evidence that I want to make.
Okay.
So
make it. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm only here for the existence. I'm only here to make the argument for the existence of God. I'm not arguing Christianity. That's a completely different argument. So I hear that. I heard you guys, or maybe Robin did. I don't know. But I ventured into that, and that's just those are two different arguments to make. So I'll be happy to do that. But if we can,
why don't we kind of sort of? We got a lot of callers and running out of time. So just go ahead and make your specific argument, not talk about everybody else.
All right. So it's David and Shannon, right? Let me just get sure I get this right. Okay. So we both have hypotheses. You have an atheistic hypothesis, and I have a theistic hypothesis. Both of us have to reach into reality and see if our hypothesis is true. Both of us have to do that. So these are the attributes that I believe God has to have. If you're going to make the claim that God does exist, then these are the necessary aspects of God. A necessary existence, independent of cause, can create, can choose to do so, and also has a free will and intention. Those are my aspects of God. So, I think we can say that existence is a fact. We do actually exist. And our existence is dependent, not independent. Would you agree?
Dependent on...
Yeah, dependent on what?
My point is that you guys both have dependents. They're called parents. So do I. I'm just saying that everything here is dependent on positive.
So had something preceded us, we wouldn't be here. Had something not preceded us, rather.
I'm sorry, one more time, I didn't hear you.
You're basically saying had some
I didn't hear
set
you.
of circumstances not preceded our existence, we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah, that's what that's the argument.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Would we agree?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So my first point is important. Reality can't exist only on dependent causes. That is the problem, as it depends on unending series of events, which inside time is simply problematic.
It's a contingency argument, right?
Yeah, if you want to call it that, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, that's what most
And
of
we
the
are
philosophers,
dependent.
apologists call it when they use it. Argument for contingency, yeah.
Hey,
there must be an on-cause, prime mover,
yeah,
that sort of thing. That where this is the determinants of this is ultimately going to be, there must be an on-cause, prime mover sort of deal.
Okay. Yeah, you've heard
Is that where we're ultimately landing?
I'm not the only one ever made it, so.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one that's ever made that, so yeah, I gather you guys probably heard it before.
Once or twice, yeah. So often.
So yeah. I get it. Yeah, that's fine. But here's my question. The premise is that we are dependent, and if you go backwards, you had a parent, mom and dad, whether they knew each other or they intended to have you or not. I should ask the question. You had one. And as you move back, that number gets smaller. That's just math. The exponential growth as you move backwards, exponential, I guess you call it undead. I don't know what that's term. But anyway, you come back to the point where you have first. I believe that's right.
So I guess where I go with
so
this.
My question is, here's.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'd like to hear your question.
My question is, and it's the same question you've heard 1,000 times, the chicken or the egg question. So where do you guys fall on that idea? Because I believe it's valid.
So do you want? I have thoughts, but if you want to go first, Dave.
I'll give you my thoughts. You may not like them, but these are my thoughts about that.
I already hate it.
Well, you probably will. My thought on that is, who cares?
Oh, dude, now you got 2 against 1, man.
Well, my thought on that is, who cares? Because how we got here, I really find that question irrelevant to helping us deal with what we're doing here. We are here. It's like you said, I was born from 2 parents coming together. I understand that. What those parents were like and what they're doing now and whether I get along with them and whether we have a good relationship or not, or whether they're still alive or dead, is not the tantamount question. The tantamount question is, what am I doing with this life that I have? I am here now. How I got here becomes irrelevant at some point. We argue over and over again about there being a God, and like you said, you weren't arguing for the Christian God, and I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, unless we're talking about a specific God and how this God is supposed to interact with creation, us, humanity, it becomes pretty irrelevant at some point. If there was something that started everything, and we are still figuring these sounds out, and we're learning more all the time about the origins of the universe and these kinds of things, I don't know that it really matters unless we're arguing for or speaking about a specific God and how this God is interacting with us today. Otherwise, it's just a lot of philosophical arguments spinning round and round and coming to no really useful conclusions. Now, that's probably not the answer you're looking for. That's kind of where I land with this particular.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Well, I have a different response.
You want to go ahead?
I figured you would.
Maybe
She
you
has
guys
the
both
cor-
have.
Yeah.
She has the correct response. Mine was
Can I
just me.
respond? If it's different, can I
Yeah,
respond
sure.
to this one first? Is that okay? Okay. Well, and it's Dave, right? Let's make sure it's David.
Yeah.
David, right?
Yeah, it's right there on the screen.
So,
Yep.
I believe that your first premise that it doesn't matter. What we're talking about. The existence of God and first cause.
No, that's what you're talking about.
And then, no, that's what the subject is: the existence of God and how we came into existence because we are sinners.
I think you're missing my point, though. Yeah, okay, we came into existence, yes.
But you're just saying it doesn't matter to you.
I'm saying, yeah, sure, it doesn't matter to me, but I think in the broader scope of things, in terms of the lives we're living on the earth today, humanity, how does it affect you in your daily life, whether or not you understand the origins of the universe and how God started everything? How does it affect you day to day? If it's not a specific God, then it's calling you to worship Him. Well, let's hear. You responded to me. Let's hear what Shannon had to say. I think I may have derailed where you wanted to go with this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so
that's okay. Go ahead, Shannon.
My response is going to be like a little bit different. So it's whenever I hear conspiracy type arguments, it seems as though essentially what they're trying to do is just stop an infinite regress, right? So you're just trying to prevent an infinite regress of causality from happening. So it's not clear.
I don't need to prevent that. Time prevents right, but I mean, hang on.
Time in its current instantiation, but allow me to. I'll keep going.
Let's let Shannon talk, okay?
Yeah. So it seems as though that. Right. So we feel as though that there needs to be, if we're talking about like within time as a instantiation now, then you're saying that there needs to be one point at which things initiate. And like that's the best that I can get out of this argument is that there's an initial starting point. The problem for me is the insertion of cognition. Like you mentioned initially, like the definition of like what God is entailed free will, and free will would require a mind and some sort of cognition and intentionality. So if that is the case, that there is a prime mover that has some sort of intentionality towards doing this, and I guess my next question would be like, what is your definition of God? Because if you see God as like a wholly self-sustained, fully contented, like wholly perfect being, then there would be no requirement to create because he would have had no desires or needs, and in order to create the entirety of the universe, that would be indicative to me that he had a desire of some sort in order to have the inclination to do so, and somebody who is wholly self-sustaining and perfect would have no such inclination. So it seems to be self-defeating. If that's the case, if that's not your definition of God, it doesn't even require a defeater to me for me not to hold to it, because essentially you're just getting back to the very beginning of time as we knowing it, saying something kicked it off, and then labeling that God. And then you've got all of the hard work to do from there to get to why that God comports with the definition.
Well, that's exactly what I said, Shannon. You just said it a different way.
I just almost peed my pants.
Well, because the point is the same. If you're not defining what this God is and who this God is and how you interact with it, it's an irrelevant conversation.
But I didn't intend to.
I know, but what's the point then?
I started off that way. I told you I wasn't going to do that.
Well, respond to Shannon just lost.
I'm not okay over here.
We've lost Shannon. Respond to what Shannon said. Respond to what Shannon said, Kelly. Respond to what Shannon said.
Okay, so Shannon, you insinuated, and tell me if I got that wrong, that time wasn't really real.
No, I didn't insinuate that at all.
I don't think so either. No.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
You said something. You said about time. And I'm basing some of my argument on we do have a time frame. It had a start.
I'm not contesting that. I never contested that at all. No, it didn't. In fact, I incorporated into my response the assumption that time existed by saying that essentially you're just like you're saying that there can be no infinite regress because of time. So because now that I know that about you and your argument, what I said was what you're doing is naming the starting point, God. So that's not a contestation of that point. So I'm allowing in my response for the existence of time, and my point still stands.
Actually, that wasn't my point. I didn't mention God. I said time restricts infinite regression. That's
right. Sure.
But there's no such thing as infinite regression. Therefore, let me just finish because I listened to you guys without interrupting, at least not very much. So if there's no infinite regression, then what's the alternative?
I allowed for that in my response, though. This makes me feel like you didn't hear what I was saying. Because I allowed for that in my response. Like I granted that in my response. I granted that in my response.
Well, I listened to you, and I listened to you. I didn't interrupt.
But now you're telling me I said something I didn't, so I'm interrupting you to correct you because it sounds like you didn't listen to my response because you're attributing things to me that I neither said and have said multiple times throughout.
Well, actually,
that I don't acknowledge and
I've
granted and don't contest. But you're acting as though not only did I contest them, I didn't grant them, but that I said something entirely different than I did. So I'm interrupting you. There's no progressing if you didn't listen to what I had to say, and you're trying to tell me that I said something different.
I am listening, and what I'm trying to say is you guys inserted God again. And all I said was time restricts infinite progression. So therefore, there is a first cause.
Right.
And the first cause, if it's not dependent, which if it's first, then it can't be dependent. Otherwise, you have infinite progression. The first cause is independent.
Sure.
Not
I'll grant that.
Okay, so now what?
Why is it God?
Intention.
Yeah, why
you were confused as to why. Let me just finish. You were confused as to why God would be intentional and why he would make creation if he's, as you say, holy. Why wouldn't he? You said he wouldn't. Why would he? And I would ask, why wouldn't he?
But why did I say he wouldn't? And I gave two different scenarios actually. But
No, you
why,
tell her
let's
why
do
would
a
you.
let's do a listening test. Why
tell her once
did
again
I
what she
say?
said. Tell her once
Why
again
did
what she
I
said.
say that it doesn't make sense that he would? Why?
That is what you said. Why would?
Yeah.
you?
Why?
Perfect.
Why? In that one of the two scenarios that I laid out. So you didn't listen to what I said. You can't repeat back to me what I said.
I did.
Or you don't
Yes,
want
yeah,
to.
I did actually.
Okay. Why then? Why did I say that? Why? Repeat my why. Why did I say that?
I don't know. That's your mind, not mine.
You did. So you don't know what I said.
You want to tell her what she said, but you didn't listen to what she said.
You don't know what I said. I laid out a scenario for one conceptualization of God, and that conceptualization of God is one that is wholly self-sustaining, right? So a wholly self-sustaining God would be perfectly content, would be perfectly happy, would be all of the perfects, right? And if you're a wholly self-sustaining and already perfectly happy, there is no logical reason, and in fact, it would be intuitively the opposite of a logical reason for them to desire to create anything new or additional, because as they exist in their eternal instantiation, they are already wholly content and perfect. So it doesn't make sense that they would have the inclination to do so.
And intentional to create something, but you're just making that up in your head. That's your opinion.
Oh, why?
That's your opinion. You don't have any.
It's a lot of philosophers' opinion too, actually.
Shannon, you're making assumptions.
Yes. I'm not making an assumption. I'm making an argument as to why it doesn't make sense.
Do this and he doesn't do that. Well, that's your opinion. That's not bad.
So why? So it's a philosophical argument. So you would have to demonstrate. You would have to now you have to demonstrate that there would be so that takes away the wholly contented, right? Because it's a refutation. This God, if he is wholly perfect and self-sustaining and wholly content, there is no reason to require anything additional. In fact, the addition of anything, his desire to do anything, allow me to finish, because I don't think you're understanding. The addition of anything, his having a desire for anything, means that he is not already wholly contented and self-sustained. That creation is a refutation to that attribute of God, should you want to give him that attribute, is what I am saying. And you're saying that's an assertion, and I'm saying it's a logical deduction.
Yeah. Tell me why that's not illogical. Why that's
You're
not
not
logical.
making any better argument than Robin here. You're not making any better argument than Robin. And my premise was, can choose to do so, and has free will and intention. That was my argument.
Right, and I'm saying
Shannon said it
sense,
doesn't make sense for a perfect, complete being to do that. Tell us why it does make sense. Okay, why does it make sense to you, Kelly? Why does it make sense to you?
Because there's evidence here that, in fact, he did.
What
The
evidence?
universe is designed for life. Number one,
Oh,
our
dear
universe
God.
is designed for life to exist. That's the anthropic principle. It's a gift. It's a gift.
I know. I think that you don't have a reputation for that, so now
Secondly-
you're back to asserting that there must be a God. Like, the universe is giving evidence for God. Okay, well, if God be that, that the universe exists, and you're saying, well, the universe existing is the evidence, and we'll just keep going around and around in circles. The universe existing is evidence. Then I'm saying, if you give God these attributes, it doesn't make sense that he would even create a universe. You're saying, well, obviously, the universe does. And we can do this for the rest of my life.
looking for
but
everything.
we're already over time and we have one more call. So thank you for the conversation, Kelly. But for today, so we'll call back next time. So yeah, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay,
Was
you
I
got
making sense? Was I making sense?
Yes.
I felt like I was making sense.
Does that always matter on this show? No.
Sometimes I don't explain things well, but I feel like I got
You
that
did.
one.
You did.
Okay.
He just didn't. He was locked into a position, and he thought he had us. He thought he had us backed into a corner, and he didn't want to let you escape with a philosophical argument.
But
That's all.
it was an assertion. I was just making an assertion. Okay. Anyway, I have an announcement.
Oh boy.
We have a brand new store. I have some stuff in the store. It's tiny.cc/merch ACA. Yeah, Dave does as well.
I got one of those on right now.
Do you? Look
I
at
do.
you. Well, I've got my crew shirt on. You have to earn one of these by making announcements as good as I do. So good luck, everybody, because I'm amazing at that. You can get your favorite items like t-shirts and hoodies and coffee mugs, and you can check out brand new items like beanies and cell phone cases and tote bags. We even now feature a very special limited edition item each month, so be sure to check out our store and the stores of all of our other shows. And right below the chat, you will notice there is a Donate Now box. Donations made there mean that the ACA will get 100% of the proceeds. YouTube does not take a cut, and it's the best way to support us. And finally, we want to send a big thank you to the crew. They put this show together every week, and they're the reason that I show up every time. They're the best. It's certainly not Dave.
They do all the work.
Certainly not Dave. I'm just
It's
glad
not Dave.
Dave's here to preemptively paraphrase the things I'm about to say.
This show got a face plant from Shannon onto her desk. This was classic.
And then it hurt a little bit, actually. I didn't even just so frustrated.
You picked yourself in laughter and you face planted. What a great
All right. We are going to talk to Zelini. All right. Zelini, we've only got a few moments, so hopefully we can have this conversation quickly. And I'm so sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Please correct me if I'm correct there. What would you like to talk about today?
Yeah, if it's only short, never mind then. Like, I would just point out give a short comment if I can about the previous call.
Oh, good. So do you have anything new to discuss? Or, well, I mean, you can point out, sure,
do,
whatever.
But it's kind of long, so I do, but it's kind of long, so I'll call.
Yeah, maybe for another call. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a short comment about. I think he didn't really explain it well or didn't have a counter argument. I mean, I don't believe in the perfect Christian God, the only God that he probably believes in, but what usually Christians say is something like that. God doesn't create out of need for other beings. He's not lacking anything. He doesn't have a lack of happiness. So that's why he did it. But he has inherent trait of love and benevolence, and he wants to share things with other beings. So that's something
that would be a want or a desire, though. Like, it's just a repackaging to me. Yeah. Of a want or a desire.
No, but even. I mean, it could be understood like that, but personally, I believe that even people can have pure benevolent acts and thoughts. So shouldn't be, too weird to assume that God has them.
So his pure benevolent act was that so to me, wouldn't that mean something like his love in and of itself was, required the addition of other entities in order to be fully actualized then, in order to be the best version of itself.
Not like a part of that character trait, so to call it, is to want good for others, so there are no others.
But then the problem is then why suffering though, right?
Yeah, because that whole Christian argument, which I heard when I was a Christian, God wanted to have fellowship with man, so he fellowship with the angels was created beings, and he wanted man to freely fellowship and worship him. The problem with that is, along with that, because of the way God made the plan, because he had to make it free will, because there was no other option for this omnipotent God to do it, along came free will and suffering and people dying, and a few years into the plan, he has to drown them all, and then a good portion of them end up burning forever in hell. That's not a great plan if he's wanting to share love with a created humanity. That plan falls apart on its
Like
face.
it couldn't be benevolent because then the existence of suffering would be a refutation of that,
Exactly.
right? Because it couldn't be a benevolent act if it incorporates any form of suffering.
I agree with all of that. Actually, you probably see the title of like the topic that I called about.
Yeah.
Next week or.
No, that's a good thought experiment, though. It's good to see it through to like other ways of looking at the counter to my point. At least you acknowledged my point. Thanks. That means somebody understood what the fuck I was saying.
Call in again. We can give you more time for your call because it'd be worth unpacking that. Yeah, we just ran out of time this time.
Half a minute interesting information also connected to your response to him about God being self-sufficient. The Aristotelian notion of unmoved gods as unmoved movers, and yes, in Aristotle it's multiple of them. Like he actually says that when a god is an unmoved mover, when he is so self-sufficient, he doesn't actually interact with the world. Like he is not the efficient cause of the world. He is the final cause. So the heavenly spheres, their movement is caused by the unmoved mover, not as an efficient cause, but as a final cause. Like the spheres of heaven move because they want to imitate some sort of intellectual movement of the unmoved mover. Like they're inspired by him. Like the unmoved mover, according to Aristotle, doesn't actually create in the sense that we use the word creation.
Well, that is interesting, and I wish we had more time to explain. I feel bad, but call back, please. I know we went way over time,
We'll
but
make sure
thank
you
you
get
very
on.
much.
Thank
and
you, Zelina.
Yeah, we'll give you some priority next time. Thanks, Zelina. Have a good day. Bye. Dave, we did it.
I think it's a successful show. We had 2, maybe 3 proofs of God on this show. Alone.
And God himself.
God himself showed up.
God himself showed up, and I'm still an atheist.
This is a big show. This is a big show.
I nailed it.
I don't know.
Can you believe they tried to keep us apart?
I'm wavering a bit.
Can you believe this?
I know. Good luck next
Jassy.
time.
Yeah, well, too bad, everyone. Dave and I host. We finally did it.
Crushed it.
Finally did it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. Click all the links and do all the stuff. Go back and re-listen to the announcements because that was the best part of the show. Nailed it every time.
You're the best at that. You're the best at that.
I'm the best. I'm the best at being the best.
Thanks,
and
everybody.
as always, everyone, help elevate the discourse. Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's time to get sexy, so watch Secular Sexuality Live Thursdays at 7 p.m. Central. Visit tiny.cc/YTSS and call into the show at 512-991-9242 or connect to the show online at tiny.cc/callsex.
Woo!
We want the truth, so watch Truth Wanted live Fridays at 7 p.m. Central. Visit tiny.cc/YTTW and call into the show at 512 991-9242 or connect to the show online at tiny.cc/calltw.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hello. Welcome to the Atheist Experience. Today is September 11th. My name is Kenneth, and joining me today is the incomparable. I don't have the vocabulary to describe my admiration for Forrest Valkai.
I thought you were talking about Greg, the guy running the show behind the scenes, but thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
No, Greg's comparable. I can describe Greg. I mean, yeah, Greg's awesome, but anyway.
Well, thank you so much, Kenneth. That means the world to me.
Well, thank you. So, friends, joining us, the Atheist Experience is a product of the Atheist Community of Austin, which is a 501c3 organization dedicated to the promotion of positive atheist culture and the separation of religion and government. Two things I'm a fan of those things.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, those are good things.
Very much.
Look, I don't want to do too much in the way of ado because I'm looking at the calls and I'm just getting more and more excited about this show.
We have some really good ones today. This looks amazing.
All right, let's just dive in, right? Let's do it.
Absolutely.
We've got David. Pronouns are he, him, calling from Pennsylvania. Says that he's had a personal experience where he talked to Jesus and the Antichrist. Dave, what happened?
I'm stoked to hear about it, man.
So basically it's kind of a long story. First of all, I just want to say I've been a fan of the show for a long time, and for 12 years actually. And basically what happened was these experiences that I had, it was when I was like psychotic, because like in 2010 I got diagnosed with bipolar. I was manic and psychotic and stuff. So like I started to think that like LeBron James was the Antichrist, and so I started like Googling like 666 type stuff. I came across the Atheist Experience, and then it just kind of went from there. The second time I got really sick, which was in 2014, I wound up in the psych ward for like 9 days, and I talked to a guy, and I was just like looking for answers. I was like obsessed with this hockey player that died the same day as me, or died the same day I was born, I meant to say. And I was asking like a bunch of people in the psych ward about it, because I was like, off my meds and kind of like acting crazy. And it seemed like the stuff that he told me had made sense, and it seemed like nobody else was paying attention to him. It's just kind of a long story. And then the Antichrist, it was like the guy that Jesus that I talked to in the psych ward, he told me what he thought the name of the Antichrist was. So like I messaged the guy on Facebook, and he kind of started like talking shit to me and stuff like that. And really I'm just trying to kind of like move past all that.
Okay.
But it was just like such an intense experience, and I keep seeing things pop up that like kind of reinforce my delusional beliefs. And I'm trying to like move past forward from it.
This is interesting because it sounds to me like you're characterizing these experiences as, you just used the word delusional. So are you under the impression that these experiences that you've had are not consistent with reality?
They're not consistent with reality because I was psychotic at the time that they happened.
Okay.
And I wasn't at all religious like before like I got sick. And it really was like just, I don't know, like when you're manic and stuff, you have like a lot of grandiose type thoughts. And a lot of times that, of course, comes to like God, because you can't explain what's going on in your mind, especially if you didn't know ahead of time that you were sick. And so you just kind of say, oh, well, it's God, or like, oh, I'm like experiencing something with God, because you don't have like a better way of explaining it. So I think a lot of people that are like delusional have like, or people that are like mentally ill have like delusions about like God and stuff like that.
Well, probably wouldn't be a great idea to be speaking for other people. If they want to call and talk about their experiences, they're of course more than welcome to. But I guess what I'm wondering at this stage in this call is just, how are you doing now? Are you getting the help and the care that you need, and are you still having these kinds of experiences?
I'm doing fine now. I haven't been sick in like 8 years, and I didn't want to make it seem like I thought that religion was a mental illness. I'm not. Like I hear people like Bill Maher and everything, I totally disagree with that at all.
I think I get what you were saying. You're saying that this can exacerbate things, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like one thing. Like when you're manic and you're kind of paranoid, you're psychotic, you tend to believe in like conspiracies. Like you believe that like the government's after you, or that God's after you. Because like right before I got manic the first time, I like prayed to God that like I kind of bribed God in a way. I prayed to him that like if the Cavs won the championship, that I'd become like a Christian. And it felt like when I got sick, like right after LeBron left, that God was kind of making fun of me. It felt like he was flipping me off. It kind of felt like he was telling me basically to like go fuck myself. Because it felt like the prayer that I said was like so stupid.
I think it's really important that like this whole time you have used like words like you talked about how these are manic episodes. You talked about these. You talked about like it. You are incredibly sober and lucid in the way that you're describing these things, and that's reassuring to me. And it makes me feel like you've got a lot of hope there, and the fact that you're able to identify what these things are. Something you said at the very beginning, though, that I wanted to jump back to, because it sounded like the reason why you called was that you were worried that like you were trying to walk away from this, you were trying to recover from this. Like what's the reason for calling?
Or asked me if I was an atheist or a theist. I would probably honestly prefer to be an atheist, because I think I'd be able to sleep better. I just keep going back to the episodes, and it just seems like there's always things to like reinforce my delusional beliefs. Like I'm not sick. I mean, I'm on medication, and I haven't been sick in a long time. It's like the one thing I worry about the most is that like if I get sick again, because it occurred to me both times I got really sick that maybe I should just commit suicide when I'm sick, because that'd be like the only way I could go to heaven. Because like when I'm not sick, I'm not very religious. I don't pray. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible or anything like that. So it felt like my best bet of going to heaven would be just to commit suicide while I'm manic.
Yeah.
Because then I'd be like a true.
We definitely don't want that.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, frankly, I mean. Like I do appreciate, like Forrest said, that you're talking about these things in the terms that you are. It sounds like you're being thoughtful and reflective about these experiences in a way that's frankly sort of uncommon, and that's a good thing. I think that this call might be like a little bit outside the scope of the show, and that if you or anybody listening to this is having any type of thoughts of self-harm, the best thing you could possibly do is talk to somebody who's a mental health professional about that. David, I'm happy to hear that you're doing well currently. You're more than welcome to call the show again. But yeah, in the meantime, I hope you're taking care of yourself. Look, before we get to some more calls, look, if you like what we do and you'd like to support the ACA, here are some of the ways that you can do that. First, you can become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. You can click the little join button below this video, and it'll give you access to things like special chat emojis. So that alone is pretty sweet. You should know the Atheist Experience is just one of several shows put on by the ACA. Make sure to check out our other content as well. You've got Secular Sexuality on Thursdays, starting at 7 o'clock. Truth Wanted airs live Fridays at 7. We have our Sunday shows, Talk Heathen at 1 o'clock. The Nonprofits, some would say the flagship show of the ACA, is on right before this show at 3 p.m., and those are all Central Standard Time. Finally, you can support us on Patreon at tiny.cc/PatreonAXP if you are so inclined. In the meantime, we got some other awesome calls here. I'm too curious about this one. We have someone who is claiming to be a prophet on the line. Prophet Jesus, pronouns are he, him in New York, says, yeah. Right. Says, I believe I can convert you with 3 questions and a statement. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much, Cousin Forrest, Cousin Kenneth. I appreciate you guys taking your time, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. Real quick, I really hope the caller before me really does get the help that he needs. I mean, it's really sad to hear sometimes. I just want to. So my first question is, I've heard a lot of atheists claim that lying isn't immoral. You know, the whole if you had Anne Frank in the attic argument, would you lie? Yes, I would lie. I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe lying is inherently immoral?
No.
No.
I think that lying can be very useful and very good. I think it can be very immoral, but there are very few things that I would say are inherently immoral.
Yeah.
Lying is just a thing that you do.
All right.
And it depends on the
Depends on the
situation.
situation. Exactly. Yep.
The way you answered that is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Do you
Good.
believe
Excellent.
that legislating... Oh, I'm sorry?
I said that's excellent.
Hello? Oh, okay. Do you believe that those who are legislating with the Bible or evangelicals or even their deity in mind are moving us backwards instead of forwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if they were using their deity or their religion or whatever to do a good thing, like if they were like had a progressive ideal because of their religion, they would technically be moving us forward, but the fact that they're doing it because of their religion is inherently a regressive problem. So
yeah,
it's kind of sticky, but to your point, yes, I do think so.
Yeah, in that instance, they'd be doing a good thing for kind of
back reason. The ones that are legislating. All right, yeah. So not hypothetically, the ones that are currently legislating with their Bibles and their deities in mind, the ones currently, not the hypothetical, progressive ideals.
Well, that's the thing is that there are some people that are for, like, for example, you know, like helping with wealth redistribution, helping increase access to education, helping to increase, you know, aid to the poor to other countries because of their faith, and they say that this is what, you know, the Christian thing to do. So, like, I have heard very, very leftist ideals be attributed to Christianity before. So I will agree. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get pedantic with you. I just want to be very clear about what I'm saying so that nobody watching this is like, oh yeah, every Christian politician's bad, right? Like, it's just, generally speaking, yes. Generally, the trend is when people are legislating based on religion, it's a bad thing. But I'm not saying that it's impossible for it to not be a good thing. You know what I mean?
There are perfectly good secular reasons to do all of the positive things that we would like to see our legislators advocate for. We don't need to invoke anything religious or believe anything on bad evidence to get good things done.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to get like real long-winded. I know you're kind of going for a set of answers here. I just want to be very clear so nobody can like take a snippet of this show and be like, see, these atheists think that all Christians think this, that, and the other. You have to be conscious of this.
No, I will prefer the longer answers to the shorter ones. We can never do wrong with more information than less. But I'm just going to go into my third question.
Third question, man.
As the battle for separation of church and state seems in danger of being won by those who want to see things such as Bibles in the classroom, what is your counter to that if they do eventually win?
When you say counter, do you mean from like a practical standpoint? Like what do we do? How do we engage with the system to push back against that, or like an argument that we would use against that being a good idea? Like, what do you mean?
So if tomorrow you guys are in Texas, I believe, correct?
Well, the ACA is, but we're both in the United States.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma.
Well, so let's say Texas or Kansas or Mississippi or a very right-leaning state decides that the Bible should be in every classroom. It should be taught as a class. What do you do after that happens?
I make the argument that that's fundamentally un-American and that we should push back against that, and that the ballot box should vote to make that type of thing not happen.
I'm also, I would agree with Kenneth. I would do the exact same thing. I would also, you know, I would never stop screaming about how if you're going to do this for one religion, then you would need to do it for all religions. And, you know, the same people, I guarantee, are not going to want the Quran or the, you know, the Satanist, whatever is taught in the classroom. They're not going to be happy about that. And also, I'm a big fan of malicious compliance as a form of civil disobedience. So if I was asked to teach the Bible, I would teach all the worst parts of the Bible to make sure everybody knew why I think it's a horrible book.
Okay. So now, so I had told the screen I had 3 questions, and then I just wanted a simple conversation, a very short conversation. So if you don't believe lying is inherently immoral, and if you think that lying can be used to progress an agenda that doesn't hurt anyone or that helps people, and if you do believe that the legislation being done with the Bible in mind and trying to get the Bibles in schools are wrong, then I really believe you are my cousins, you are perfect examples of the type of people I want in my congregation.
Why?
Well, yeah, I'm a little confused.
And also, what is your congregation about?
Okay, so I just finished writing the Holy Book of Shite. It is the only testament that we need. Me being the prophet, I wrote this. It was divinely inspired by great science.
Before you promote your thing, like, why should we believe in what you're saying? You're saying divinely inspired. I'm assuming then you're a theist and you believe that there's a God. Like, I have to take you back to the original question of what do you believe and why?
All right, so my denomination is a very new denomination, and
seems so.
We believe. I'm sorry.
I said it seems so, considering the fact that you just wrote the book and all that.
Yes, I just wrote it, 2022, and it's I believe the only testament that we need. It starts off with the Big Bang, and it ends with today. There's nothing hokey in it. Back to my first question, if lying isn't inherently moral, then yes, I do have a deity. And yes, my holy book should be a counter in the schools when the Bibles are put into the schools.
All right, so I've lost patience. Hey, Jesus, like, okay, respectfully, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about or where this is going. What you said was, I believe I can convert you with 3 questions and a statement. I'm wondering, convert to what? Because this sounds like you got on here to ask a bunch of inane questions and promote your book. Is that what this is about?
Oh, did you hang up on me?
Nope, I muted you.
We're asking you.
Yeah,
Did you?
I gotta get this back on the rails.
To promote yourself.
Yeah, I gotta get this back on the rails. You said you could convert us. What convert me to what?
Yes. The Church of Shite.
The Church of Shite?
Low key. Yes. And
is this a joke?
Our whole thing is, it's not really a joke. Like I said, if lying is not inherently immoral, then I have a deity. I have a religion, and my book should be given the same level of tolerance that the Bible is given if that Bible wins out in
cool. So you said you have a deity. What, like give us a reason to think that this deity's real. That's kind of more, what this show is about.
The universe is my deity.
So what you've done is you've made a silly joke religion that you can say isn't a joke, so that way when people try to push religion to school, you can say, well, my religion is valid too, and then you have a ridiculous thing that you claim that you have to have force in schools, and what you actually are teaching is just basic science, and that way you're teaching science in school. Is that the whole bit? Because that's been done 1,001 times.
Well, if lying is not inherently immoral, then no, I do have a deity and I do have a religion.
Yeah, you just completely ignored everything that I just said, right?
Yeah, what is lying?
We get the whole premise. We get what you're saying. We're just saying it's a joke that a million other people have done. So like, we get it, but like, I don't get what you just be forward with the point here. What
does lying have to do with your deity being real? I mean, because a minute ago you said your deity is the universe.
Isn't a real deity, but if we lie, quote, to children, and it's not really, then we can lie and say that we have this fake religion. That's all he's saying. Lying is a good thing because we're lying about the fact that we have a religion.
Not necessarily lying to the children, but whenever you
to the government if to say that you have a religion that needs to be forced in classrooms.
Standards that you have to have for the government in order to become a tax-exempt religion. And once my
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the church who said that gay marriage is holy and therefore gay marriage is religiously protected. It's the same thing as the church, the Satanic Temple, that says if you're going to have your holy statue, you have to have the statue of Baphomet. It's the same thing as the people who said that abortion is a part of their religion and therefore abortion rights. We get what you're saying. It's been done a bunch. Good luck to you, but it doesn't usually work. So like, congratulations. Try it, do it, whatever.
Yeah. I feel like there's better ways that all of us could be spending our time than continuing down that track. Really quickly, look, if you shop on Amazon, then you can support the ACA there at no cost to you. You can go to tiny.cc/Amazon Smile ACA and designate the Atheist Community of Austin as your selected charity. And if you do that, Amazon will donate a portion of their profits directly to the ACA. You should also be aware that we have a channel that houses all of the shows of the ACA in audio podcast form. Visit tiny.cc/AEN podcasts. There you can listen to all the latest shows from the Atheist Experience, Talk Heathen, Truth Wanted, Secular Sexuality, the Nonprofits, all in one place. How convenient is that? It's so many things in one easy to locate URL there. We also have 3 Facebook groups that are run by fans and for fans that you can interact with. We've got the Atheist Experience fan group at tiny.cc/FBAXP. There's also the Atheist Experience private fan group where you can interact with others without having those interactions pop up on your public feed. That is over at tiny.cc/FBAXPPR. And we have a newer group, the Atheist Experience fan group, Atheist versus Theist Debates, where you can, go out there, kick around some arguments. Try them out on theists and atheists alike. You can find that at tiny.cc/AXP fan debates. I'm on those, all of them. So yeah, let's do stuff. Let's interact. Let's hang. In the meantime, we've got Mark. Pronouns are he, him in Canada, who's bringing the scientific evidence for the Exodus. Mark, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
Awesome, Mark. How are you?
Good. Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, so I got. Can I have my minute, or do you guys know is that only a non-Bill hunting thing?
I would say just dive in, man. Just dive in.
All right, I'll dive right in. So here we go. So in 1500 BCE, there's the Santorini eruptions, which were some of the biggest eruptions in history that we can track, and they were all along the Mediterranean. It was during the reign of Pharaoh Akmosa I. In his stelas, it talks of a people being expelled from Egypt called the Hyksos. It talks of a singular god raining plagues upon Egypt, as well. It has a pictorial of water with a knife cutting it. Now, during his reign, and his name is Akmosa, which in Hebrew, Ak means brother and Mosa means Moses. So his name actually means brother of Moses. Now, some of the stuff we've seen repeat through history with eruptions. So in Cameroon, they watched their water turn blood red due to the iron that came up from an underground eruption. In turn, from the chemicals in the water, the frogs jumped out of the water. The lice and the flies and the disease of the animals is caused from the dead fish and other animals drinking the water and dying. The boils were actually repeated in that same particular Cameroon incident. Through the carbon monoxide mixed in the air, it caused big boils on the people on the land. Hail and fire, which is described as a plague, has actually been repeated through volcanic ash clouds. The moisture in the air mixes together and it rains down hail that appears to be ice and fire. The locusts, which were known to be in that area of Egypt in huge migrations at the time, they tend to be moved during weather disruptions. The darkness has been repeated through volcanic clouds, and they've actually found the ash clouds in Egypt as some more evidence for the Santorini eruption. The firstborn death, that was repeated. The people in Cameroon, the carbon monoxide came through the water, and as they slept, it killed almost everybody in the village that was on the ground. The Egyptians were told, the Israelites were told to stand up by God. They were told to be ready to go. So they were all awake, which is why none of them would have been affected by the carbon monoxide. The firstborn Egyptian boys slept on the ground because they were in and then the rest of them slept on the roof. I'm on there.
Mark, yeah, you are done.
Question.
So, Mark, I you might like this, Forrest, because because the call screen said the scientific evidence for Exodus. So, Mark, I just want to ask you one really simple question. when you hear the words scientific evidence, what do you think something has to be for it to qualify as scientific evidence?
So in the Bible, in order to get proof for God, right? So this is a fallacy. We expect some sort of divine proof. The only way to really prove a divine
No,
God.
Mark, no. I'm just gonna mute you again. So I'm gonna try this again. I asked you, what is scientific evidence? When you use those words, what do you think that means?
Scientific evidence, in my opinion, would be things that we can test and observe, right, through history. So the eruptions causing these things is a form of scientific evidence that these things are caused by this cause. And then dating the Santori eruptions to 1500 BC is a way that we can line up scientifically with the story tells with what we've actually seen repeat in history through the science of observation through volcanic eruptions under mass water, right?
Okay, so I'm wondering real quick, just like, so if we've got a story about some stuff happening, and then some stuff that happens elsewhere that kind of looks like the stuff described in the story, how do we figure out if one is the scientific evidence for the other? I wish there was a scientist here. Wait a minute.
So I actually have a totally different question it's kind of similar, but like my whole thing is like, number one, I want to be very clear, Mark. I don't believe what you're saying because most of the things you said didn't make a lot of sense scientifically, like carbon monoxide moving through water and then asphyxiating people. Don't really have a reason to believe that that's possible or a thing. But like, even if that was true, this is the biggest thing that like I have the whole time you were talking. The biggest question I have is, even if I believe, even if every single one of those things did happen or was shown to be possible, so what? That doesn't do anything to back up the story, because if I can prove that one dude over here can fly, that does not prove that Superman is real. It's a different claim, different story, entirely different thing. Also, like, it doesn't back up any of the divinity claims in that story. Even if you could prove all those things happened in Egypt, and all of a sudden Egypt had a shitty week and all of these insane things actually did really happen and there was a scientific evidence behind it, that doesn't prove a god, that doesn't prove Moses, that doesn't prove any of those things. So like, every single claim needs to be tested and have evidence for it. And saying that these things are possible isn't evidence. And saying that there's some other civilization that had some things happen, which again, can't stress this enough, I do not believe to be the case, like, that doesn't do anything to back up the Exodus of the Bible, which is what you said you were calling about. So I guess my biggest question is, who cares?
Yeah, so the carbon dioxide did kill the people. Look it up in Cameroon. It absolutely climbed across the water and killed the entire
Carbon dioxide can kill people, and carbon dioxide is soluble in water, but like in the concentrations you're talking about, and also you said carbon monoxide a minute ago, which raises even further questions. So like, there's a lot of variables in what you're saying that don't add up. Yes, those things are technically possible in the same way that it's technically possible that I grow a third arm, but there's a lot of shit that has to happen in a lot of very specific ways for that to occur. And just because it's possible doesn't mean that it's reasonable or that it happened or that there's a god or any of that.
The best way to keep this on the rails here, Mark, is let's deal. Mark, hang on. Let's deal with one specific claim. So if, like, pick your favorite from all the stuff that you just mentioned, and we'll look at it and see if it's evidence for anything.
Sure.
Okay, can I just address really quickly what Forrest said? Because in order to prove a God, a divine spiritual being, right, we need to verify the claims of the Bible, and that's what this is all about, right? If we can verify the claims of the Bible,
No, we don't.
then we know that it's plausible what God said. So to say who cares, it's not fair. Do you want proof or do you not want proof, right? The show says zero proof and all these
you could verify.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You could verify every single historical claim in the Bible. It would do zero for proving that there is a God. That is a totally different claim.
It does. It backs up the claims of the Bible.
So okay, let's try this.
Lots of things have happened in New York. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man comics are real because they also happen in New York, right?
I think the best way we could approach this is to like put a claim on the table, and we'll see if it's evidence. And we'll try this out right now. Let's do one.
Sure. Let's go into it.
So Okay, so there were millions of tons of rocks that fell at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea that they found, which they theorized, because they've seen, caused a tsunami, which would have forced the waters to recede and come back violently, which is exactly what the Bible says. They crossed the water as it receded. It came back violently and killed the Egyptians. This is
My first question is, who's they?
So that right there.
Who's they? You just said they found and they theorized. Who's they?
The scientists. Why do you guys always go to that, right? They is fine when you guys want to use scientists, but when other people quote scientists or use the consensus, then it's always who's they. My question is who's they on you, right? They is the scientists that study the Mediterranean Sea and the Santori eruptions from 1500 BCE. That's they, right?
Mark.
Okay, so you said there's a bunch of rocks that fell into the sea. Where do the rocks come from?
From the side of the seawall. It collapsed, right?
So rocks fell into the water. Rocks fell into the water, right?
Into the water, yes. Millions of tons of rock.
How did that make water recede?
Wave that receded the waters. Huh? Sorry?
Right. How would that make water recede? Because when there's a tsunami, as a result of an earthquake, water is displaced one way, and then it shock waves back the other way. When you displace water by adding things to it, it wouldn't make any sense that it recedes for two reasons. Number one, because force is going in the other direction, and number two, because you just added volume that water cannot penetrate. You literally removed the space for the water to recede into. So saying that adding rocks to water makes the water go backwards makes zero sense.
So have you ever never jumped in a pool? Take a bowl of water and drop a rock in it for it. That's exactly what it does. It all spreads away from it, which is exactly what tsunamis.
And then what?
From the
then
rocks.
what happened?
Unless the rocks fell into the Red Sea, there's no way that it would have displaced water away from the Red Sea. Yes, it displaces water in all directions away from the mass that you just put into it. It wouldn't pull it away from a water source hundreds of miles that way. Unless the rocks fell into the Red Sea where the Israelites were supposedly walking, then there's no way the water would have moved away from there because of rocks being added. That doesn't make any sense.
So how do tsunamis happen, Forrest? How do these violent?
I just explained that.
If not displacement of, well, that's exactly it. So I'm not saying that as the rocks fell, the water opened and they crossed. I'm saying it caused a tidal wave, which went back and forth like tsunamis do. It receded the water long enough for them to cross, and then came back as soon as the Egyptians were crossing. This is the story, and this is what we know in science.
If it went back and forth like that, then there would have had to have been. If it went back and forth like that, then the water would have had to have increased and gone up and encroached on the landscape at least as much as it receded, because we always have conservation of energy. We can't have the perfect back and forth. So the water would have had to have swollen up a huge amount and then receded away, and then somehow stayed away long enough for all these people. What were there? Hundreds of thousands of Israel slaves all passing through there, and then it rushed in. That's several different ridiculous things all happening back to back.
That's the divine. That's the point. Is we can see that something like that happened through the millions of tons of displaced rock. We know a tsunami would have been caused, and the Israelites said that it gave them time to walk through. Right? I don't really care if you believe it or not. You can't deny the science there, right? That's the point. That's the point of the show.
I'm saying that there isn't science there to deny. There's no. Tsunamis don't behave that way. Look, I'm not a geologist or a meteorologist, so I'm totes here about it.
Isn't that how you know when a tsunami?
Mark, I'm just gonna ask you one. Mark, I'm muting you because there's a bigger question that I have to ask you. What does Exodus 14 say happened?
Sorry, the beep cut me out. What was that?
What does Exodus 14 say happened?
Exodus 14? You want me to get my Bible and read it, or do you have it in front of you?
Well, you're saying that this is how you explain, you're saying you're giving the scientific evidence in support of the Exodus narrative, and you're talking about the crossing over the Red Sea, and you're saying that rocks fell and there was a tsunami. I'm asking you what the story says happened.
So the story said that the waters receded. Moses held his staff up and receded the waters, right? And they crossed over, which they also find a land bridge in the Red Sea. So they may have crossed there. So they didn't,
Mark,
the waters
slow down.
didn't even have
Mark,
to recede fully,
Mark,
right?
Mark, all I was asking you was what does it say? What does it say?
It says that Moses raised his staff and calmed the waters, right? He receded the waters.
So what it says
it says that there was a strong wind,
a
doesn't it?
strong wind is what the story says.
Also, I'm looking at it right now. It says that they walked on dry ground
land,
with a wall of water with their left and their right. So there were the walls.
This is where the whole thing that you're doing, this whole project that you're engaged in, is like weird to me as a person who was a Christian for more than 20 years. Because the whole story is the Israelites, they get up to the Red Sea, they're freaking out. The armies of Pharaoh are closing in, and God's like, what's up? Why are you guys panicking? Moses, stretch your rod out, and I'm going to divide the ocean. You guys are going to cross on dry land. And it says that a strong wind comes. Why are you not defending that? Why aren't you talking about meteorology? Why are you talking about rocks at the bottom of the Red Sea?
It also says that there were walls of water to their left and right side. So like that doesn't sound like a tsunami.
Great tsunamis would cause great winds, right? So the fact that they didn't know that millions of tons of rocks were causing
cause winds.
Stop! No, Forrest, go for it. You're nailing it right now.
Tsunamis. So that you're talking about like 15 different things and trying to conflate them all together. That's not how tsunamis behave. That's not how wind behaves. Also, that's not what the story says. The story says that they walked on dry ground with I've pulled it up right here, with water on both sides of them, walls of water around them. And then the second they got to the other side, that Moses put his hand out or his staff out, and it brought the waters back at that exact moment. The story here says that the water behaved in this way and then in that way, and that's all that happened. It doesn't talk about like a tsunami or anything like that. And also, tsunamis don't act the way you're saying. Like, none of this makes any sense that you're saying. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Even if that made sense, it wouldn't verify the story. It would just say that things like this are possible. Finding rocks in the bottom of the water that could have potentially caused a tsunami doesn't mean that these things happen. We would need a lot more evidence. For example, it says that it swallowed up all the people of Egypt, including the Pharaoh. We should find remnants of that there. And even if we couldn't find remnants of that, we should find records of that. You know, in Egypt, in Egyptian culture at this time, the Pharaoh was basically a god. They would have written that shit down. If the god died today, they would have noticed that. Also, they kept tax records and records of like how much grain was harvested in a season. Why didn't they write down the one time when hundreds of thousands of slaves escaped? Like, there has to be multiple lines of evidence for somebody to be scientific. You can't just say, here's this one thing that kind of looks like this, therefore it's real.
Yeah, Mark, I'm just wondering, like, and I want you to address this because the story talks about wind. You're talking about rocks. Did the Bible get it wrong?
No. So there, like I said, there's a land bridge across the water. So the fact that there was water on both sides doesn't disprove anything. Second, great tsunamis that.
Okay, I'm stopping you again because the Bible doesn't say jack shit about a land bridge. The Bible says that a strong wind divided the sea. It doesn't say shit about a land bridge. So what are we talking about?
See, but you guys are saying there's water on both sides. How could that be? I'm explaining that they found a land bridge across.
We are not saying that.
That's
not
not
saying that.
walls
The
of
Bible
water.
says that. The Bible says
Having
that
a land bridge above the water does not mean walls of water on each side of you, right?
Yeah. The Bible says that God caused this strong wind to divide the sea and that the Israelites cross on dry land. Okay? Doesn't say anything about a land bridge, doesn't say anything about rocks falling in. I'm wondering, like, if you're going to talk about the scientific evidence for the Exodus, why have we been talking about rocks for the last 10 minutes?
Well, do tsunamis create great walls of water? They don't do that?
Tsunamis aren't caused by wind. Tsunamis are not caused by great magical winds that come from a god.
They cause winds, right? Waves that big are going to cause
tsunamis do not cause winds.
Tsunamis don't cause wind.
And Pharaoh Akmosa, you're referring to the Pharaoh. Why didn't you write it down? If you look at the stelas they found at Pharaoh Akmosa, it has a pictorial of water with a.
Buddy, listen, Mark. I'm not doing this. I'm going to ask you exactly one more time. The Bible talks about great winds blowing. I want to know, why have we been talking about rocks for the last 15 minutes?
I just told you 30 times. The rocks were the cause. The wind was a byproduct, and the land bridge was the reason they seen water on both sides.
So
I mean,
again,
I
I'm asking you,
perfectly.
Exodus doesn't say
You don't want an
Exodus. All right, Exodus doesn't say anything about rocks. Exodus says winds caused by God were the cause for the sea being divided. So did the Bible get it wrong?
Because they didn't see the wrong. How would they know? They don't know what the science.
How would they know?
Right.
You know what? I agree. How would they know? I'm done with you, Mark. This is wild for you to call in and say you're going to provide the scientific evidence in support of the Exodus narrative, but then when I talk about what the Exodus narrative actually is, you're like, well, how would they know what the fuck was going on?
Right. Tsunamis also like. Again, I'm a biologist. I'm not a meteorologist. So if I'm wrong, somebody call me out. But like last I checked, wind is caused by differential heating of air due to exposure to the sun and the rotation of the earth by a smaller effect. Not like tsunamis don't fucking cause wind. Like that doesn't make any sense. And also tsunamis don't stand still. So like, yeah, there might have been a wall of water from a tsunami. It isn't going to hang out there. And there wouldn't be one on each side. It said that there was one on both sides of them. 2 tsunamis that both parked right here. What is that?
I mean, if you're going to argue that there was some supernatural wind holding back 2 tsunamis, that'd be a whole different set of claims. It also wouldn't say anything about what's said in Exodus. In Exodus, there's a sea. Israelites freaking out. Moses stretches out the staff. God causes the wind to blow to divide it. That is the claim. So if you're going to bring scientific evidence to support the Exodus narrative, that is what you have to deal with, my friend, not rocks at the bottom of a body of water. Anyway, look, as mentioned before, the ACA hosts several shows other than this one, including Nonprofits, Secular Sexuality, Truth Wanted, and Talk Heathen. If you did not catch all of these shows last week, here's a taste of the things you probably want to go back and watch.
We are reckoning with really powerful forces. You know, I'd like to think that we can experiment and play around with our gender in a casual way, but I also want to say that these things are really fundamental to who we are as a person.
Unbroken love or something, which is not what Hitler meant by it. So if you could help me with that, that would be great.
Oh boy, this is the episode where I get to talk about Hitler. Wow. My grandfather used to refer to clergymen in a certain way, and he's right in this case. He always used to say, here comes the gravy train of an easy life. And without a shadow of a doubt, this is Jesus pimping.
You get these kind of situations where you have like a female frog with like 6 or 7 males like stacked up. Well, I think it'd be hilarious being a female frog jumping around with like this 7th male frog orgy tower going on behind you.
If you're going to make assertions that your God is the only living God, when I ask you why you believe that your God is a living God, you don't get to say, how do you expect me to do that? You were supposed to show up with your A game. It's not my fault that you aren't ready to defend what you believe.
Header back goes there, some nice instruction. Give yourself a big old orgasm, or better yet, give someone else one. And so when this arrived, of course, my partner needed to verify the efficacy of this pillow, you know, for science. And so I would just like to say, from the bottom of my heart, this may be the only time I can actually say this and it be accurate, but Mr. Greg James, executive producer of the Atheist Community of Austin, thank you for the job.
Oh yeah. I can't help it. I gotta do this. I gotta talk to the slavery guy. William in Florida. You want to talk about slavery? What's up?
Hey, what up? Sorry, I'm on speaker here.
You're just fine.
Just through going through all the verses about servants and masters, and just not really seeing how it's evil, and mainly it's just work, you know, like having employees and just making sure that people are working. I see it as
Have you looked at Leviticus 25 by any chance? Have you looked at Leviticus 25?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know where you work,
yeah, I
but
mean,
in Leviticus 25, it says to get your male and female slaves from the nations, the tribes around you. You can buy them. You can give them to your kids as inherited property and have them as your slaves for life. But you can't do that to Israelites.
Okay.
Is the stipulation there in Leviticus 25? Does that sound like your workplace?
I mean, it doesn't, but that doesn't mean that one is right and one is wrong. I mean, like, just because that's not how a specific system is in America doesn't mean that the system in this.
So I just
Leviticus 25 is wrong.
So I just pulled up a more concise one, I think, that more directly approaches this. In the book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 20 and 21, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. So in what context, in what way is owning a human being as property and beating them with a rod not evil?
Because it's the reason I see that somebody would be property is because you need, like, your work and how you work in this world is pretty much how you're defined. And
maybe in your worldview, but certainly not in mine.
All right, well, I definitely see that. You know, you're going to be judged by your.
Let me ask you a very direct question. I'm gonna just to prove a point. Let me just ask you a very direct question, okay? I'm actually gonna ask Kenneth the same question first. Ready? Watch this. Kenneth, is there any reason at all where it is acceptable to own a human being as property?
No, dude. No.
William, is there any reason at all where it is acceptable to own a human being as property?
Yeah, I think that it's smart. I mean, here's the truth, though.
It's smart?
Then we are
William,
never going to see eye to eye.
William,
that's not no.
All right,
let's take one.
Let me just explain
really quick before.
Guy.
Well, before we keep going, we gotta. There's one thing we gotta nail down, okay? And then by all means you can make your point. But at the beginning of this, you were saying you don't see why slavery would be evil. So I guess maybe I'm wondering when you say something is wrong or evil, like what does that mean to you?
Well, the definition of evil means to break into pieces or cause suffering, pain. That's the Hebrew definition.
I don't give a shit what the Hebrew definition is. I asked you when you use when you say something's wrong. When you say something's wrong, what does that mean to you? Is what I asked you. What makes something wrong?
It means that the intention of the system is to cause damage, destruction to whoever is in the system.
Do you think?
Okay, so do you think that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think that a system where you can own people as property and beat them does harm to them?
I think that most of the time, servants become servants because they are in need, and that's really what.
That was a yes or no question, William.
I asked you. We'll try it one more time. So, do you think that a system that allows for some people to be owned as property, to be bought and sold, and to be beaten, physically beaten, that does harm to them?
I think that being beaten oftentimes is for the good. I mean, think about people who beat their children, or
let's talk about that.
It's for good. A lot of times being
shows
so good at someone.
All right, so how can I beat you for your own good, William?
Let's think about this with kids. Like,
to tell you that you're wrong about something.
Do you think that beating
and you
kids
can use words like a grown-up?
Do you think
there's massive amounts of scientific? I'm sorry, Kenneth. I beg your pardon. I'm probably saying the same thing you are. Massive amounts of scientific evidence shows that hitting children, that spanking, actually does way more harm than it could ever do good. And just to get back to what we said a second ago, if you don't believe science, I don't fucking care what you believe. If I ask you, is it okay to own another person? And your answer is anything else but no. You are the problem here. You have to understand that. Like, there is no circumstance, no situation where taking away someone's humanity, we're boiling their right to live down to their work ethic, as you did a second ago. We're hitting someone against their will is a good, morally positive thing for that person or anybody else. This is not an acceptable system. And if you don't see that slavery is wrong because the Bible says it's good, I don't know how to talk to you. That's fucking evil, dude.
Well, let me explain like how servants are seen. Servants are seen as equal.
Slaves. We are not talking about servants. Servants get paid.
Why?
Servants don't get beaten. We are talking about slaves.
All right. Well, the person who is, there's a master, and then there's somebody, just like today, there's somebody. There's always a chain of command.
No, it's not just like today, William. Like, I've got to draw attention to this, because this is why I asked you if your workplace is like this. Because at the beginning of this, you tried to act like this is just normal. This is, it's just work, but it's not. Being able to be bought and sold as property and beaten if you step out of line, that's not what we do. We used to have a system like that in the United States, and we got rid of it because it was like obviously like a nightmare for everyone involved. So I'm asking you.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with which part?
Servants, there's slaves today in different countries.
Yes, there are. And
that's not what I said. That's not what I said, William. I said that in this country we used to have legal slavery.
You said today.
I said in this country we used to have legal slavery, and we did away with that because it was a moral and ethical nightmare. So I'm wondering, and dude, I tried to help you out. I'm trying to do you a favor by backing off to just the question of like what makes something moral, what makes something good or bad. And like I'm trying to give you that so that you can take that next logical step of being like, okay, well, if harming people is wrong, which is what you said, and I would tend to agree, just unnecessarily harming people, totally wrong. It's a very short step to go, oh, well, then slavery is obviously wrong.
No, because the intention in the long run is not evil. Just because somebody might get hurt doesn't make the entire intention of this hurt.
Let's try that. I'm just gonna baby steps you through this if I can. So a moment ago we talked about that the system's causing harm to people, that would be wrong. Okay, if the intention of the system is all positive sunshine and rainbows, which it isn't here, obviously, but even if it was, let's say some hypothetical other system that there's just super good intention, but the effect is that it causes harm to people, would forcing people to live under that system be wrong?
No, it's to create hard workers. It's to create a man of work. It's like your work. I mean, like the Bible talks about like how men are justified and men are supposed to be mighty men of labor and mighty men of work. And so like
I got to ask you.
This is how we grow men into.
I got to ask you. I got to ask you a couple questions.
Goal
Mark,
of being a servant is to be a real man. It's to grow men.
William,
a real man.
I know. I that stood out to me too, Forrest. William.
Yeah.
I want to try to back this up. Maybe a step further.
Freak, not a loser.
Maybe a step back further. I just want to ask you, like, because it sounds like you're looking at the Bible as this authoritative source that you can draw some sort of guidance from. Maybe we can start there. Why should anybody care what the Bible has to say about anything?
Why should it? I think the word testifies of itself. I mean, throughout time, people have been the Bible has been the foundation of Israel, like the law of Moses, the Psalms, and the prophets, and it was supposed to be that through people obeying the words and the commandments and the law and understanding the will of God through His words, that they would be able to share that wisdom with other countries, other nations, which every nation in the entire world. What?
Every nation in the entire world, what?
came to Israel to hear of the wisdom and to learn, and the Bible even talks about
That's not true at
the
all.
other nations
So
are actually-
we gotta
Yes,
step
it
back.
is true,
further.
guy.
So no, it's not. So
read 2 Kings chapter 10. Yes, it is.
If a book,
how do you say that's
can
not
be-
true? Who are you to say that?
If a book can be used to set up a nation, or a group of people can organize themselves around a book and find some wisdom in it, in their estimation, does that have anything to do with whether the rest of us should take that book seriously?
People make it up, make their minds for themselves. People see it, and then they.
That's not what I asked you. I am fully aware that people. I'm fully aware that people make up their minds for themselves about what to take seriously. The question is what we should take seriously. So, for example, there are nations around the world that are sort of theocratic regimes organized around the Quran. There are communities organized around other holy books like the Book of Mormon or L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics. My question to you is, what does that have to do with whether any of us should take the claims in a book seriously? You're looking at the Bible as if it's this special thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, throughout
Why?
history, it's through, like, right now, if I read the Quran, I would say that's a piece of junk. Why? Because I see it and I know that God doesn't live through it. So
How do you know that?
It's really about...
How are you,
Just from
the
hearing
question is
it.
how are you making the assessment that the one book is like the magic perfect God book and the other book isn't?
That's just from my experience and seeing it, and then also the goal of it is that where the truth is where people would be set apart. That was the whole goal.
What does it mean for
that's the
something to
whole
be
goal of the
true,
word.
William? William, what does it mean for something to be true?
Everlasting life, the truth, Holy Spirit,
No.
Spirit of truth. The Bible says.
You're bringing your sort of stock church answers to this. I'm asking you like an honest and straightforward
what I believe,
question.
guy.
So I'm asking you, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean for anything, for something to be true?
Everlasting. I mean, the Bible. I mean, grace. And you're asking me what I believe truth is.
Let me try this
What do you
again.
believe
If I say the Kansas City Chiefs are a football team, that is a claim that is either true or not. How do we assess whether it's true?
I don't. That's such a stupid, unnecessary thing to talk about truth.
It'd be
That's so
super easy
stupid.
for you to answer. So, how do we assess whether a claim is true?
I don't know. Define football. I mean, it gets pretty deep, guys. It's like,
Hey, there you go.
Green. But
You're
what
getting somewhere.
What about a colorblind guy?
You're getting somewhere.
Colorblind.
So
What's green
so-
to him?
Listen, William, I know that you are scared to death to have an honest conversation about this, but we're gonna try it. So if I say that the Kansas City Chiefs are a football team, we can assess whether that claim is consistent with reality. We can look at what does it mean for what is football? What's a football team? Are the Kansas City Chiefs that? And we look to see if the claim itself is consistent with reality. So I would argue that for something to be true, it needs to be consistent with reality. Do you have a problem with that definition?
I mean, truth is reality. I mean,
That's not what I said. I said that for something to be true, it needs to be consistent with reality.
yes.
Awesome.
I think
So
that,
if the
I mean,
Bible makes claims,
I want.
if the Bible makes claims, how do we figure out if those claims are true?
Well, biblically, it's if God lives through it.
Well, no, a minute ago, we talked about how truth is whatever's consistent with reality. So if the Bible makes a claim, how do we figure out if that claim is true?
The Spirit bears witness with our spirit that we are the sons of God. Like, I believe it's the truth because there's a promise according to the Bible in the name of God, and that spirit of everlasting life is the promise through whoever trusts in the promise, and in this case, it's the New Testament through Jesus Christ.
William,
believing that He
Those are
died.
some real pretty platitudes.
Everything that, yeah, that's all gibberish, what you just said. So let's think of let's do
Why
something
is it
specific.
gibberish though? Here's
Well,
the
because
it's
wait,
nonsense,
it's
feel-good
nonsense.
words
It
coming
doesn't
out of
make
the mouth
any.
of a
Yeah,
fascist.
you're
no,
talking about
you're
feelings,
nonsense.
and you're using those feelings to justify things like
No, I'm
slavery.
not.
Yeah, well, you actually are.
Saying
So
that God
let's
is
look at a
real,
claim.
He can live and people can say.
Yeah. So
yeah, God's real and he can live and people can own other people as property and rape
Yeah.
them if they want because it makes him a real man.
yeah. So
Fuck off.
William,
Okay.
if
Okay,
like let's
guys.
let's think about this.
Rape
Let's
is
think about
punished by the death penalty in the Old
let's think
Testament.
let's think about the
Yeah,
symbol.
unless it's a slave, because the Bible says it's okay when it's your slave. Remember that part? Also remember the part where it says that if you rape a virgin, you can buy her? It says that too.
So
yeah, and that's a false
William.
Bible version, by the way.
okay, so
Oh,
William,
I'm glad you know which one's real, which one's false, because just a minute ago when we were reading the same fucking version, you said that that was all acceptable.
so William, it sounds
Because
like
that's
you're using
hypocritical and
William.
the true God would not be hypocritical.
William. It sounds like what
Oh, he
you're
knows
doing
who the true God is, too. My goodness.
William, you're just using your feelings to make assessments. So what I'm wondering is, like, if we think about like the central claim in the Bible, the most important claim in the Bible is that Jesus rose from the dead. I want to ask you this: how would we evaluate whether or not that's true?
Because the promise is that if you trust in Him and that He died for your sins and rose again for you, then the promise is that the Spirit of God would live through that promise forever.
Right. That's the
That
claim.
doesn't tell
that
us
is
anything.
that is the claim. I'm asking you, how do we figure out whether or not any of that stuff's true?
It's on you. It's in you. So like,
No,
yeah, I mean,
I'm asking you,
if
how do
you-
we figure? Our feelings aren't going to cut it, because I could have like a feeling
Why?
and go, why aren't our feelings going to cut it?
why isn't our knowledge going to cut it? Why isn't our experience, our actual testimony in our own soul and eternal, like our soul, like why is that not good enough for you?
My grandpa told me that the moon is made of cheese, and I feel like it's right in my heart, and I have personal experiences that validate it because it gives me meaning to my life. Is the moon made of cheese, Will?
I just think that's extremely unimportant, and nobody would ever have
yes or
to.
no
the,
question.
the hand waving there is a way of avoiding engaging honestly with what Forrest is asking you. Let's try this. Are you aware that people have?
Like, if the moon is made of cheese, there's a way for me to find out. Like,
William,
I don't.
And if Jesus came back from the dead, there's a way for us to find out.
Yeah,
So why are you talking about personal testimony and promises and everlasting life and all this stuff when we're asking you, how can we know if something is true or not?
Yeah. So and when the answer to that question revolves around our feelings, and you talk about personal testimony, I just want to ask you: are you aware that people have very strong feelings and personal testimonies and life-changing experiences in other religions than yours?
I mean, just because they have experiences doesn't mean it's the same experience from the Bible.
Yes, but if someone has an experience and they say that experience is a supernatural one, does that make it so?
I mean, they definitely had an experience, but I'm saying there's one specific experience that the Bible is, and it's set apart from all other religions because all other religions are set apart.
The experiences that you're having, okay, as a Bible-believing person, are going to be distinct from the experiences that someone who believes in some other God will have. But they have experiences too, and you have experiences, and people all over the world have different faiths and powerful, transformative, emotional experiences with their faiths. How do we figure out what's real and what's true here?
Through reasoning and just understanding why
Holy
all of them are. What?
No, if they're reasoning, this is amazing. So let's go back to that whole Jesus rose from the dead thing. How do we figure out if that is like a true thing that actually happened?
Because you have the testimony in yourself.
I don't have the testimony myself. I don't think it happened.
That doesn't sound like reasoning.
Yeah, that's just feelings again. How do we figure out if it happened?
I don't know. It's not really just feelings. It's just knowledge.
Well, knowledge. I think of knowledge as being like I think of knowledge as being a justified true belief. There has to be some evidence. That belief has to be consistent with reality. I can't just say I feel it and claim to know it. So, like again, how do we figure out if the feelings that you're having about the resurrection are consistent with reality?
here's the reality of the reason why I believe on the resurrection is because my knowledge is that I have sinned and come short of the glory of God.
Well, that's Romans says you have, but why should we think that?
I would need forgiveness. What?
Well, yeah, I understand that Romans says that everyone has sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. The question on the table is, why should anybody care what the Bible has to say about any of this stuff?
Because people are hungry for God. You know,
what does that have to do with whether the Bible is true? People, there's claims about God in a bunch of other religious books too. I'm asking you, what makes the religious book that you're using to justify shit like slavery, dude? What? Like why should anybody take this book seriously? I know the book justifies slavery. I'm asking, why should anybody take it seriously?
It just depends on people's experience and seeing how things work. Like, say, like if like how the Bible says, like how and people would see the law and they would say, "Wow, what a righteous God! What a amazing
what a righteous God that justifies slavery." We're gonna drop out, William. Look, man.
Before we do, really quick, I just want to ask. Hey, something you said a minute ago was still. Oh, fuck.
My bad.
I just wanted to know what he thought about slavery in the United States, because the shit that he was saying about how slavery is good because it makes you a stronger person. I wonder if he thinks that was a justifiable thing then in America. Fuck off, fascist. Go home.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I try to get away from the slavery stuff because it just makes me feel so fucking gross when people.
Yeah, no, I was done with that shit. I'm sorry. I was happy that you were able to go with the rest of the call because there's no way I was gonna waste any more of my time and my breath on that trash.
Well, and
fuck that.
People do this, and like you're sort of sacrificing your humanity and your capacity for compassion for your fellow human being on the altar of faith here. And the question is, like, why? Why would you do that? I know that your book justifies slavery. I know.
Yep.
But
that
why?
makes it a bad book.
That's where I was trying to get him to go.
It's not that fucking hard to make that connection. That's what gets me, is I really wanted to get that clip in there, because I was talking earlier about if somebody takes a single clip from the show, I want that to be the one. If you ask any reasonable person, is there ever a time when it's okay to own a person's property, and their answer is anything other than absolutely no, why the fuck would you ask me something like that? That person is an immoral piece of shit, and they need to reevaluate their life. That's insane. Yeah. So happy that you came on this fucking show in front of thousands of people and showed your ass to everybody. Thank you so much for showing everybody the brain rot that comes along with this kind of thinking. It's really good that people see just how far you can fall, and just how far the termites can spread, and just how much you can fuck up your mind by believing in this horrible shit. Thank you for being a demonstration for the rest of the class.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
absolutely.
In that sense, good call, William. Thanks. We got Victor in Texas.
Damn.
Victor is wondering what is the
Victor, I fucking dare you.
Yeah, Victor wants to know, what is the naturalistic foundation for empathy and reason. Victor, take it away. We'll put the minute up on the screen if you would, crew.
Hi, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I've called in a few times. This is the first time I've talked to you guys, and I know about Forrest's expertise in like evolutionary biology. So that's the main that's my main hold in theism, is basically been, that I believe about the sense of morality, which actually ties in very well with the previous caller you just had, with the. Because I agree with you. I know Forrest. I know you personally have said, like me, you read the Bible and you say, this is definitely not a good book. This is a bad book, right? And I lied about the law, but I don't claim to accept. I'm definitely non-biblical in my theism, to the extent that I'm theist at all. But I'm still have a hang up on, why so many things that I personally believe are moral. And oddly enough, it seems to me that it's the theists who actually seem to be the most relativistic in moral concepts. You mean
with like justifying slavery and shit like that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but like also like like justifying making things worse for poor people in other countries for middle-class people in America. You know, like the anti-immigration
don't get me
stuff.
started.
And
There's the
like
question
that.
of like, who would Jesus?
And we don't need to worry about endangered species and preserving the environment. So
Right. Well, real quick, because I really am interested in what Forrest has to say about this. But when you say you use the word moral a few times, and I think of morality as just the ongoing discussion about what we ought to do and ought not to do. Is that a good starting point for you, Victor? Are we talking about the same thing?
I suppose, and you know, it's just I have this sense that there are certain things that are moral and right, and I wonder about people who sometimes disagree. And you know, I'm thoroughly convinced that you know we all have our sense of what's moral and right with you know largely through empathy, which is always in conflict with our own personal appetites and personal concerns for ourselves. So we have that tension going on all the time.
Just to condense this for Forrest. So you know, is there a naturalistic basis for having certain moral preferences and being reasonable?
Yes. Yeah,
I think we're done
is.
Excellent. All right. Sweet.
Yeah, so like when you talk about morality, it's really important to point, and this isn't exactly what you asked, but I think it's relevant. When you talk about you know naturalistic a view of morality, it's really important to remember that we are not the only animals that have it, and also that it's the same thing as when we talk about intelligence. We are judging it based on like a human framework, and really also you know a Eurocentric framework, because that's a lot of what you know kind of contaminates science sometimes. But even with those parameters, even with those limitations, we still see very clear, you know, morality, which I would usually conflate with or at least associate with empathy out in the animal kingdom. For example, if we, you know, put two black-capped capuchin monkeys, is a really cool study where one of them learned how to open a jar with a rock by cutting through the paper on the top and getting the peanuts out, and the other one didn't. And they put them in a wall, in a little box with a clear wall in the middle, and one of them had the jar with the peanuts in it, and the one who knew how to use the rock had the rock, and the one with the rock passed it through the hole and like helped the other one figure out how to open the jar, and now the other one, with no reason to do so, shared the peanuts with the other monkey that gave him the rock. Exactly 50-50. They were able to count out exactly how much to give. And that's showing like fairness and equality. There, if you put two mice in a cage, and you put one of the mice in a much smaller little cramped cage, the other mouse will go and free its little friend from the cramped cage before it does anything else, even at the cost of a food reward, even if it means that it doesn't get what it wants. There's been empathetic studies that show that animals show empathy for each other, showing more empathy the more time they spend around each other. There's been studies showing fairness and equality and morality and counting in a variety of species. Dogs, cats. Dogs tend to not care unless they're on the receiving end of the immorality. If they're in the short end of the stick, then they give a shit. But like, there's compassion, empathy, grief, emotion, all of these things that we can see in several different animal species, and we can absolutely build a naturalistic model of morality this way. It is not unique to humans, and it's not divine or anything like that. Once again, I know that isn't exactly what you asked for, but I hope that that kind of broadly covers everything that you were talking about there.
Well, yeah, I fully understand that idea, but what I was getting at is, where does it come from naturalistically?
Oh, your anterior cingulate gyrus and a few other places.
Do you mean, okay, so I'm wondering if you think about this in terms of, you know, if we've got species that have the capacity for empathy and altruism and reason, are those species going to be more or less likely to be able to, you know, survive together and pass on their genes and, you know, keep on cranking out babies than, say, a species that doesn't have those capacities, can't reason and can't work together and just fights and shits on each other all day? Like, which species do you think is going to be more likely to succeed?
You're right. That does make sense. Yeah, the species that cooperates, I guess.
And what's really cool is we actually have, like, when you talk about that non-reciprocal altruism, just the complete charity giving of yourself for no benefit to yourself, but it helps everybody out. There's several models of that ecologically that work. And there's lots of old ideas and new ideas that kind of shuffle around. But what's really, really interesting about it is that we see this even in single-celled organisms. You know, there are certain species of bacteria that will actually give their own life to produce toxin to kill other bacteria to make more room for their own species to move in. Obviously, at the individual level, this doesn't work, but on the whole kin selection, quote, quote, kind of thing, where you have now a selfless action that benefits the species selfishly, there is an evolutionary advantage. So, like, as far as where this comes from, it comes from the same way every other kind of biodiversity comes from evolution.
And it's somehow, well, obviously you just mentioned it was even in single cellular organisms, but it's somehow wiring of the brains working differently. There's something in the brain of a species that makes it feel for another. I don't see that. I'm not sure where that started, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a few things there that are important. Like, so number one, when you talk about where it started, it would start the same way as anything else. It'd either be a mutation, maybe an epigenetic change, whatever. As far as like behavioral evolution in animals, like I can't talk for single-celled organisms there, but behavioral evolution in animals, you could cite, like, for example, the Baldwin effect is really cool. It's how behavior becomes genetic over successive generations of basically encoding the ability to learn something so fast that you no longer recognize it as learning. It's just something that's innate and instinctual. There's a lot of models that work with that. Unfortunately, there isn't one that's blanket that you could just say applies to all of them. Studies into altruism are diverse in their methodologies and in their backgrounds, because there's so much there that applies to, well, like I said earlier, our framework of human-focused altruistic behavior. It's kind of weird. So I can't give you a straight answer on that, unfortunately.
So, I mean, is empathy, I'm thinking that perhaps in a sense that, you know, we see the suffering of another, we somehow feel some suffering ourselves.
Yeah, so that's something that we can see. Like one great example. So there's a few parts of the brain that handle that. Just speaking in humans, my favorite is the anterior cingulate gyrus, which is really freaking dope because you have this part of your brain up here called your somatosensory cortex that actually does the feeling, like the physical sensations. And then your anterior cingulate gyrus is kind of, if you slice down here, it's like one layer back. It processes the same information without the actual stimulus, so it allows you to like feel how you feel about feeling things, if that makes any sense. And so, like, really cool studies, for example, in empathy that focus on that part of the brain, they show that, like, if you pinch yourself here and you're gonna, brain lights up here and your brain lights up here, if you watch someone that you care about, or even just close your eyes and imagine somebody that you care about being pinched here, somatosensory cortex of your brain can't light up. It doesn't have any stimuli. But this front part of your brain, this anterior cingulate gyrus, still does. And so we have here, this is just, again, one example. I'm grossly oversimplifying this. But just one cool example of, like, a part of your brain that handles what we could call empathetic thinking. And that's a part of the brain that, like we see in a lot of species, it works better and better the more familiar you are with this other individual or other group of individuals, because you see them as part of your family, part of your in-group. And this is where a lot of moral and empathy studies in humans especially go to, is tribalism, tribalistic behavior of, you know, like, are you part of my family, my group, my community, my whatever, or are you over there? And if there's some really, really cool social psychology experiments from the 1970s, I want to say, by Henry Teifel, where they would separate humans into completely separate groups by totally random, arbitrary means that the humans knew were completely arbitrary, and within a few minutes they would, like, fiercely defend their little group and go out of their way to fuck over the other groups, even though there was no reason. Yeah, and so, like, look up, if you go to Google Scholar and type in intergroup discrimination, you'll surely find that one. And, like, the researchers were, like, shocked by how easy it was to make people
it'll
hate
be like
each other.
blue-eyed people over here, brown-eyed people over there, and it's
it's a huge one. Yeah. Yes. And so, like, there's a huge amount of studies into that, and what they show consistently, which is really, this is the big takeaway that everybody who learns about any of this should know, is the most important thing is that you are born with empathy, and you are also born with the ability to be a dick to everybody. And the thing that determines that is just who you consider to be in your in-group versus your out-group, and you have the power to decide who's in the in and out group anytime you want. There were some really cool studies on empathy that handled around racism, and they found that, like, people of different races, different ethnic groups had less of an empathetic response neurologically, neurologically they had less of an empathetic response unless they spent more and more and more and more time around that other group, and then they started to see them as humans too, as part of their group, and their brain started to treat those people like people, and then they had a more empathetic response as if they were family members. So literally, if you just decide to start thinking as every human being as your brother, your sister, your family, because they literally are your family, it actually causes real changes in your brains and the way that it works, and it makes you a more moral and more empathetic person. And that's fucking dope, dude. That's wild.
Well, I appreciate that, and that is my personal feeling. Like I said, I find it immoral to, this nativist attitude, the immigration people. But in a sense, what you're just telling me, because there's the tribalism to it, it almost says that, through naturalistic morality, that tribalism is good.
Well, in the sense that it evolved, it's useful, because we evolved on the savannas. We evolved out in Africa in little small bands of people. And you can look back at the old, his last name was Service. I don't remember his first name, but the Service model of community structure or civilization structure in humans. And so, the earliest one would be bands, which are egalitarian groups of humans that are only together because they want to be, because they're mostly family driven, or family oriented. And so in that sense of very early humans naked running across the plains hunting for zebras like that, yeah, sure, some tribalism helps because it keeps your food safe. But also it's important to remember that even though that is evolutionarily advantageous in that way, in a big civilization, in a big society is not. And the important thing to remember about evolution is that when we talk about fitness, when we talk about being able to survive in one particular environment, when you gain fitness in one environment, you lose fitness in another one. So if I have a big heavy fur coat to survive out in the Antarctic, and then all of a sudden you throw me into the desert, I'm going to die in a stupid, horrible way. But if I slowly lose my fur and start to adapt to the desert over several generations, well, now I'm no longer well adapted for the Antarctic anymore, right? And so as humans, looking back over the past, especially the past 2.5 million years of our evolutionary history, this tribalistic behaviors may have been advantageous at that time, but they become less and less and less so, to the point now where we're in a new environment, we're in a new ecosystem, a new way of living, that this is now a maladaptive thing. And so to lose that, it makes us worse off as traditional humans, but it makes us a lot better off now.
I guess that does kind of go in. That kind of ties into one of my concepts about what's so horrible about the Old Testament. You had the guy who talked about the Exodus story, and I thought, gee, that's a horrible story. I mean, God's a sadist, but Israelites 3,000 years ago, they didn't even think that the Egyptians mattered. They have no souls. Who cares? Kind of because of the tribalism of olden days.
The whole Old Testament is that. I mean, especially when you get into books like Judges, you get First and Second Samuel. I mean, it is in group versus out group. You got God's favorite people, and it doesn't matter who else they have to slaughter. And I mean, it gets to be a mess. Where now we can look at it in retrospect and go, holy smokes, this is not an example of some sort of moral flourishing here. This is really barbarism on full display here with this in-group, out-group thinking. So it's one more thing we have to transcend as a species.
To somehow defend it.
It happens. But and we got more of them on the line here, Victor. Thank you very much for the call. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
Have a good day.
Awesome questions, dude. Talk to you later.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break.
Nice guy.
From the wild stuff. Yeah, Victor's chill. Andrew in California had some questions specifically directed to you, Forrest. It looks like about sexuality and gender identity. Andrew, how are you?
That one. Yeah.
I'm doing very, very well. Thanks you guys for taking my call. I'm a big fan of Matt until one day I ran into Forrest. I'm like, God damn, this motherfucker's bright. So...
Let me fool you.
Wait, what does it to do with... Never mind. Okay, so What do you want to talk about, bud?
A little background. You know, I have a PhD, but it's in law and not in biology. So my question to Forrest is, I do understand that I'm from Africa, so I know race is a social economic construct. There's nothing like white or black. Over the years, that has happened. However, when it comes to gender, does the same thing apply? Yes or no? And also, I'm an atheist. Also, Forrest, when do you say that this person is a guy? Or this person is a girl?
You said?
Or transgender?
Okay.
I have no problem with people who are homosexual. I fight for equality at every level. I don't believe gays, but I struggle a little bit, especially after I listened to you. I think you were with Matt the other day, and you were trying to create a distinction between whether a person is actually a woman or a man. Does that exist or not? Please.
That's a fantastic question, and the way that you phrased it is beautiful. So you're absolutely right. Like, race is a social construct because there are no actual defining factors. It's all completely arbitrary. We kind of just made it up as we go along. The definitions have changed over the course of history and all these things. And indeed, the same thing applies to gender. There is such a thing as sex biologically. You know, a lot of times people talk about chromosomes. A lot of times people talk about external genitalia. A lot of times people talk about hormone levels. These things are actual biological realities that we can measure and we can demonstrate. Those aren't binary either. Like, it's not a one or the other, only this or that. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room. You could say it's bimodal, but like, that's not what we're talking about when we talk about gender. That's not what we're talking about when we talk about sexuality. Gender, sexuality, and sex are completely different things. So with gender, gender is also a social thing. It's a social construct. Gender is defined as an individual's representation and their society's representation, or reflection of what their culture thinks that their biological sex should behave as, or at least their perceived sex, their assigned sex at birth. How am I supposed to behave based on what people think I should do, and how do I feel I should behave for myself as well? That's what gender is, and that varies from culture to culture, from generation to generation, from person to person, sometimes from day to day. And so, for example, when we look at, you know, the way that we structure gender today through most of the world, especially the global north, we have this very binary system of boys and girls. But the truth is, there have been cultures all over the world, all throughout history, that have had more than just two genders, or who haven't had the same defining features of these genders, that they don't have the male roles and the female roles played out the same way that we do. And so you have to start to ask yourself, when you're presented with that, you know, does it make more sense to say that this one way of thinking has steamrolled over the rest of the world, and now that's just dominance and that's what we go with? Or does it make more sense to say that all of these other cultures were just liberals that were, like, you know, trying to change things and come up with their neo-pronouns or whatever, right? It doesn't really work that way. And so the simple fact is, you know, like I said a second ago, and I can't stress this enough, sex and gender and sexuality are completely disjointed from each other. They're completely different things. A lot of the times they all fall in one line together, and that's awesome. But a lot of times they don't as well. They're different things. Not a single one of them is binary. And as far as when I decide when somebody is a guy or a girl or trans or whatever, it's when they tell me. I don't presume to tell anybody what they are because I don't know them. You know, I'm a guy and I'm as straight as I need to be. And that's all I care about. And if anybody else comes to me and tells me, hey, I'm trans, I'm gay, I'm a woman, I'm a whatever, that's fine with me. It matters to me not at all. And it's more important for me to validate them and make sure that they know that they're loved and accepted than it is for me to try to, you know, cram them into a little box, which is what a lot of people like to think that science is for, when it's not.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Very well. Thank you very much. It does more than I expected. So thank you so very much. But very quickly though, I'm not trying to ask a second question, but please let me run the risk of doing that. Why do you guys actually, and you did that a lot today, I know Matt had a problem with this when someone said something similar to what I'm about to say. For instance, I think, Forrest, you did with the caller before the last something that I thought you could have done 3 minutes into the call, not after you guys hung up on him. You can tell right away that this person, there's cognitive dissonance. He does. It's amazing if a person can say some of the things that these Bible believers say, and they believe this shit. So if you try to tell them what you're saying does not make sense, and he keeps saying the same thing, and then you, Forrest, are trying to say, no, look at it this way. He keeps saying the thing that is obviously ridiculous, that slavery. Just answer the question, yes or no. And they try to pontificate and try to equivocate. You just know something is not right with this. I'm not the Maha who thinks that religious people are fools and there's something that is wrong with their brain. But I think when folks like you guys, 3 minutes into the call, when they refuse to answer certain questions, you already know. My older sister told me she was okay for a 70, 80-year-old man to get married to her 19-year-old daughter because it was okay in the Bible. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. If your 17-year-old daughter brings a 90-year-old man or a 90-year-old man rapes your daughter, it's okay because it happened in the Bible. She's like, yeah, I'm fine with it, And I was like,
that's so unfortunate.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think when guys like that, you guys should hang up on them very quickly and, and what you said eventually after you guys hung up on him was it.
Yeah, I think that there's sometimes when you have to decide I'm not going to get through to this person. There's no way, like you said, we asked him 15 times and he's going to deny, there's no way I'm going to get through this person.
Yeah.
But there are thousands of people watching and some of them might be on the fence. And if they see how stupid this person looks for a little bit longer, it might convince them. So all I'm going to do, you have to make this choice as a teacher. I can try to bring this person in and show them reason, or if they've made it clear that's not going to happen, I'm going to push them way farther because there's no way it's going to change anything, and everybody else is going to benefit from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing, Andrew.
You're absolutely right.
So I like to bring up in these instances. So when I very first started watching this show and listening to this show as a podcast, I was an evangelical Christian. I was a young Earth creationist. I was approaching this as one of those people sitting back and just sort of fascinated watching and thinking about, well, do I have good reasons for believing the things that I believe? And the process of listening to callers using the same arguments that I would use to try to defend my faith just get, frankly, obliterated in real time was very, very good for me. So there's sort of two conversations happening simultaneously at all times on this show. There's the conversation with the caller and then sort of the larger conversation with the audience. So just as Forrest said, sometimes just engaging in the process, trying to have better conversations, even where it's not always possible, is useful, even if not immediately apparently useful.
Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Forrest,
have a great rest of your day.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Take it easy.
You're awesome. Thanks so much.
All right. We got two. We're going to try to rapid fire these through because we're going over time. So we've got Nate in California with a theory about the Virgin Mary possibly being a Komodo dragon. Nate, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking me on the call. So I'll be brief. I know that you probably have very little time left on this one. But the idea was that if Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, now we know that in the animal kingdom there are several instances of asexual reproduction, right? So that, and Forrest and all of us, you will resonate with this. Obviously, they got Komodo dragons, they got pythons, they got great whites, they were known to reproduce. And let us say Mother Mary, according to the story in the Bible, happens to be the only documented case of asexual reproduction in human beings, right? I'm not saying likely, unlikely, I'm saying possible, impossible. Let us say possibly she was then what that means is then that Jesus should